Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Got Spiritual Powers from Bleach movie. Before we start, please go support Gabriel Casas 545 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Naruto, a 6-year-old boy, tired of the abuse he receives in his home village, decides to flee to get a better future for himself and his oto.san Kurama, but what he doesn't know is that by doing so, his legend will begin. This is the story of the chosen one of life and death. Chapter 1. Escape from Konoha. In the village of Konoha, everyone thinks it is a place where everyone is happy and the will of fire always prevails, but it is not like that for everyone. Not everything is what it seems, since this same village that boasts of being the best of noble and good-hearted people is all false, since near the red light district, a small Naruto of 6 years was in his small apartment talking to his oto.san of what to do. Since he got tired of the abuses, the blows, the looks of hatred to what his oto.san is putting together a plan to flee the village without the Hokage or his Anbus, realize that little Naruto is no longer there, to which Kurama tells him, Naruto, I will teach you how to make a blood clone that will last a couple of weeks, since your chakra is powerful. So I estimate that it will last approximately 15 to 20 days, to which little Naruto nods and says thank you for everything you do for me oto.san, without you, I think I would have fallen into madness. So Kurama says don't worry puppy, and remember this, I will always be by your side to protect you, to which Naruto nods happily at that. Kurama has a memory of how he met Naruto. Flashback. The 3-year-old Naruto is seen being chased by mobs of villagers until he reaches the forest of death and enters to lose the mob and take refuge, but after entering he falls unconscious. Then something unexpected happened to Naruto. Since he was in a sewer and in front of him was a gigantic and imposing 9-tailed fox, to which Naruto, all innocent but cautiously, asks him, Mr. Fox, would you like to be my friend? To which the fox is surprised and says, because I, the great Kyuubi, would like to be your friend, little mortal. Then Naruto replies, I don't know sir, I just want to have a friend, someone to share with, someone to take care of and who takes care of me too. So the fox looks with pity at the boy and says, okay puppy, I will be your friend, to which Naruto is surprised and tears of happiness come out and runs to the Kyuubi's cage and hugs his paw, to which the Kyuubi is surprised but lets himself be hugged and thinks this child reminds me of father. End of flashback. After the memory that Kurama has, he thinks in detail about a plan to leave the village, and at the end of his train of thought, Kurama tells Naruto how to make a blood clone, to which Naruto follows the steps that Kurama tells him and manages to make a blood clone that will last a couple of weeks, but not before telling the clone that as soon as he feels that he is about to dissolve, he should leave a farewell letter to his only 5 precious people for him and who really loved him. These were the Ichiraku, the Jounin Anko Midarachi, Shisui Uchiha, Hyuga Hinata. So, Naruto, before leaving this village that did so much damage to him, the seal, both the Uzumaki Namika scrolls, and took all their fortune, as well as copying the Forbidden Scroll and the scrolls of the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Hokage, thus escaping our young hero from the village that tortured him from such an early age. A week after escaping from Konoha, Naruto to take refuge enters a cave to take refuge, but what Naruto does not know is that this cave holds countless secrets and powers that not even the sage of the 6 paths would think of having. Then Naruto sees and hears a step, to which he reflexively activates his 3-bladed Sharigan, but does not see anyone, so he assumed that it was just an illusion because he was tired and with something of a man. So Naruto goes to sleep and goes deeper into the cave so that no one finds him or sees him sleeping. He settles on a rock and falls asleep. But in his mental space something similar was happening. Our little blonde hero was sleeping in Kurama's tails, so Kurama sees him fondly and remembers how his puppy got his Sharingan. Flashback. The 4-year-old Naruto could be seen walking in the streets of Konoha a little hungry after the training given to him by his oto.san. At that, Naruto notices that a Kumo ninja is carrying something that was moving in a bag, so Naruto went at full speed until he reached the kidnapper. Then the Kumo Jounin realizes. So he says, boy, get out of here, this is not a brat's business, to which Naruto responds by throwing a couple of shuriken and then says shuriken clone jutsu, to which the Kumo Jounin is surprised that a brat knows jutsu but manages to dodge it with some difficulty, so the Kumo Jounin throws a lightning jutsu at him, to which Naruto dodges it, but the Kumo Jounin kicks him and was about to finish him off, but then the girl he kidnapped bites his leg so that he does not hurt Naruto. So the Kumo.nin gets angry and hits the pearl-eyed girl so hard that she wouldn't wake up. Naruto saw that and unconsciously woke up the Sharingan, and taking out 2 kunas he throws it at the Kumo Jounin, who dodges it, but what he didn't expect was that it was just a distraction, and in a moment of carelessness, the Jounin Naruto attacks him with a lightning blade, thus killing the Kumo Jounin. But then Naruto hears a noise and escapes as fast as possible. Those who made the noise were the Hokage and leader of the Hyuga clan and several Jounin who were looking for the pearl-eyed girl. End of flashback. Kurama thinks that life is ironic. I, the great Kyuubi who hates the Uchihas with all his being, now I have adopted him, haha, but what can I do? If this child reminds me too much of my father, it will be because he is his reincarnation, so Kurama remembers when his father appeared. Flashback. You could see a 5-year-old Naruto talking to his oto.san in his mind space until an old man with purple eyes appears and says hello son. When Kurama hears that voice he is in shock since that voice was that of his father Hagoromo Otsutsuki the Rakuto Sennin. So Naruto asks oto.san who is that old man, to which Kurama shuts him up and says more respect, he is the Rakuto Sennin, my father, to which Naruto says then he is my grandfather, to which Kurama replies well yes technically he is your grandfather. At that you can hear Naruto scream with happiness because now he has more family. So Hagoromo laughs at Naruto's behavior and Kurama smiles at that. Hagoromo says reminds me a bit of me when I was young, I guess it must be because he is my reincarnation, to which Kurama is in shock and says old man, how is he your reincarnation? That's right, Kurama is also the transmigrant of those two, so Kurama says and screams no impossible, they have never transmigrated into the same being. From what Hagoromo tells him it seems that there is always a first time. Then Naruto asks what reincarnation is, then Hagoromo explains what it is, so Naruto is very impressed and says then I will be very strong and no one will hurt me or oto.san again, I will protect him, I will be strong for him and I will destroy anyone who threatens him. He says this by activating his now 3-bladed Sharigan, so Hagoromo is surprised. Since this child despite not having the same exact ideals as him reminded him a lot of his children Indra and Ashura, and he thinks this child is kind like Ashura and ruthless with those who threaten his family like Indra, so he smiled since Kurama would finally have a family. And Hagoromo speaks and tells Naruto, even though I didn't like those words at all, you say it with such conviction and love towards Kurama. So you earned a gift in that. Hagoromo touches the in front of Naruto and says unlock your eternal Makengayo Sharingan as well as his Rinnegan and now he can use all the bloodlines. That's what Hagoromo tells him and then he speaks again and says but you'll have to train to achieve all of that. So Naruto is impressed and hugs Hagoromo, to which he smiles and says my time is running out, and Hagoromo tells Kurama take care of Naruto and Naruto take care of Kurama, to which they both nod sadly because Hagoromo left. End of flashback. After Kurama remembers all that, he realizes that it's already dawn and he says, I think it's late, I'll sleep a while until the puppy wakes up. The next day, Naruto is seen waking up until he hears some voices saying Uzumaki Naruto come chosen, come closer young chosen you, so Naruto with curiosity and caution goes deeper and deeper into the cave and then he sees 2 swords, one white and one black. Curious Naruto takes the swords, then 2 figures appear out of nowhere, one is covered in a white light and the other in a black light, so Naruto is surprised and gets into a battle stance. Since these figures were unknown to him, although Naruto has felt the power of these 2 beings and realized that they are much stronger than his oto.san Kurama, but he was not going to leave without a fight. The 2 figures look at Naruto with sweetness, respect and love, so the figure in black speaks and says a pleasure to see you again Naruto Uzumaki, to which Naruto responds, but I do not know you. Then the figure in black says if you know me Naruto. Since your father used a seal in which I appeared and sealed Kurama.san in you, for what Naruto is surprised and says who exactly are you? Then the figure says I am the Shinigami and at my side is Kami Naruto.kun. We come here because you have just been able to take those 2 swords without dying. But the strangest thing is that those swords were made for 2 people, not one. I never thought that a being could have taken both unless a child. Since those swords are opposites, the normal thing would be for 2 different people to be chosen by those swords, but you Naruto.kun you broke that logic and both swords chose you Naruto.kun, so Naruto asks what is special about those swords. So Kami-sama says Naruto.san those swords are special because they are those swords we the gods created. The white is the sword of light and life and the black is the sword of darkness and death, so Naruto is amazed and asks what those swords do, to which Shinigami says the black sword has the ability to remove souls, but not only that Naruto. But each soul that absorbs all its knowledge will go to you, but I created it with another purpose. This sword will guide you where my dear are. They will be your guide Naruto.kun. That will be your new power, the power of the chosen one by darkness. Then Naruto asks dear. From what Shinigami says that's right dear, these were my subordinates in ancient times, but now they will be yours. The sword will guide you where they are in hibernation, to which Naruto nods, and then Kami speaks well, Naruto-san the white sword also has many abilities, such as that thanks to these, you will be able to use the light element of Kami. In addition to that this sword will guide you, where the most powerful summoning contract is that of the dragons. They are legendary creatures that are on par with a Biju or even more Naruto.san, so both Naruto and Kurama are surprised as little they were stunned. The gods of life and death say that Naruto is the chosen one of those swords that according to Kurama and his old man were just a myth, so after a few minutes of silence, Naruto says thank you Shinigami-sama, thank you Kami-sama, so the two entities smile and say you have nothing to thank chosen one of life and death, but before we both go, we will give you and Kurama one last gift, to which Kami-sama gives him a white light with black and says this will be your guardian. His name is Nzero. He is an archangel. His duty will be to take care of you, and just as he will take care of you, I want you to take care of him, to which Naruto nods. Then he sees how the white light with black transforms into a young man with a stoic face of approximately 10 years old, so Naruto greets him and Azrael returns the greeting in a cold way. Then Shinigami says well my gift is simple, I will break the seal of Kurama. For that Kurama gets scared because if he comes out his cub will die. Then Shinigami feels Kurama's emotions and says you have nothing to worry about Kurama, he won't die, you will continue living if you wish inside, or you can leave Naruto whenever you want but at a reduced size. But obviously if Naruto.kun wants you to come out at your full size, he will have to summon you, to which they both nod and the deities say well Naruto-san, the chosen one of life and death, fulfill your destiny of bringing peace to the world, do not fail us, to which Naruto happily nods. Thus the deities leaving the place, leaving Naruto. Kurama and Azrael.kun wants you to come out at your full size, he will have to summon you, to which both nod and the deities say, okay Naruto-san, the chosen one of life and death, fulfill your destiny of bringing peace to the world, do not fail us, to which Naruto happily nods. Thus the deities leaving the place, leaving Naruto. Kurama and Azrael.kun wants you to come out at your full size, he will have to summon you, to which both nod and the deities say, okay Naruto-san, the chosen one of life and death, fulfill your destiny of bringing peace to the world, do not fail us, to which Naruto happily nods. Thus the deities leaving the place, leaving Naruto. Kurama and Azrael. End of chapter. Chapter 2. Rescue and new summoning contract. A few days after the visit of the gods, a duo of young people are seen walking near the land of fire. These were Naruto Uzumaki and his protector and new friend Azrael. Despite the fact that Azrael was a stoic person, Naruto sometimes made him smile with his nonsense. So our archangel was already taking a liking to little Naruto and seeing him as his younger brother. After a couple of hours of walking, our duo sees a base. Then Naruto, out of curiosity and caution, uses his sensor abilities and being two chakras similar to his, so he informs Azrael. So Azrael analyzes what Naruto told him, and if he is correct, it is most likely that in that place they will find Uzumakas. Then Azrael decides that if there are Uzumakas there, he has to rescue them, since that would make Naruto happy because finally he would have someone from his blood family with him. So Azrael tells Naruto to enter the base to investigate and rescue the people who have his same chakra. Then Naruto says that he also wants to go rescue those people, since they may be his family. So Azrael analyzes the situation well. If he leaves Naruto alone outside the base, he will be without his protection, but if he enters the base with him, most likely they will attack, but he will be with them to take care of him. After thinking it over, Azrael nods and they both enter the base carefully so that no one sees them until two guards notice their presence. Then one of the guards called 10 more to catch these children for the experiments of his Lord Orochimaru. Then another guard says we will arrest them brats and torture them until Lord Orochimaru arrives. After saying those words, the atmosphere turned cold. A great feeling of death was felt. All the guards realized that the one who expelled that feeling was the older boy, and a chill ran through them since they never felt something so gloomy, and they took a step back by instinct. In Azrael's mind was 1,000 ways of how to make these insects suffer, that not only they dared to threaten him, but also Naruto, who was slowly seeing him as his younger brother. In that, Azrael takes out 2 large blades and goes for 10 of the 12 guards, while Naruto takes care of the other 2. Then after 10 minutes you see an Azrael full of blood, and around him there were several corpses cut in half. So Naruto approaches Azrael and says, Nai-chan, I'm done too, to which Azrael somewhat surprised nods. Since Naruto was strong he knew it, but finishing off 2 of those guards who were easily chunin level at the age of 6 was a great achievement. So Azrael smiles a little and nods. After that small massacre they both leave and advance until they reach some dungeons where they see 2 red-haired girls. Then Naruto tries to break the door with his fist and little by little he succeeds in the dungeon. The girl is surprised since his chakra is very similar to hers and her cousin's, and she thinks maybe he is related, but she came out of her thoughts when the door closed and she saw 2 children, one of 10 or 11 years old she supposed, and another who looked to be 6 or 7 years old. She came out of her thoughts again because curses were heard from her cousin, saying that neither she nor Karen would let themselves be raped by a bleached blonde and a black-haired man with a bloodhound face. Karen laughed at her cousin's comment, and Naruto already had a vein appear on his forehead, saying I am a natural blonde rotten tomato. Then Taya had a vein appear on her forehead and says you called me Goldilocks, to which Naruto had another vein appear on his forehead and responds, what you heard, butch with period hair. Then now it's Taya who has a vein appear on her forehead. She was going to return the insult until Karen spoke and says, you are Uzumaki, to which Naruto nods and Karen and says, me too, like my cousin's dirty mouth. We are Uzumaki's. Then Taya asks, and who is he, to which Azrael replies, I am Naruto's protector. Both are surprised by the answer, but they shrug. Then Azrael speaks again and says, we have to get out of here. Since I feel some presence is approaching. Then Karen says that they will not leave without their friends, so Azrael was going to grab Naruto and leave, but Naruto stops him and says if we can help them, they want to rescue their friends, let's support them. If it were me who was kidnapped, you would rescue me, no matter the danger, to which Azrael nods and Naruto continues and says, then if you would do it for me, then why not do it for them, says Naruto, looking at Azrael with the most tender look possible. To convince his Nai-chan, so Azrael nods and Naruto gives him a hug for the help he will give his new friends, but in Azrael's mind he was cursing himself, since every time Naruto tells him or asks him for something, he obeys and does it and thinks he's getting soft, but in Kurama's mind he was laughing and laughing. Since Naruto knows how to convince even beings as strong as the archangels. So Naruto nods and Karen and says, me too, just like my cousin's filthy mouth. We are Uzumaki's. Then Taya asks, and who is he, to which Azrael replies, I am Naruto's protector. Both are surprised by the answer, but they shrugged. Then Azrael speaks again and says, we have to get out of here. Since I feel some presence is approaching. Then Karen says that they will not leave without their friends, so Azrael was going to grab Naruto and leave, but Naruto stops him and says if we can help them, they want to rescue their friends, let's support them. If it were me who was kidnapped, you would rescue me, no matter the danger, to which Azrael nods and Naruto continues and says, then if you would do it for me, then why not do it for them, says Naruto, looking at Azrael with the most tender look possible. To convince his Nai-chan, so Azrael nods and Naruto gives him a hug for the help he will give his new friends, but in the mind of Azrael was cursing himself, since every time Naruto tells him or asks him for something he obeys and does it and thinks he's going soft, but in Kurama's mind he was laughing and laughing. Since Naruto knows how to convince even beings as strong as the archangels. So Naruto nods and Karen and says, me too, just like my cousin's filthy mouth. We are Uzumaki's. Then Taya asks, and who is he, to which Azrael replies, I am Naruto's protector. Both are surprised by the answer, but they shrugged. Then Azrael speaks again and says, we have to get out of here. Since I feel some presence is approaching. Then Karen says that they will not leave without their friends, so Azrael was going to grab Naruto and leave, but Naruto stops him and says if we can help them, they want to rescue their friends, let's support them. If it were me who was kidnapped, you would rescue me, no matter the danger, to which Azrael nods and Naruto continues and says, then if you would do it for me, then why not do it for them, says Naruto, looking at Azrael with the most tender look possible. To convince his Nai-chan, so Azrael nods and Naruto gives him a hug for the help he will give his new friends, but in the mind of Azrael was cursing himself, since every time Naruto tells him or asks him for something he obeys and does it and thinks he's going soft, but in Kurama's mind he was laughing and laughing, since Naruto knows how to convince even beings as strong as the archangels. Minutes later, 4 children were seen running going where the prisoners are. After running for approximately 15 minutes, they find the cells of Karen and Taiya's friends. These were Kamimuro Kagaya, last of the Kagaya clan. Sujetsu, Hazuki and Jugo, these 3 were picked up by Orochimaru for his experiments. Both Naruto and Azrael break the doors where the young people are and rescue them. Both Sujetsu and Jugo leave the cell, but Kamimuro does not. Then Naruto asks him why he does not go out. Then Sujetsu says he is sick, he can barely walk with the medicine, so Naruto falls silent and looks at him sadly. Then Azrael tells Naruto you can cure him, even if it will cost you a lot of your power, to which he nods and asks what he has to do. Azrael says concentrate the light element in your hand, but do not think about attacking, but in healing, to which he nods and places his hand on Kamimuro's body. Then something happens that surprises the other young people, and that is that the entire body of Kamimuro envelops in a white light, and little by little his figure looks better, no longer seems sick, so everyone is surprised, because supposedly according to Orochimaru Kamimuro's disease was incurable. After Naruto finished curing Kamimuro, he gets up and asks him what exactly he did, to which Naruto replies, I cured you so you can go with us and be free from this prison. Then Kamimuro does something unthinkable even for Azrael. This Kagaya kneels before Naruto and swears loyalty. Just like you, Naruto-sama gave me a new chance to live. I swear by the honor of the Kagaya that I will be his sword and protect him from everything. So Naruto is ashamed and says, get up, Kamimuro, you have no reason to do that with you being just my friend is enough, to which Kamimuro denies and says is not enough to pay for everything you just did to me. Then Naruto gives up, since convincing Kimimaro not to do that would be impossible. Then Azrael says Since everyone is free now we can leave, this place is very dangerous, so everyone nods and runs away. But before Azrael leaves he does a jutsu in which more than 1000 explosive tags fly and stick all over the base. After doing that he also runs alongside the other young people, and they leave the base that had them captive. After leaving Azrael says Kai, and everyone sees a gigantic explosion in the base. Then Karen asks him what you did Azrael. So he replies only throw approximately 1000 explosive tags to completely erase that base, to which she nods very impressed, and Kimameru says where will we go Naruto-sama, and Naruto responds, but before he says anything his white sword begins to shine, so everyone is surprised, even Azrael, and Naruto lifts it and moves it from one side to the other until the sword shines much more when he put it behind him. So Naruto answers we will go that way, everyone nods and the group of young people leave as quickly as possible, but Karen still did not know how to climb trees, so Azrael carries her, and so everyone sets off towards where the sword is indicating. Cook. Timameru. Days later Naruto's group sees a town nearby, the sword shines brighter and brighter, so Naruto notices and says let's go to that town, so everyone nods and sets off. Upon entering the town they see a young woman of 8 or 9 years old injured thanks to the villagers. The children approach and ask her if she is okay, so she nods. This girl was Fu, the Nanabi's Jinchuriki. Before Naruto could say anything else, Kurama told her that she is like him, a Jinchuriki. Naruto is surprised but angry to find his cargo sister in that state. Then Naruto asks Fu, are you a Jinchuriki? So Fu gets excited and says yes, I am a monster. It was then that Naruto does something unthinkable according to Fu. He hugged her and said, don't describe yourself as a monster. Monsters are the ones who mistreat you. Fu, just like you, I also lived a life like that, but I managed to escape from my village. Now I ask you, Fu, would you be willing to leave this village and travel with me? She thinks about it and says after all no one treats me well, except my friend Shibuki. So Fu says to Naruto before leaving, I want to say goodbye to Shibuki, to which he nods and says in 2 hours, you will meet in this place, I have to look for something in Taki, to which she happily nods, and both separate. After 20 minutes Naruto and his group find a cave, everyone tries to enter, but no one could except Naruto, so they are surprised, but Naruto says not to worry and wait outside. They nod. Then Naruto finds the dragon summoning scroll, opens it, and that's when a slightly old dragon with a small beard appears and says so the heir of light and life came, I am king, the wise dragon of illusions. So Naruto gets a drop of sweat from such an eccentric presentation, but lets it go and asks what do I have to do to sign your contract king? Samba the dragon is surprised, but says simple answer me this question, what would you do if you had our contract? Then Naruto answers he would treat them with respect and with his power, he would protect my new friends and relatives, he would not let anyone touch a single hair on them before someone hurts them, he would destroy them. King is surprised by the boy's words, but in his eyes, he sees a determination and love that he never saw before, not even in a dragon, so he is surprised and happy with his answer. King lets him sign the summoning contract, which Naruto happily nods and signs, but before he leaves King tells Naruto, boy, remember this, you are the heir of light and life, as well as darkness and death, remember this, both life and death, you have to keep it in balance, just like darkness and light, neither of them would exist without the other, and you are both, you always have to be balanced, because if you are not, you will not be able to unleash your full power, to which Naruto, somewhat confused, nods, leaving the cave. When he leaves, his friends ask him what happened, to which Naruto responds very happily and says, I got the contract for the little dragons. Ray. End of chapter. Chapter 3. Taki's escape and problems in Konoha. After Naruto got the mythical or divine summoning contract, he went to the place with his friends to wait for Fu to leave this village that does so much harm to him. After a few minutes Fu appears, but next to her is a young man of approximately 11 or 10 years old, he supposed. Then Naruto asks who the young Fu is, she answers he is Shibuki and wants to go with us, and Naruto says he is your friend, but in Taki, they treat him well because he wants to leave, said Naruto with some suspicion, so the others nod. Then Shibuki speaks and tells what happened. Shibuki. Flashback. You could see a Fu entering the apartment of a young man of approximately 11 years old. This was Shibuki, Fu's best friend. Then Shibuki says what happened Fu because of that face, so Fu tells her what happened with the villagers, and some Taki ninjas attacked her and left her very injured, and how she was saved by a group of young men of her age approximately and offered to leave Taki so she would no longer have to endure more abuse. Then Shibuki asks, and you believe them? To what Fu says yes, since one of them is like me, and it was then that Shibuki asks, and how do you know that? Fu says he told me and Chime confirmed it to me. It was then that Shibuki is surprised and says if it is your decision to leave, I will accompany you, after all you are my best friend. From what Fu asks, but Shibuki, they do not treat you badly, rather they treat you like a king. Since you are a genius that comes out every generation, it was then that Shibuki says, because you are my best friend and my duty is to protect you. Then Fu turns red and says, thank you Shibuki for being who you are. So he answers, thank you Fu for being who you are and being my best friend. And Fu blushing says, well, it's time to go where our new companions are, to which Shibuki nods. End of flashback. After telling that, everyone is surprised how much Shibuki wants Fu to leave his village for her, so everyone smiles, even the stoic Kamimuro and Azrael, and it was then that Naruto said, perfect, that explanation solves my doubt. It was then that Fu asks, what doubts you have Naruto? Then Naruto said, do not worry Fu, are just some things that thanks to Shibuki's explanation he understands. So Fu, not very sure, nodded, and then Naruto said, well guys, we go. Then Karen spoke, but where are we going Naruto? And I, this one answers easily, to the country of hot springs to collect supplies, and then we will go to the ruins of Yuzu. If I am right, they will get a big surprise when we are in Yuzu. So everyone nods, and they begin their trip while they were not in a hurry. Which is why every time they stopped they trained, and with the help of Azrael and Naruto every day, they became stronger thanks to Naruto teaching them the shadow clones. Even though Shibuki barely, he could make 2 clones at most, that supported his progress, since everything the clones do when the memories are dispelled returns to the original. On the part of Naruto's other friends, in the case of Tei, Karen and Fu, they could make many more clones. Since 2 of them were Uzumaki's and the other was a Jinchuriki, so they progressed faster, although in terms of chakra control, it was difficult for them, but thanks to the clones they progressed. In Konoha, the Hokage was worried an hour ago he could not find Naruto, so he sent 2 Anbu squads to look for him, an Anbu with a dog mask and another with a cat mask. So the Hokage says report, then the Anbu with a dog mask says there's nothing Hokage-sama, then the Hokage says how is there nothing, how is it possible that a child of almost 8 years can escape from you Ambus? Then the dog mask Anbu answers it's not that Hokage-sama, it's just that Naruto's trail is low, apparently he left the village several weeks ago. The Hokage is in shock and wonders if that is true. Then who was the Naruto who was in the village the last few days? The Hokage thinks and says it will be a shadow clone, but then denies that idea. A shadow clone would not last weeks, so another idea comes to mind, a blood clone. The Hokage opens his eyes in shock and thinks who would teach him Naruto does that. Then the Hokage speaks and says dog cat calls a meeting with the council, go quickly, to which they nod and leave. The Hokage thinks how a brat could deceive an entire village, buck the Kami no Shinobi. This is a resounding humiliation in his opinion. After leaving those thoughts, he leaves his office and goes to the meeting room. Currently you can see the clan leaders, the council of elders and the civilian council with the Hokage, until the Hokage says I have something to report. Naruto Uzumaki left the village. Everyone opens their eyes in surprise and Councillor Maguekio says, at last the demon is gone, and all the civilians celebrate, but the clan leaders were not happy. But Danzo speaks and says, Hiruzen, this is worrying that our Jinchuriki is no longer here, that weakens us too much. Then the councillor Ryo talks about what Danzo is talking about. San, without the monster now, we have nothing to fear. Then Danzo answers, idiot counselor, you know why Jinchurikis exist, to which he denies, scared by the one-eyed man's outburst, and Danzo continues and says the Jinchurikis are spreaders of war. An example is the 8-tailed Jinchuriki who lives in Kumo, who is said to have total control of his Biju. Tell me, idiot counselor, what would happen if a village with its Jinchuriki attacks, and without Jinchuriki it would be difficult to stop him? I'll tell you something, stopping a Jinchuriki is complicated, only Seal Masters or 2S class shinobi are needed to stop or perhaps defeat one. Now you understand how important a Jinchuriki is to a shinobi village. After saying that, everyone opens their eyes in shock, realizing that they lost something important to the village, and Shikaku asks, but Hokage-sama, like a 7-year-old boy, is able to escape from several ambus without them noticing. Hiruzen says, Shikaku, Naruto didn't escape today. He escaped almost a month ago. He left us a blood clone so that we would all believe it was him and not look for him. I guess the clone's time is up, that's why it's gone anymore. Everyone is surprised, even Danzo. But Hiruzen, a blood clone that lasts a month is too much, unless Danzo opens his eyes in disbelief, and Hiruzen asks, unless Danzo, and he answers that his chakra is comparable to that of a tailed beast, or that has total control of the Kyuubi, and you know that well, even you who are a maximum cage level shinobi, could make a blood clone for a month without someone hitting you, but if someone hit or mistreated your blood clone, it would slowly fall apart, not lasting more than a couple of days. So the Hokage nods and Danzo continues, but this boy made his clone last almost a month, in which the clone received beatings from the villagers, blows from the ninjas, etc. etc. Do you understand now? All what I want to get to. The Uzumaki boy made an enhanced blood clone with a large amount of chakra so that it can withstand blows for almost a month. Imagine the amount of chakra that is needed to do that. Everyone was in shock, even the Hokage, until Shikaku says, see stupid civilians, because of you, we lost a Prodigy among prodigies, that was when Choza Akimichi speaks and says, "What do you mean Shikaku?" Does he answer, "You still don't realize Choza, the boy fooled us all, he was not a failure. He only pretended to be one. This brat as you call him was able to deceive the entire village. And God knows, apart from his gigantic chakra, what else does he know?" Everyone remains assimilating this news. And Danzo says, Hiruzen sends several groups of ambushes to bring him to the village. We need our Jinchuriki. So he nods and says, "We finished this meeting," and then Hiruzen raises his chakra and Dog appears, and the Hokage speaks, "Dog, you will go look for Naruto, prepare 4 ambush squads, tell them they will leave the village in 1 hour." Dog nods and leaves with a shunsen. End of chapter. Chapter 4. Arrival in the Land of Waves and a New Hope appears. Currently Naruto's group is seen leaving the hot spring village after 2 months of staying and recharging their supplies. After leaving the village, the small group of our young hero heads to the Land of Waves to take a ship and then head to Yuzu to have their summoning contracts as well as their own weapons, since according to Naruto he is the heir of Yuzu, so with the present, everyone will be able to enter without problems. After 3 weeks Naruto's group arrives at the Land of Waves to take a boat and head to the Land of the Whirlpool, so Naruto said they would go to that bar to look for information and find out who can take them to the country. After entering the bar and going to a table to have a drink and eat, but they notice the unfriendly faces that the others put on until the bartender arrives and asks what they want. Then Azrael answers, "Something to drink that is not liquor, and something to eat please." The bartender nods, and after 15 minutes the bartender brings them what they asked for. He leaves it on the table, and at the moment he was leaving, Karen asks, "Sir, why people look at us strangely?" He answers, "Because you are foreigners. Foreigners here are not so well received since he arrived and practically enslaved us." Then Naruto asks who he is. So the bartender answers, "It is Gato." Now Sujesu is the one who speaks and says, "Cat of the cat companies." Then Naruto asks, "Do you know him?" Sujesu shakes his head and says, "No, only I know that when he was a prisoner of Orochimaru before you and Azrael rescued us, this cat had dealings with Orochimaru." After saying that, the environment becomes too cold and heavy. Since Naruto was angry and without realizing it he was releasing a little of his killer instinct, all the people around him were very nervous and scared. His friends were sweating until Azrael puts a hand on Naruto's shoulder and says, "Calm down." That was when the atmosphere became heavier and Naruto released more killer instinct and responds that, "I calmed down after that cat is one of those who made Karen.ni-chan suffer. Teiya.ni and my friends, my new family." Azrael spoke again and said, "Calm down Naruto, I understand what you mean. I know you want to kill Gato, and we are going to do it. I am upset too, since you are now my friends, my new family too, and I will not allow anyone who hurt you to go unpunished." Everyone is surprised by what he said, and Naruto manages to calm down until he stops releasing killer instinct until they enter a total of 20 bandits, along with Aoi Rakuso, a jounin from AIM in addition to his genin group and this bartender. The weekly fee. The bartender says, "We do not have the money to pay." Aoi replies, "Then you know what will happen. We will take your daughter as payment, right?" The bartender hugs his daughter and says, "Over my dead body." Aoi replies, "That would be a pleasure." Aoi was going to cut the bartender until Naruto appeared in front of him in a flash of speed and threw a punch, sending him far away. Everyone is surprised, but Naruto's friends smile and say it's time to pay scum, and they launch themselves against the bandits and Aoi's genin group. Rakuso Aoi vs Naruto. Naruto vs Aoi. After Naruto knocked Aoi out with a blow, he gets up a little dizzy and sees Naruto and says, "So you were the one who hit me, kid? You're a fool. With the sword of the god of thunder I'm invincible, and I bet I don't need it with a dwarf in mind." Seconds before Aoi could start his monologue, he was talking to Kurama, who was laughing because that Aoi guy thinks he's invincible for having that strong sword if it's the sword, but the ones Naruto has are legendary, that sword of thunder can't compare to the sword of light and darkness. Naruto was thinking something similar and says, "Oto-san, people are so stupid to believe that a weapon makes them invincible." So Kurama nods. They were going to continue talking until Aoi in his monologue said the worst word that could be said to Naruto, and that word is dwarf. At the moment, Aoi said that in the environment you could feel death itself, and Naruto looked at Aoi with his Sharingan spinning furiously. Aoi was getting intimidated, but those eyes scared him. But he remembers and says, "You're just a brat. I doubt you can do anything." It was then that Aoi threw some kunai, thinking that with it she would finish him off. Naruto, but he dodges it easily and says, "Water dragon, water style." The water dragon went towards Aoi, hitting him, leaving him very hurt. Then Naruto says, "Lightning style, double electric blade." So Naruto throws himself at the poor Aoi, already wounded, cutting off his head and sealing it in a scroll. Then Naruto, after killing Aoi, he re-enters the bar and sees the small massacre that his friends did with the bandits and the genin group, so he smiles because his friends have become strong until the bartender interrupts him and says, "Thanks for saving us." Naruto smiles and says not to worry, and Naruto asks if he doesn't know a place where they can stay the night. The bartender thinks about it and says, "Yes, but first children, follow me. I will take you to the leader of this country." Since the death of Our daimyo he took over as leader, so everyone nods and follows him. After 30 minutes everyone sees a house, and the bartender knocks on the door of the house, and the one who opens is a young man of about 24 years old, and says, "What's wrong, Rene?" He answers and says, "We need to talk," so Rene makes a gesture with his hand indicating to the children to enter the young man's house. He introduces himself as Kaisa. They greet him. After a few minutes, it seems Kaisa's wife. She introduces herself as Tsunami. Then an old man with a beard appeared. This is introduced as Tazuna, the builder and temporary leader of the waves. The children greet them and introduce themselves. After the presentation Rene speaks and tells them what happened in the conflict in this bar in which these children killed more than 30 bandits and a ninja named Aoi as well as his genin group, so Tazuna's family is surprised that some children could do that. Naruto becomes uncomfortable by the look they are giving him, and Tazuna asks and says, "If you did that, then you could help us free our country from the tyranny of Geto." It was then that Naruto says, "We will help you with the ninjas and support in the defense of the country, because Geto wants you dead. Since you are building the bridge right." So Tazuna nods well. Then Tazuna.san prepares the men and women. "Protect the children, ready your weapons, that very soon the wave will be free, and it will not be only for me, but for all of us. We will defend ourselves, okay?" Tazuna nods happily, and Naruto asks what ninjas are with Geto, so Kaisa answers as certain Zabuza, Momohi and Anbu, and the demon brothers. All of Naruto's group open their eyes, and Naruto says, "Well, the demon brothers are not a problem," and says, "Hey Aya.Eni and Shibuki, you will go for the demon brothers." They nod. "Juice and Kimimaro, you will go and kill all the bandits you see." They nod. "Karen and Fu, you will support in the defense of the village." So Karen asks why us. Naruto says simple, "It's because you are a doctor, and you can help anyone who suffers a lesson." In Fu, because she is a Jinchuriki, and her power will be necessary, since perhaps the bandits will outnumber the villagers, and it is better to prevent than to cure. Karen nods in understanding and says, "You and Azrael I suppose will go for Zabuza and the Anbu." So Naruto nods and says, "Well, you already have your duties. It's time to end the tyranny of an idiot who thinks he's a god." They nod until Kaisa asks, "Are you sure you can against Zabuza? I heard that he is a class A ninja. As I understand that means that he is extremely powerful." It was then that Naruto smiles at Kaisa and says, "Kaisa-san, you have nothing to worry. I am strong and Azrael is stronger. Together we can beat Zabuza and his sidekick." So he nods a little more relaxed and says, "I will gather the population. We will prepare weapons to defend ourselves." After that everyone is going to organize and prepare their weapons for the fight. Tazuna. Kaisa. End of chapter. Chapter 5. The Fall of a Tyrant and the New Feudal Lord of the Land of Waves. Currently the people of the waves are seen organizing for the battle they will have with Geto and his ninjas in another place in the country, specifically in the old castle of the daimyo, now Geto's main base. This tyrant was talking with Zabuza about eliminating the brats who killed his bandits. Zabuza. "Fine cat, but killing those brats will cost you double. I'll go with Haku and the demon brothers to kill those brats. I suppose you'll go to the town of Wave Country to kill the old builder." Hat. "Yes, Zabuza, I hope you complete your quick assassination mission, because when you finish I want you to go to the village and also join in the slaughter I will carry out." Zabuza. "Okay cat, I'll finish quickly and I'll support you. Goodbye, see you." It was then that Zabuza left with Haku and Ashunsen, along with the demon brothers and Haku. After a few minutes of Zabuza and Haku's departure and their partners, Haku asks, "Haku?" Zabuza. "Sama, seriously, when we find these children, we'll kill the people of Wave Country." Zabuza. "No, lose Haku, it all depends on how long the battle takes." He said this with hesitation, since he did not want to kill the population of Wave Country, but he needed the money for the rebellion in Kiri. In the village 15 minutes before Zabuza left the former castle of the daimyo, now the main cat base, Naruto could be seen giving a speech. Naruto. "Wave inhabitants, I Naruto Uzumaki will help you be free, but you also have to fight. You have to be strong, not only for yourselves, but also for your children, grandchildren, wives, husbands, grandparents. You have to have the will to fight for a brighter future for all." Aiza. Naruto.san is right, we must be strong to have a better life. We will not let Geto dominate us again. We will be strong for ourselves and our families. People of Wave Country. Yes, we will fight for ourselves and our families. No cat will ever rule us again. Resident 1. Prepare your weapons, today we will fight. Resident 2. Children and the elderly to the shelters, today we will fight, both women and men. Naruto. Alright people of Wave Country, me and some of my friends will take care of the ninjas helping Geto. 2 of my comrades will stay to support them in battle. Currently we see Naruto, Azrael, Shibuki and Taiya are going at full speed to fight against Zabuza and his partners, while Kimimaro and Jugo went to destroy the bandit camps that are in the surroundings. After about 20 minutes Zabuza's group and Naruto's group meet. Naruto. Oh hello Zabuza, I think the 4 of us will be your opponents. Zabuza. Lose brat, but don't be confident because you could die before the battle starts. Naruto. I'll take care of Zabuza, Taiya and Shibuki, you go for the demon brothers, kill them as quickly as possible. Azrael, you go for the Anbu, leave her alive if possible, her heart is very pure, she does not deserve to die, so Azrael nodded. Taiya and Shibuki versus the demon brothers. Both duos stared at each other, both Taiya and Shibuki knew that they had a low jounin level, but these were experienced chunin, so they would not trust each other, which the demon brothers did, and the boys took advantage of both did hand poses, and Taiya said wind style great wind typhoon and Shibuki said fire style great fireball, both attacks combined making a fireball 5 times bigger than the one Shibuki threw. The demon brothers could barely do hand positions, and said water style wall of both. The great fireball collided with a wall of water making a mist on the battlefield which Taiya took advantage of. Thanks to her sensory ability she was able to detect the demon brothers and said pointing at Gozu lightning style great charge, thus hitting him squarely. Maizu realized that his brother was hurt and went to help him, but Shibuki said fire style thousand phoenix. Maizu had no choice but to dodge and focus on his opponent, but he couldn't, his brother was losing to that brat. Seconds before Taiya is watching Gozu paralyzed by his jutsu, Raiten, he says wind style, great wind blade, going straight towards Gozu, cutting off his head with his blade, putting an end to one of the demon brothers. Maizo was distracted by seeing his brother die from afar, something that Shibuki took advantage of, and said earth release, earth spikes, thus the spikes penetrated the entire body of poor Maizu who was distracted. Thus both Shibuki and Taiya were able to finish off the demon brothers. The demon brothers. Haku vs Azrael. Both young men stared at each other until Haku said forgive me, but I have to kill you quickly to help Zabuza. Sama Azrael smiled and said Naruto.ni.san was right, you have a very pure heart. What I do not understand is why are you with Zabuza? Haku answers Zabuza Sama saved me from loneliness and blood purges, gave me a purpose, I am his tool, and I have to eliminate you, forgive me, and he launched himself at Azrael with his needles. Azrael dodges with ease and says you are no tool girl, but for what it's worth, I will have to defeat you. Azrael says wind style vacuum bullets, thus throwing a large amount of wind projectiles towards Haku. She dodges everything with great difficulty and says water style water ball jutsu. Azrael says water style water dragon jutsu, thus both techniques collide, but Azrael's wins the duel, and the dragon goes straight to Haku, and she says ice style ice wall. Azrael is surprised and says so you have the Kakei Genkai of the ice element, interesting, but that will not help you, and Azrael says fire style fireball, thus colliding with the ice wall of Haku, dodges it with great difficulty, but burns part of her arm, and thinks if I continue like this I will lose, I will have to use my best attack. Haku came out of her thoughts, since Azrael threw several kunes at her, she dodges them and says ice-style demonic mirrors trapping Azrael. He looks at the mirrors with curiosity, since he found the Anbu jutsu interesting, but he came out of her thoughts, since the Anbu or Haku said ice-style 1000 needles of death, thus throwing hundreds of needles at Azrael. He smiles because the jutsu is powerful, maybe a medium air range, and says light style protection, thus protecting himself from Haku's attack, and then he says light style 100 white projectiles, thus destroying Haku's mirrors. After destroying the mirrors she flies away somewhat hurt and says kill me, I have no courage anymore, I am a broken weapon. Azrael answers you are wrong girl, you are not a weapon, and I will not kill you, either Naruto told me to just arrest you, and that's what I will do. After saying that Azrael says light style prison luminous, trapping Haku in a large sphere of light, taking her to where Naruto's fight is to see how he fared with Zabuza. Azrael. Yes. Lord. Zabuza vs Naruto. Both Zabuza and Naruto stared at each other until Naruto took out his swords of life. Zabuza became curious about those swords, since it was noticeable that they radiated a lot of power, but he snapped out of his train of thought, since Naruto attacked him with his sword he protected himself with his Kubikira Bacho, but at the moment of protecting himself, he felt the kid's strength, damn it made him back down, so he realized that this brat is not normal. So he would take it seriously before Naruto attacks again. Zabuza said water style great water dragon Naruto, then cut the dragon with his sword, as if it were nothing. Zabuza was in shock, this brat cut him, as if one of his most powerful jutsus. Naruto took advantage of Zabuza's carelessness, and said water style jutsu great water sharks. At that moment, 5 sharks were approaching Zabuza at great speed, Zabuza barely reacted, and said water style great wall of water, thus protecting himself from Naruto's jutsu. Then Zabuza makes hand positions and says Kurigakur no jutsu and a great mist covers the entire battlefield, but Naruto then said double gust wind release, thus clearing the mist. Zabuza was mentally cursing Naruto for dispersing his mist until he heard Naruto say lightning style furious wolves. The wolves went for Zabuza, this managed to barely dodge it, but then he noticed something that left him in shock underneath him, there were 2 chains wrapping around his legs and draining his chakra. He tried to cut them, but he couldn't. He felt tired almost without chakra. After a few minutes of Naruto absorbing his chakra with his chains, Zabuza fainted. Naruto put a seal on him, thus sealing the chakra momentarily, and tied it with ninja wire, thus defeating Zabuza Momoshiki, the demon of the mist. Naruto. P.S. Zabuza. After a few minutes of Naruto defeating Zabuza, Taiya, Shibuki and Azrael appear, but noticed something floating above Azrael, so he smiled that someone was the hunter. And in who gave off kindness and purity. The boys gathered and waited for both Zabuza and the hunter to wake up. After 10 minutes they woke up. Zabuza. Where am I? He says this, confused and somewhat dizzy from the battle he had with Naruto. Naruto. Hello Zabuza, do you remember me? I'm the one who defeated you. I wanted to ask you something because someone like you works for Geto, since that dwarf is someone without honor. If it were up to him he would kill you. Zabuza. Well, since you beat me, I'll tell you, I work for Geto to supply money for the rebellion in Kiri to help him financially to fight against the crazy Agura. Naruto. I see a noble goal, but you are harming the Wave Village. Zabuza. I know, but my people need me, and if I have to choose between my people and the ones here, I choose my people. Naruto. I see Zabuza. Naruto raises his sword to cut the ninja cables, but before he does it. Haku. Please Naruto.san don't kill Zabuza-sama, he's all I have. If it's for one life, kill me and let him live, I beg you. Azrael, Taiya, Naruto, Shibuki, Zabuza and Kurama inside Naruto's mind are surprised by what was said, and Naruto says, would you give your life for Zabuza, are you sure? Haku. I am 100% sure and I would give my life again and again just to save Zabuza-sama. Zabuza. You're crazy Haku, I won't allow you to do that, and says he brat don't kill Haku, kill me and let her live a life of peace. Naruto. Interesting, both of you are willing to die for each other. I feel your emotions, both yours and the girls, both feel love from father to daughter, not from tool to teacher. Very well, now I decide, I will let you live. It is not worth killing people as honorable as you, so you will come with us to the cat village. It must have already died for the villagers and my companions. Zabuza. Okay brat, we will go with you. So Naruto's group, as well as Haku and Zabuza, go to the village to see how the battle between the cat and the land of waves ended. An hour before the fight between Zabuza and his group against Naruto's group, the people of Wave Country are seen preparing for the battle. Fu was in the lead with Kaiza, and 300 more men waiting for Geto to come until after 10 minutes, Geto is seen going with 600 thugs. Kaiza. Here comes the cat, everyone prepare your traps and weapons. Fu, Kaiza. Sen I will go to the front in Fu's mind, list Jimei, we will protect this country with all our power. Jimei. Yes Fu, let's go, but remember you can only use a maximum of 3 tails. Fu. Lose Jimei, I will use everything I have to support this country. So Fu taking out her 3 tails and launching into fight with her blades against 70 bandits, while Kaiza and the other villagers throw arrows at the thugs, thus killing almost 200. After that they take out their sticks, knives, trenches and rush against the bandits. Fu made 10 shadow clones, supporting and killing dozens of bandits. Then Karen enters into action with her chains, killing a large number of thugs, but in a carelessness Karen almost got stuck with a sword, but then Kimimaro arrived and played, thus protecting her and killing the thug. After that the 3 young men separated, killing dozens of bandits, already Karen with her chains, Fu with her wind jutsus, Kimimaro with his bones and Jugo with his brute force. After 30 minutes the villagers and Naruto's friends killed all the bandits, leaving only Geto who imprisoned him, and Kaiza said, for your actions against my village, my family Geto, today you will die. So with his sword, he cut off Geto's head, putting an end to Geto's tyranny. After 20 minutes Naruto, Azrael, Taiya, Shibuki, Zabuza and Haku appear. They enter the village and see the massacre, so Zabuza and Naruto whistle at the massacre until Kaiza sees Zabuza and tries to attack him, but Naruto stops him and says Kaiza-san, Zabuza is no longer an enemy. This nods. Kazuna. Naruto-san, we want to offer you something. Since the daimyo of the waves is no longer here, we want to propose that you be the new daimyo. You were the one who gave us the courage to fight. You fought for us without asking for anything in return. So you say, Naruto, would you be the new daimyo and leader of our country? Naruto and his friends including Zabuza are shocked by the news that Naruto will be the new feudal lord of the land of waves. Naruto. What? But why me, sir, feudal lord? Kaiza. That's right Naruto, I think you would be a good feudal lord. You organized a plan to overthrow a tyrant. You are good, fair, I know you will make progress in our country. Inari. If Naruto and I stay and be our feudal lord, you will be a great, strong and fair feudal lord. Naruto. Okay, I accept residents of Wave Country. The people of Wave Country cheered, as their feudal lord would be good and fair to them and would defend them from any threat. At the end of Naruto's appointment as feudal lord of the land of waves, he goes to talk to Zabuza about something crucial. Naruto. Zabuza, I know you need financial support, so I will give you 20% of the money that cat had. Zabuza. Seriously Gaki, will you support my cause to free Kiri? Naruto. Yes Zabuza, I will support you, and if you need help, you know where I will be. Zabuza. Nods and says thank you Gaki, but I want to ask you a favor. I want Haku to stay, I don't want her to see the horrors of war, so please take care of her. Naruto. I'll guard her with my life, Zabuza. Zabuza. He was about to leave, but he heard a voice. Haku? Zabuza-sama, don't go, I want to go with you, I want to protect you. Zabuza. Nothing about Zabuza-sama. Haku, tell me 2.san okay, and you can't go to war is something horrible for a girl. You stay, daughter, help the Gaki, so that this country progresses well, I will support the rebellion in Kiri. Haku? She nods crying and says yes 2.san, I love you and take care. End of chapter. Chapter 6. Waves rise and help for Kiri. It's been almost 3 years since the people of the Wave Country crowned Naruto as their new feudal lord. In these 3 years, beneficial things happened for the Wave Country, one of these being the commercial alliances with the Tea Country, Primavera, the Country of Demons, and the Nadesico village. Thanks to these alliances and Naruto's intellect, Wave Country recovered its economy, one could even say that its growth surpassed scales, since not only is its income much higher than before Geto arrived, but they managed to rebuild Yuzu, where the 13 captains and their squadrons live, as well as thanks to Naruto, 2 academies were established in Wave Country, one was the Ninja Academy, and the other was the Agricultural Academy, as well as thanks to the masked men who served Naruto. Their feudal lord, the majority of the country's citizens, received both shinobi and samurai training. Currently Naruto was in his room remembering everything that happened to raise the land of waves. Flashback. A year and a half ago something unexpected happened to Naruto's group. This event was that the sword of darkness and death began to shine, which surprised Naruto and his group, but they continued walking and little by little, the sword's brightness increased until they came across a large cave. Naruto's group stayed outside, and this entrance inside this cave there was a large door that said, here the chosen one of death and darkness, stick your sword so you can enter. Naruto did what he ready stuck his sword and everything shone, and the great door opened. Naruto entered and saw a large specter, so Naruto was scared by the shape of the specter, but the specter spoke and said, young chosen one of death and darkness, do not fear, recite this chant with me, so that the gift of Shinigami-sama can be carried out. So Naruto nods, somewhat scared. The specter and Naruto speak at the same time and say, God of death, the one who punishes the bad guys, I the chosen one of death and darkness, I ask you for help. God of death who sees everything, send me the 13 captains and their squadrons to support the weak and protect the helpless. God of death who guides me and protects me from the beyond, help me and send me the 13 captains of the court and their squadrons, as well as the masked warriors and the royal guard of death. God of death help me. After saying that chant, 13 people with white kimonos appear in the cave, as well as 12 people with masks, but what surprised Naruto the most was seeing 5 people who radiated a gigantic power that, according to him, was comparable to that of a Biju, but he came out of his thoughts, since one of those 13 with white kimonos spoke. Yamamoto. Hello chosen of darkness and death, I am Yamamoto, and I am the captain general of the 13 death squads. From now on, both you and my comrades from the 13 squads will support you and swear loyalty to you. Naruto. Sama. Yamamoto. Naruto. Hello Yamamoto-san, nice to meet you, and thank you for your oath of loyalty, but I want to ask you not to call me Naruto. Sama, I don't like formalities. Yamamoto. But Naruto-sama, you are the chosen one of death and darkness, I have to speak to you with respect. Naruto. Yamamoto.san doesn't have to continue with that, it's enough for you to tell me Naruto, that goes for everyone, please, I hate formalities, tell me Naruto, okay? Yamamoto. Well, if it's your decision young Naruto, I'll accept it. After that conversation, 2 more people spoke. One was the leader of the 12 masked men, Hirako Shinji, and the other was the leader of the death guard, Ichigo. Hirako. Well young Naruto, I am here as well as Yamamoto to support you and protect you, since you are the chosen one of death and darkness, therefore my entire group and I swear loyalty to you young Naruto, I hope I can protect you and serve you correctly. Hirako. Ichigo. Young Naruto, the death squad will follow your orders. We are here to protect and support you. Ichigo. In Naruto's mind there was a sea of thoughts, as several people who are at the cage level or higher were swearing loyalty to him. He did not want to let him down. He wanted everyone to serve him not only for being the chosen one, but for being Naruto, someone who does not want wars, someone who wants to cleanse the world of tyranny. There was a sea of thoughts until Kurama spoke. Kurama. Puppy, you'll be fine. I'm proud of you, and in time you'll also earn the respect of these warriors who swore loyalty to each other. Naruto. Thank you Kurama.oto.san. After coming out of his thoughts Naruto answers both Hirako and Ichigo. Naruto. I am honored that you swear loyalty to me. I promise that I will earn your respect and you will feel proud that I am the chosen one of death and darkness, I promise you Databeo. Literally everyone was surprised by Naruto's words and in their heads everyone thought he is the right person. I will follow him to the death. Yamamoto. Well young Naruto, any orders you have? Naruto. Well yes, since from what I see each of your Yamamoto-san squads has a large number of soldiers, right? Yamamoto. Yes, young Naruto, each one consists of a lieutenant and a large number of soldiers. Naruto. Well if that's the case I wanted you to rebuild the country of the whirlpool so that it can be established in that place. I want that place to be the military force of the country of the waves and for them to be ready if something happens. Don't worry about the construction, I will send workers, but I want you Yamamoto to guide them. I want you to tell them how you want the place to be so that both you and the other captains are comfortable. Yamamoto nods with a small smile, but in his thoughts this boy is not only good but also cares about us. Naruto. Harako.san I want you and your group to train the people of Wave Country so that they are prepared. You are chakra users, right? Harako, well young Naruto, we are users of both chakra and Ryatsu. Naruto. Ryatsu is similar to chakra. Harako. Yes, young, but it is more powerful, even though in this one we do not manipulate the elements, since this one is based on healing, attack or defense chance. Naruto. Nods happily and says Ichigo, you and your group will help me manage my Ryatsu please, as well as help train me and my friends. Ichigo. He nods with a sadistic smile and says don't worry young Naruto, I will make you extremely powerful with the training I have planned. Naruto. He nods nervously at Ichigo's sadistic face. End of flashback. Naruto smiles at that memory, but at the same time he gets chills from the training he had, as well as being able to control his sword of death and darkness, but he came out of his thoughts, since Azrael knocked on the door. Naruto opened it and asked what happened. Azrael.ni-chan. Azrael. I have a letter from Yamamoto-san. Naruto. What does the letter say, Nai-chan? Azrael. Well, nothing bad, actually, apparently, they are going to finish the Jigai project, according to what is said here, it will take approximately 2 months to create them. Naruto. Seriously, Nai-chan says this with happiness, since finally her oto.san would be completely free. In Naruto's mind Kurama was happy, since now he would have a human body, and thanks to that, they would never seal him again and mistreat his brothers. Naruto. Azrael.ni, you seem strange to me. Is there anything else you need to tell me? Azrael. He sighed and said Naruto's Abusa sent us a letter that they need support since it seems the rebellion is not only facing the Jinchuriki of Isobu but also the Jinchuriki of Seiken. Naruto, he opens his eyes in shock and says Azrael, tell the Death Squad as well as the Zero Squad, we will all go to support Kiri, do not open more bloodshed and send a letter to Zabuza that we will go to support him. Azrael, Naruto.ni are you sure you want to send them all? Naruto. Yes, Nai-chan Kiri needs all the help he can get and if we have to go with all the cavalry to stop the blood fester, we will go. Azrael, he nods and goes to prepare both the Death Squad and the Zero Squad. 3 hours later you can see Naruto as well as the Death Squad and the Zero Squad leaving the land of waves until Naruto speaks and they say stop everyone obey and Naruto says Kushinas.no. Jutsu thus coming out 2 dragons, these were red and white dragons of great power. Red and white. Red. Naruto-sama why did you summon us? Naruto. Hello red, hello white, I would like to ask you to take me and my friends to Kiri, there is a war to stop. Red and white hi Naruto-sama. Everyone climbs onto the dragons and heads off to the land of water after a couple of hours. Red says Naruto. Sama, we're almost at Kiri. Naruto. Okay red white can you get us down please? From here we will go on foot. White and red, hi Naruto-sama. After getting off the dragons and walking for almost 20 minutes, Naruto says to stop. Phew. Naru what happened why did we stop? Naruto. I will use my sensory ability to locate Zabuza's chakra signature. Phew. She nods in understanding. After a few minutes trying to locate Zabuza, Naruto succeeds and says, guys, I already have Zabuza's chakra signature, let's go quickly. After about 20 minutes they come across the rebel base and try to enter, but in this way it resembles a group of rebel ninjas. Ninja 1. What do you want here? State your intentions. Ninja 2. Talk faster we'll kill you. Naruto. Well, we came to help the rebellion. Zabuza sent us a letter. Here, you can verify that it is his handwriting. Take the letter. Ninja 3. Okay, follow us, we'll take you to Zabuza and Mei-sama. After 10 minutes Naruto's group arrived where Zabuza and the rebellion's war council were as well as the leader of this called Mei-Terumi. Mei-Terumi. Ninja 1. Mei-sama a group of ninjas want to see you, they say that Zabuza asked them for help. Zabuza. So the Gaki arrived, okay, with him on our side we'll have a better chance of winning this war, tell them to come in. May. Zabuza, who are the ones you asked for help? Zabuza, well, he's a gaki who must currently be approximately 11 years old. May. What? Zabuza, are you an idiot? Why ask for help from an 11-year-old boy? Zabuza. May-sama, that child defeated me when he was 8 years old. That child overthrew a tyrant at that age. That child led a poor country to become a country currently full of commerce, and on top of all that child is the current feudal lord of the land of waves. May. What? Are you serious, Zabuza? He was going to answer, but suddenly a voice is heard. Ichigo. Oh yes miss, young Naruto did all that and don't think badly of him for being a child, since for his age, he is very powerful. Naruto. Ichigo, don't flatter me anymore, you're embarrassing me. Azrael. But Naruto, what Ichigo says isn't true. You practically made Wave Country grow in a couple of years. Ichigo. Hahaha young Naruto, you see I'm right and even Azrael thinks the same. May. Exactly which of you is Naruto and who are the others? Naruto, hello, I suppose you are the leader of the rebellion. Let me introduce myself. I am Naruto Uzumaki, feudal lord of the land of waves. The one on my right is Ichigo, leader of the Death Squad, and the one on the left is Azrael, leader of the Zero Squad. Everyone opens their eyes in shock, since they knew those groups were supposed to be mercenaries. It is known that those of the Death Squad are Psi rank ninjas, their leader is an SS rank ninja Ichigo, the king of the Black Seal, and the Zero Squad was also well known not as much as the Death Shield. It is said that this group is made up of AC rank ninjas. Their leader is an SS rank ninja Azrael, the Angel of Death. May was surprised that the feudal lord of Wave Country had such powerful shinobi at his disposal, but at the same time she was happy, but she was ecstatic with this help. She knew that defeating Yagura would be very likely and she could finally achieve peace for Kiri. May. Well Naruto-sama thanks for the help given to Kiri. Naruto. Just call me Naruto, no Sama, I don't like formalities. Zabuza. Wow Gaki, I see you've grown and I guess you've become more powerful. Tell me how is Haku? Naruto thank you mister. No eyebrows, and about Haku, she's here. Zabuza. This one got a vein on his forehead because of the nickname, but then he realized what Naruto said, and that's why Haku came. At that point, one of the hooded men from Squad Zero takes off his hood and says, hello, everyone. Long time no see. May. 2.san. Haku? Zabuza-sama adopted me a while ago. Zabuza. Haku how have you been daughter I missed you so much. Naruto. Well Haku go with Zabuza they have a lot to talk about. Haku. Thanks Naru. Zabuza, thanks Gaki, well May. Sama I will go for a moment with Haku I will leave you with Gaki so that you can coordinate how to defeat Yagura. Naruto. Well May. Sent to help you the only thing I ask is an alliance with Kiri and a trade agreement. May. I have no problem with that, it seems fair to me Naruto. Naruto. Okay May, tell me how the war started and how Yagura went crazy. So May tells him that at the beginning of Yagura's regime, everything was peaceful and the village progressed a lot, but then after the attack of the Kagaya clan, Yagura was changing little by little until he was no longer the same sometimes he seemed like another person, since before he was friendly kind and pacifist, but then one day he became ruthless cold and a murderer without feeling with those who possessed a bloodline, practically the opposite of what he was. Naruto, from what you tell me, the Mizukage was good, but little by little he changed and became a homicidal tyrant May. San, haven't you considered the possibility that someone is controlling Yagura? Everyone opens their eyes in shock and thinks carefully, and the truth, according to them, would be the most logical, since the Yagura they knew was a pacifist who did not want senseless wars. May. If that's true, how do you plan to prove it? Naruto easy, I will fight against Yagura and that way I will realize if he is in a genjutsu or not, he said this by activating his Sharingan. Naruto. Everyone was shocked to see the Sharingan, since the Uchihas were supposed to live in Konoha, and the only one outside of that village is the criminal Uchiha Itachi alias, the relative killer. May, how do you have the Sharingan Naruto? San. Naruto. I'm part Uchiha, that's all I'll say. May. Okay, but are you sure you can fight Yagura? He is the Jinchuriki of the three tails. Naruto. I can May.sa and apart from that I have 6 more tails than him. Everyone opens their eyes in shock because of what Naruto said that meant he was the lost Jinchuriki of Konoha, but May quickly comes out of shock and says. May. I see then I'll leave Yagura to you, but what are we going to do with the Rakubi Jinchuriki? Naruto. Don't worry May.sa and Ichigo will take care of him, so you only have to worry about the ninjas me and Ichigo will deal with both Yagura and Utakata, while my other companions will support you in the fight. May. She nods very surprised and says, okay Naruto-san, I will prepare my troops and tomorrow we will leave for the village and free Kiri from this reign of terror. Everyone shouts yes now with more courage, since on their side is the feudal lord of the land of waves, as well as the Zero Squad and the Death Squad. So Naruto smiles and says okay guys, prepare for battle, tomorrow we will release Kiri together. End of chapter. Chapter 7. War for Kiri, the overthrow of a daimyo. The day after Naruto speaks with the rebellion leader Mei Terumi, she prepares her troops to get ready for battle against Yagura and his forces. After a couple of hours, these two, along with Naruto's group, are ready to leave for the village of the mist to take it and end the reign of terror of the blood purges. Naruto. Okay Mei.san, I'll go for Yagura and Ichigo will go for Utakata. Mei. She nods and says we are an hour away from the village of Fog. Okay Mei, let's go, but before the rebellion and the rebel army advance any further, they run into Yagura's army. Yagura, wow, so the monster lovers want war, right? Well, I will destroy everything that has a bloodline or those who support them deserve to die. Expand. Naruto. That's a lie, no one is a monster, Mizukage Dono, and I'll prove it to you, whether with words or force, Mei. San, you know what to do. Ichigo, go get Seiken's Jinchuriki. Ichigo. Hi Joven Naruto. Naruto. Okay Yagura, how about we move away from this place a little? Yagura. As if he listened to you, but he couldn't finish, since Naruto appeared in a flash and punched him, sending him flying. Minutes before, Ichigo could be seen staring at Utakata until Monk Ichigo says, young Jinchuriki, forgive me, but I have to stop you. Utakata. So you will be my opponent. Well, I don't want to harm anyone, but I have to, since Yagura has someone precious to me and I can't lose even though I would like you to defeat me. You will cut. Ichigo. Oh, since I see well my dear child, I will defeat you so you can get out of your suffering. vs Utakata. Both opponents stared at each other until Utakata made hand positions and said water style jutsu water dragon. The dragon heads at full speed to Ichigo, but he says Bakudo number 81 Danku void division, so Ichigo creates a barrier that Utakata's dragon cannot break. After that Ichigo says Bakudo number 31 Rikujikoro, thus sending 6 beams of sharp yellow light towards Utakata. He tries to dodge them, but one hits him in the arm and screams in pain, but then gets angry and says well I admit that you are strong, but it's time to move to the next level. After saying that Utakata takes out the power of Seiken, thus taking out his 6 tails, Ichigo sees this with caution and curiosity, since he noticed that despite the fact that his power increased his level is not that overwhelming, but he came out of his thoughts. Since Utakata threw him, Ichigo dodges easily and says good try, but it's not enough young man, so take this Bakudo number 4 Hinawa, thus sending several energy strings coiling around Utakata immobilizing him, but not satisfied with that Ichigo said Bakudo number 61 Rikujikoro, prison of 6 bars of light, so these 6 bars of energy imprison Utakata with force, but Ichigo was not stupid, he knew that these Kido would not hold long, so he took out his sword and says blacken and seal Kurameo so his sword takes the shape of a brush. Ichigo said well young Utakata this is the end, and after saying that Ichigo in a quick movement drew seals around him and says imprison everything and seal it Kurameo of death, thus sending all those seals to the immobilized body of Utakata, so several kanji appeared around the body of the Jinchuriki, thus sealing his power, and he Seiken for at least 2 or 3 days Ichigo thought. But stolen. In another part of the battle, Yagura could be seen staring at Naruto analyzing, since he assumed he was powerful, since with one blow he sent him flying. Yagura, you are interesting young man, I see your power that despite only throwing a hit at me you sent me flying, but that doesn't matter, I estimate that your power is that of a jounin, something that I can handle with ease, so do yourself a favor, kid, veto or die. Naruto. Haha well Yagura-chan hahaha I won't leave and I will defeat you here and now. Yagura. This one with a vein in his forehead because of the suffix, but he calmed down and said, well, I'll have to kill you, it's a shame I see so much potential in you, but well, let's start the fight. Naruto. It seems fair to me. Naruto vs Yagura. Both shinobi stared at each other until Yagura got fed up and said water release jutsu water dragon, so Yagura's dragon went straight towards Naruto, but he made hand positions and said earth-style stonewall fox, thus defending himself from the dragon, but Naruto did not stay calm, but made hand positions and said lightning release electric wolves, the wolves headed towards Yagura impacting him creating a curtain of dust. Naruto saw this with caution, but then felt an increase in chakra in Yagura and saw him in phase 2 of the Byakuya cloak. Yagura, with his chakra cloak attack Naruto he dodged with some difficulty and said wind release multiple wind blades. Yagura dodged the blades and threw his tails to catch Naruto, activated his Maguekio Sharigan, activating his Kamui, thus the tails pierced Naruto's body. As if nothing Yagura was amazed by that and was in shock. Naruto took advantage of that and said Amaterasu burning Yagura's body for a few seconds after Naruto saw Yagura semi-unconscious put out the black flames and went to Yagura and said Kai thus releasing Yagura from the Jinjutsu. He cried for what he did and said, forgive me I didn't want to you, they forced me kill me please. Naruto spoke and said I won't kill you Yagura. Since it wasn't your fault they were controlling you, help me stop the war by doing that. You can remedy some of the damage that the one who controlled you did to Kiri. Yagura nodded, still crying, and said okay and tried to get up, but he didn't know, so Naruto approached and helped him walk, and they both went where the rebels were fighting against those loyal to Yagura. After a few minutes, both the rebels on Mei's side and those loyal to Yagura heard a scream that made them stop fighting. That group was Yagura's. Yagura, stop. Please, shinobi of Kiri, stop your battles. There is no reason to fight anymore. We do not need more bloodshed. Yagura Yonde Mizukage of Kurigakure was controlled to start the blood purges, but thanks to the young feudal of the country of waves, who defeated me in combat and was able to free me from that illusion, now I am here with you to stop this stupid massacre. All the shinobi, both rebels and those loyal to Yagura, threw down their weapons. There was no longer a need to fight, no longer a need for more bloodshed. After a couple of hours it could be seen that a meeting was taking place in Kurigakure to decide the future of Yagura Yonde Mizukage. Mei. Well, Yagura, tell us your story, and depending on what you say and the evidence they find, your sentence will be decided. Yagura. Well, Kiri's advice. It all started a couple of years ago when I was walking around a lagoon near the village until someone attacked me by surprise, but before I could react, he appeared in front of me, and the last thing I remember is red eyes and an orange mask. After that, I was just a puppet, but I knew what I was doing, but I couldn't control my actions. It was as if someone had possessed me. When Yagura finished speaking, a killing instinct was felt so great that everyone, including Yagura and Mei who were S-rank shinobi, felt intimidated. When they all located where that killing instinct came from, they were surprised because the owner was the feudal lord of the wave country, Uzumaki Naruto. Yagura. I said something wrong, Naruto. I don't want you to bring out such a killing intent. If I said it, forgive me. Naruto. None of that, Yagura, it's just that the man with the orange mask is an Uchiha, one that I have to kill. That wretch not only controlled you, but 11 years ago he controlled Tosen to attack the Leaf Village, and because of that Uchiha I lived through hell. Mei. What do you mean by the masked man who controlled your oto.san to attack the village in order to attack Konoha? Naruto. My oto.san is the Kyuubi.no Yoko, nine-tailed fox. All the ninja counselors who were at the meeting, Mei and even Yagura and Asobu who was inside Yagura, shouted, what? Naruto, that's right, that's why I want that Uchiha's head for hurting and controlling my 2.san. No one, absolutely no one, hurts my precious people and comes out alive. He told them this, unconsciously activating his Maguekio Sharigan. Thoughts of the counselors and ninjas who were at the meeting. Oh shit, I wouldn't want to be on that kid's bad side ever. Mei's thought, he's a strong and hexy boy, oh my god, and protective of his family. I wonder what he'll be like in about 4 years. She thought about this, licking her lips. Yagura's thoughts. Oh shit, the number 9 is scary. Kurama's thoughts, that's my strong puppy and with great determination to kill that masked Uchiha. Asobu's thoughts. Kurama adopted the child, what the hell, and the child sees Kurama as a father. Woo, I'm amazed at this, how you've changed, brother, but he left that thought when he realized something, that something is that she was an ant, and she screamed with happiness in Yagura's mind. But everyone came out of their thoughts when Naruto spoke. Naruto. Excuse me, I think I got a little out of control. Yagura Mei.san and counselors, I'm sorry. Mei. Don't worry, Naruto.kun, it's understandable, since they hurt your dad. Everyone's thoughts. Naruto.kun. Oh shit, he likes the kid. Naruto. Yes, thank you for your understanding, Mei. San, Yagura, can you continue with your account of the events? Sorry for interrupting. Yagura. Don't worry, well, continuing with my story, the masked man apparently had dealings with our feudal lord, since the feudal lord thinks that if the bloodlines increased further, he would be overthrown at some point, so he made deals with the masked man in order to control me. That's why the feudal lord did not send troops to stop me, since he helped the masked man who controlled me. Or Counselor 1. That means our daimyo betrayed us. Or Counselor 2. And now what are we going to do? I know that the daimyo has no heirs, but killing him would be complicated, and no one here has royal blood to challenge him to the throne. Yagura. You're right about that. I know his troops are only following him because they're afraid their families will be killed or because they have nowhere else to go. Zabuza. You are right in one thing, no one in Kiri has royal blood to challenge the daimyo for the throne, but there is someone who is not from Kiri who can claim it, since he comes to be the daimyo of the whirlpool, as well as the daimyo of the waves. Everyone's eyes widened in understanding. The only one in the meeting room who could challenge the water daimyo was the feudal lord of the land of waves and whirlpools, but they cast those thoughts aside as Mei spoke. Mei. Naruto.kun, I have a favor to ask you. Naruto. Yes, that's what Mei.san wants. Mei. You see, Naruto.kun, we want you to dethrone the feudal lord of the country of water for the actions against the clans with bloodlines. In short, Naruto.kun, we want you to take the position as our new feudal lord of the country of water. Naruto. They praise me, but I think that's too much for me. I don't know if I'll be able to be in such a high position. Zabuza. Gaki, you're more than capable. Do you know why? Because you, alone at the age of 8, led a country immersed in poverty to become a prosperous and better prepared country. Now, even having ninjas to defend it, you're the one best suited to make the land of water prosper. Everyone nods their heads, they were even surprised that Zabuza trusted the feudal lord of the land of waves so much and even more reason to want him to be their new feudal lord. If someone as distrustful as Zabuza trusted him to rule, even more reason for him to take the position. In Naruto's mind this was a mess, since now he would not only have to rule the country of waves and the country of the whirlpool, but also the country of water was too much for him until his oto.san Kurama spoke. Kurama. Naruto, accept these people need you. I know you can take this country to its former glory. I trust you can do that, Naruto, plus you will have me and your friends to help you. Naruto. Thanks for your words, oto.san. I will help these people and I won't let them down, I promise, Databeo. After Naruto finished talking to Kurama, he was about to answer Zabuza. Naruto. Fine, I accept, I will help them, and if their new feudal lord is you, I will go to the water daimyo and destroy him for his sins. Everyone on the council was satisfied with that and would prepare to invade the water capital where that pompous and heartless daimyo was. The next day, Naruto and his friends and a group of 5,000 soldiers led by Yagura, Zabuza and Mei could be seen marching toward the water capital to overthrow the pompous and stupid water daimyo. After an hour, Naruto's army arrived at the water capital. Naruto. Daimyo of water, you who plotted against the bloodline users, I Uzumaki Naruto, daimyo of the land of waves and the land of whirlpools, tell you to come out and face me, or are you afraid that a child will make you look ridiculous? After a few minutes the water daimyo came out with his army of samurai. Water daimyo, little brat, who do you think you are to call me a coward? Now my army will kill you and everyone who accompanies you. Naruto. I call you a coward because you conspired with the masked man who put Yagura in an illusion, that masked man who made oto.san attack my old village. You are a disgusting and cowardly water daimyo, that's why I will kill you here, and now I'm not like most feudal lords who hide behind an army. I go head to head into battle, and I don't let my comrades die, I don't let my people die, so for your crimes you will die, and that's when Naruto activates his Maguekio Sharigan. Ready to burn him with Amaterasu. Water daimyo. He was scared by the boy in front of him, so he said, guards, kill him and protect me from him. Samurai leader. No, dirty old man, we will not kill them. That boy, who is also a daimyo, despite being a child, has the balls to challenge an army. That is the kind of feudal lord we want. We want a leader who will guide us into battle, not a dirty old man who hides. All the samurai nod and say, you will have to fight alone, water daimyo. Water daimyo. This is treason, you guys. But he couldn't finish the sentence since Naruto got fed up with his voice and burned him with Amaterasu, leaving only ashes of him. Everyone, and I mean absolutely everyone, both ninjas and samurai, had their eyes wide open at the way Naruto finished off the water daimyo, but they let it go, since now the young daimyo of the land of waves would also be crowned daimyo of the land of water. Leader of the samurai, feudal lord of the land of waves, I now ask you to be our new feudal lord of the land of water and guide us to a better future. I and all the samurai swear loyalty to you. Naruto. I will be your feudal lord only with one condition, nothing from Naruto. Sama, you can call me Naruto, I hate formalities. Samurai. As ordered, young Naruto. After that, everyone, both ninjas and samurai, shouted for their new feudal lord, long live Naruto Uzumaki, long live our savior, long live our new feudal lord. End of chapter. Chapter 8. Alliances and Problems. A year and a half after the coronation of Uzumaki Naruto as the new feudal lord of the land of water, several events occurred that made Kiri and the land of water grow. The first event that happened is that all the ninjas with a bloodline returned to Kiri after learning that Yagura's reign of terror ended up being one of the classes that returned to Kiri are the Yuki clan, the Azuki clan being beneficial to Kiri since they increased the number of ninjas in the village. The second beneficial event for Kiri and the entire land of water is that thanks to Naruto, the small villages around Kiri focused on reducing poverty, as well as sending small numbers of samurai to protect the small villages from bandits. The third event is that the economy of Kiri, as well as the entire country of water increased. This is thanks to the alliances it had with the country of spring, the country of tea, the village Nadachiko, the country of stars, the hidden village of hot springs. The country of waves and the new country of the whirlpool, all this thanks to its new feudal lord Naruto Uzumaki, who not only made commercial treaties with those villages, but military treaties beneficial to all, as well as thanks to trade with the country of spring, and the daimyo Koyuki Kiri's technology increased, now having large ships and submarines for fishing and defense of the country of water, while Kiri manufactured swords for the country of spring. Since Kiri is the best village that creates this type of weapons. Currently 12 years old Naruto in Kurigakure has spoken with the Gade Mizukage Mei Terumi, as well as the former Mizukage Agura. Mei. Naruto.kun Are you sure you're going to Kumo? It's strange that the feudal lord goes to a village to make treaties. Naruto, to convince the Raikage for a commercial and military alliance I have to go. Agura. I see that Naruto, but don't you think it's exaggerated that you go because we don't send one of our shinobi? Naruto. No Yagura, it's that I'm not only going to make an alliance with Kumo, but with the entire country of lightning. I investigated well, and the current feudal lord of that country is a fair person. He is not like his predecessor who was scum. This current feudal lord of the country of lightning is a person I respect and I wish he was by my side. Mei. I see why you want to have an alliance with the country of lightning. Agura, yes, I see that you are very analytical. In addition to that, the alliance would be very beneficial commercially and militarily, since Kumo is currently the strongest of the villages and we are the third strongest power. Naruto. Exactly Yagura Mei, that's why and because the feudal system is fair, I want an alliance with them, but well Yagura, you will accompany me, we will go with a death squad to the country of lightning, we will leave tomorrow. Yagura. Hi Naruto. Mei. I see, besides that we have to warn the Raikage about Akatsuki. Naruto. Exactly, by giving information about that group we will be on the Raikage's good side. Well now I say goodbye. I'll see you at the entrance tomorrow at 8 AM. I already sent a letter to the feudal lord of lightning and the Raikage. Both will be waiting for us in Kumo. The next day, feudal lord Naruto Uzumaki could be seen at the entrance to the Mist Village, along with the death squad, as well as the former Yonde Mizukage Agura, preparing to leave for Kumo. After everyone was gathered, Naruto made hand positions and said the Kushinis.no jutsu, even if he was summoning a dragon, this one was red. Red. Naruto-sama, why do I summon you? Red. Naruto. So I summoned Red to take us to Kumo. Red. With a poker face Naruto-sama I am a dragon someone who should be summoned to fight not just as transportation. Naruto. Red don't resent me I promise to bring you a big bowl of fish. Red. Fish, hi Naruto-sama get on with your companions I will take you to Kumo so that you can give me the fish later. Everyone with a drop of sweat for the change by how Naruto blackmails his dragon with food and they thought this great dragon has no dignity but they came out of their thoughts since Naruto told them to get on Red's back. After a couple of hours, Naruto's group could be seen on top of Red near the village of Kumagakure until Naruto spoke. Naruto. Red, bring us down, we're almost at Kumo and it's better if they don't see you so the villagers don't get scared. Red. Hi Naruto-sama. After Naruto's group got off Red, they headed to Kumagakure to talk about a future alliance with the Raikage and the Lightning Feudal Lord. 30 minutes later, Naruto's group was about to enter Kumagakure until they met a group of Kumo nin. Fist. Ninja Kumo 1. What business do you have here in Kumo? Naruto, hello, I introduce myself, I am Uzumaki Naruto, the feudal lord of the country of water. Come talk to the Raikage and the feudal lord of the country of lightning. Absolutely all the Kumo ninjas who were at the entrance opened their eyes in shock as they were disrespectful to a daimyo no less. Ninja Kumo 2. A daimyo. Sama, sorry for the disrespectful way my partner addressed you. Naruto. Calm down, you don't have to be scared. Could you tell the Raikage that I'm here? Ninja Kumo 2. Hi. Daimyo-sama. Currently in the Raikage's office, this one and the Lord of Lightning Zuko were waiting for the Lord of Water Naruto Uzumaki until someone opened the door, so the Raikage and Zuko looked at the individual. Ninja Kumo. Raikage-sama Daimyo. Sama the Daimyo of the Land of Water has just arrived. Zuko. And what do you expect to bring the Daimyo from the Land of Water? Ninja Kumo. Hi Daimyo. Sama even if he's leaving to bring Naruto. After about 10 minutes of the Kumo ninja leaving the Raikage's office, he went to where Naruto was to guide him and his group to the Raikage's office. Ninja Kumo. Daimyo-sama, this is the Raikage's office, but only you and 2 bodyguards can enter. Naruto. Okay, Ichibugura, you guys will come in with me. The rest of you stay here and please don't make a scene. Kiryu. But Naru I never do scandal. Kiryu. Injiro. Exactly, we are calm and serious guards. Injiro. Both Naruto and the others had a poker face for the blatant lie since they were the most scandalous in the country of water waves and whirlpools, if not the entire world. Naruto. Okay, just calm down and Senjumaru, you're in charge. Senjumaru. Senjumaru. Okay Joven Naruto. After that discussion, Naruto, Yagura Ichib entered where the Raikage and Zuko were. Naruto. Hola Raikage Dono Daimyo Dono. Both the Raikage and the Lightning Daimyo opened their eyes in shock since the new Daimyo was just a child, but that was not important what mattered was that his guards were none other than Yagura, former Mizukage, S-rank ninja, and Ichib, the king of the Black Sealed SS rank ninja. The Raikage was nervous, since these two are ninjas who annihilate armies, especially Ichigo, since it is said that the tithe alone with a village of mercenaries where there were almost 500 ninjas, but he came out of his thoughts, since Zuko spoke. Zuko? Naruto. Dono, tell me Zuko, let's drop the formalities and sit down and talk business. Zuko. Raikage, good afternoon Daimyo. Sama, Ichigo.san and Yagura. Only. A4. Naruto, well, what I want is an alliance with Kumo and the entire country of lightning. This alliance is both commercial and military, and the country of lightning not only trades with Kiri, but also with the country of waves, opening up better trade for you and for us. Zuko. An alliance between us sounds interesting, it would take us to the top Naruto Dono, but there is something I do not understand. How you manage to make us have an alliance with the country of waves. Raikage. Exactly, I understand that after the death of Geto and the defeat of Zabuza and some of his cronies at the hands of a child in his group, he was proclaimed as their new daimyo. Naruto, haha, you see Raikage. Dono Zuko. Dono, I was the child who led a rebellion against the cat and the people of the country proclaimed me as their new daimyo, that's why I can offer you an alliance. Both the Raikage and Zuko and the hidden Ambus opened their eyes in shock, since this child is not only daimyo of the country of water, but also of the country of waves, until they came out of their thoughts, since Naruto spoke. Naruto, well Zuko Dono Raikage Dono what do you say about the military and commercial alliance, we would lead our villages to a better economy, as well as you would save a lot of time on your missions, since you will be able to enter my country obviously by notifying me first, just as I and my ninjas will be able to enter your country by notifying you. Zuko. I think what you're suggesting is great, Naruto. Dono is a very beneficial thing for both countries. Naruto, exactly Zuko. Dono Raikage. Dono and well, since you accept the terms of the alliance, sign that document so that our alliance is legal. Zuko. Sounds perfect to me, ready, I've signed, now we're allies Naruto Dono. Naruto, before I forget Raikage Dono Zuko Dono I have to inform you that there is an organization marrying Jinchurikis consisting of 9 or 10 members, all of them S-rank shinobi, among them are Kisama Shidaki, Itachi Uchiha and formerly the Sanin Orochimaru. Both the Raikage and Zuko open their eyes in shock, since those 3 ninjas I mentioned are easily cage-level shinobi, but they came out of their thoughts, and the Raikage spoke. Raikage, Naruto Dono is reliable what he said who would be so powerful to be the leader of an S-class organization and above all to command ninjas like Orochimaru and Itachi Uchiha. Ichigo. Raikage donated the information that young Naruto says is true, since I was investigating that organization and I ran into both Itachi and Kisame, and I must say that they are powerful, and currently in Kumo, there are only 3 shinobi who could against them individually, and those are you and Kill B, and maybe Daru your right hand, but be careful, since these Akatsuki attack in pairs. Raikage, he nods, but in his mind he says I will train hard to defend my brother and niece, I will not let them touch them. Zuko. Thanks Naruto Dono for the information. Naruto don't worry, since we are allies it is fair that I tell you, but well Zuko Dono Raikage Dono, I say goodbye I have to go to my village to prepare my ninjas for the Chunin exams that will be in a couple of months, see you later. Raikage and Zuko. See you later Naruto Dono. After Naruto left the Raikage's office, Zuko speaks. Zuko. Raikage, what do you think of the new feudal lord of the land of water and waves? Raikage. It is clear that he is a very skilled negotiator and at the same time, he is a fair leader. He also has a great aura of power around him, confirming that the rumors are true. Zuko. What rumors? Raikage. You see Zuko-sama that boy at the age of 8 as I heard previously led a rebellion against the cat magnate and his ninjas. In addition, almost 2 years ago Kiri was in a civil war, but that boy arrived with his group and defeated Yagura, thus freeing him from a Jinjutsu according to rumors, in addition to going with a large army and fighting one-on-one with the daimyo. Since according to my reports the ancient water daimyo supported killing people of bloodlines, for fear that at some point they would rebel. Zuko. That boy is indeed fearsome, having the strength to defeat a cage at the age of 11 is indeed fearsome. Raikage, apparently it's good that we're allies, he. Outside the village of the 9, Naruto, Yagura and the death squad could be seen heading to Kiri to let May know that everything went well with the treaty with Kumo. Meanwhile in Konoha, the Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi was remembering the meeting that happened almost a month ago. Flashback. Civilian Counselor 1. Hokage-sama, why am I calling this meeting? Hokage. Well, I summoned her, since Jiraiya, my student, has something important to tell us. Faharu. Saber el Kibi Jinchuriki. Civilian Counselor 1. Never mind that demon. Civil Counselor 2. It's good that he left, we no longer have a demon in the village. Civil Counselor 3. Exactly, without him we are all happier. Hiruzen was already fed up with the stupidity of the civilians. They don't see that young Naruto was not the Kibi bunch of idiots. By losing him they lost a large part of their military power, but he came out of his thoughts, since Danzo spoke. Danzo, you're idiots, a bunch of imbeciles. By losing the Jinchuriki we lost a weapon of great power. What do you think would happen if a village like Kumo or Iwa that hates us did not try to attack with its 2 Jinchurikis? Who would stop it? Well, the answer is not only a Seal Master or 2S rank shinobi or another Jinchuriki could stop a Jinchuriki. Do you understand me? Now, by losing the Kibi we lost a large part of our military power. Peheru. Danzo is right because they believe that all the great nations have 1 or 2 Jinchurikis, obviously to maintain the balance of power. Civilian Counselor 1. That means we are weakened. Counselor Mabuki. It doesn't matter, Uchiha-sama could take on any demon if they attack us. The discussion that the civilians and the elder counselors, as well as the shinobi council, were having was escalating until Jiraiya appeared. Jiraiya, sensei, I have something important to say about the land of waves and the land of water. Hiruzen, speaks fast Jiraiya. Jiraiya. A couple of years ago the land of waves was ruled by a tyrant who killed the daimyo and was like that for several months until a child appeared sensei a boy of approximately 8 years old, along with his group of friends, the child led a rebellion, defeating Zabuza Mamachi, Rakuso Ao, and Anbu and the demon brothers, as well as dozens of bandits, after that the child was proclaimed as the new daimyo of the land of waves. Danzo. Jiraiya as a child of that age was able to achieve that, especially defeating Zabuza Mamachi. Jiraiya. I have no idea Danzo, but what I do know is that this child is very powerful. Well, after the child was proclaimed as the new daimyo, he created a ninja academy, as well as training the population to defend themselves. Hamura. That's impressive. A child who built a country must certainly be a prodigy. Jiraiya. Unfortunately, it's not just that. After becoming the new daimyo, the boy took the land of waves to new heights, now having alliances with the land of spring, the land of stars, the Nadeshiko village, and the land of hot springs. Shikaku. Jiraiya-sama is sure of that. Jiraiya. Yes, it took me almost 4 years to gather all this information, since that child was crowned daimyo, his village is almost impenetrable, if it weren't for the caravans I wouldn't know what I'm telling you now. Hiruzen. That's impressive Jiraiya, but there is more truth. Jiraiya. That's right sensei, this boy is not normal, almost 2 years ago this boy went with 2 groups of his subordinates, and let me tell you sensei those groups are dangerous, I think not even I could fight with more than 2 of their members. Everyone opened their eyes in shock as Jiraiya the Sannin, a cage-level ninja, says he couldn't handle more than 2 of their members. That's dismaying to everyone, but everyone snapped out of their thoughts as Shikaku spoke. Shikaku. Jiraiya-sama and who are these 2 groups and what did the boy do to impress him so much? Jiraiya. Fine but don't interrupt me, the groups that this boy leads are the Death Squad made up of S-rank ninjas and the Zero Squad made up of AS-rank ninjas, but what worries me most is that the boy has 2 SS-rank shinobi under his command, one is Ichibi, the Black-Sealed King, and the other is Azrael, the Angel of Death. All the clan heads, the elders, and the Hokage opened their eyes in shock since those 2 are army annihilating ninjas. Counselor Mabuki. Hey Jiraiya. Who are they? Then Danzo answers. Danzo. Ichibi, the king of the Black Seal, SS rank ninja. It is said that he was able to defeat a village with 500 mercenary ninjas only with Jujutsu, and the other is Azrael, the Angel of Death. It is said that he fought against 3 missing S rank ninjas and defeated one of them, Ryoku a ninja easily cage level. It is said that Azrael has black wings that make him look like an angel, since everywhere he goes is death. Jiraiya, exactly Danzo, but that is not the most serious thing. This child supported the rebellion to overthrow Yagura. This child fought against Yagura the Misukeji at the age of 11 and defeated him. It is said that Yagura was involved in a Jinjutsu and that was what caused him to do the blood purges, but that is not the case. This child is powerful enough to defeat a cage. In addition to that the child had the support of Kiri and overthrew the water daimyo because it was thanks to him that the blood purges began becoming the new water daimyo. Absolutely everyone opened their eyes in shock since the boy is easily an S-rank ninja and easily became more powerful, but that was not what worried them. What was truly scary and impressive was that this boy practically conquered and made the land of water his own. Hiruzen. Oh I see Jiraiya, this is too impressive. Shikaku. Hokage-sama is impressive, this child is powerful not only physically but also politically, since from what Jiraiya-sama mentioned, this child has many alliances. Jiraiya. Yes, sensei, you invited us to the Chunin exams, to the villages, right? Hiruzen. No, because. Jiraiya. Sensei, send an invitation to the daimyo of the land of waves, land of water, as well as to the Mizukage, since perhaps we could discuss an alliance. Hiruzen, well that's good if that's all, this meeting is over. End of flashback. The Hokage was worried that in a month the Chunin exams are, and the truth is he was not sure if this generation would make a good impression, but he came out of his thoughts as an Anbu entered. Anbu. Hokage-sama, all invitations to the ninja villages were accepted. Suna will send a team, Kiri will send 2 teams, Kumo will send 2 teams, and Iwa will send 1 team. Hokage, and the land of waves. Anbu. Well, the country of waves will send 2 teams apparently. Hokage. You may as well retire, but in his thoughts Hiruzen was seeing what to do when the 5 cages will meet, as well as several feudal ones such as water, lightning, fire among others. Everything has to be safe. But what he didn't know is that an evil is slowly approaching Konoha, hoping to destroy it. Kukuku. End of chapter. Chapter 9. The Chunin exams begin. Currently, Naruto is seen talking with the Mizukage, Yagura and Zabuza, talking about the Chunin exams that will be held in Konoha. Naruto. Okay May, who are you sending for the Chunin exams? May. Well, I'll send 2 teams and you know some of their members very well. Naruto. And who are they? May. Facile Yukimaru, Isaribi y Noel. Naruto. Oh wow, those kids are powerful, they are easily at the high Chunin level, maybe low Jounin. Zabuza, hahaha kids, hahaha, those kids as you call them are 15 years old, the only one your age is Yukimaru who is 12. Igura. Zabuza is right, you call them a child, even though you are younger than them. Naruto, well, I have 12, but in mind and experience I have much more value. May. I agree with that, but well, the truth is I agree with you, that trio is powerful. Zabuza, how could they not become powerful if they were trained by me, Yagura Guren, Raiga and in some cases by Naruto. Naruto. True and well, who will be the other team? Zabuza. He smiles and says one of them is my personal student Zoka in my opinion, he is already at the middle Chunin level. Igura, another of them is Utakata Aang's personal student, as far as I understand he is a user of water, wind and ice, according to Utakata, his level is that of an average Jounin. May. The other one is the one with the most potential, this one has 2 bloodlines. Naruto. 2 interesting bloodlines and who is May? May. It's Katara, this is my personal student and Raiga's. She is a user of water, wind, lightning and possesses the ice element and the blood element. Naruto. Blood element interesting, I thought there were no more users left. Zabuza. Those users were thought to be extinct, but that brat is powerful. The truth is, she's easily at the mid-high Jounin level, according to Raiga, in my opinion. Naruto. Interesting, I'll go see the Chunin exams, let's hope they pass, since I'll also send 2 teams and let me tell you that all of them are at the level between high Chunin and medium Jounin, but there are 2 that are easily at high Jounin. Zabuza, interesting, let's hope you all pass. Naruto. Well guys, I'm saying goodbye. I have to prepare my genin. Bye. I'll see you at the Chunin exams. May. Well, see you later Naruto.kun, I suppose you left Kenshi in charge of your troops, right? Naruto. Of course I know that he is honorable and loyal, in addition to having the power to protect and fight for my soldiers, not for nothing is he a SSS rank shinobi, not to mention that he is accompanied by 2 friends of mine, who are S rank ninjas lol, I doubt anyone will attack him. Zabuza, wow, Gaki, you've got it all figured out. Good luck. I'll see you in the exams. Konoha will be in for a big surprise. In another place of the elemental nations, more exactly in Kumo, the Raikage was talking with his right hand Dari and with his brother Kilby. Raikage. Well, you too, I suppose you trained your students well, right? Raikage. Dari, this is boring, but well, mine Izui and Shai have a low Chunin level, while Yujito has a low Jounin level. Viv. Raikage. That's acceptable, keep training them, since the Chunin exams are in about a month. B. Brother, mine are strong, I know they will pass, since their teacher is the great Hachibi, yeah. B. Raikage. B. Shut up and inform what level your students have. B. Sai brother Pews Amoy Genin Alto Tal Vez Chunin Bejo Kari Chunin Bejo Y Samui Chunin Medio Alto. Raikage. Train Amoy more. I want him to go to the Chunin exams with the level of a full-fledged Chunin. And I with things were going at a similar yet different pace than in Kumo. Inoki, well Kitsuchi, the plan is for one of your team to make it to the finals, so I can go without raising suspicions. Inoki. Kitsuchi. Are you sure of what we're going to do? Kitsuchi. Inoki. Of course, with the help of Odo and Suna, Konoha will fall. Kitsuchi. Not very sure, nods and leaves. And Suna things were similar. Hazukiage. Well Baki, at least one of my children has to pass, so that Orochimaru disguised as me can enter the exams without problems. Raza, Kazukiage. Baki. Hi Kazukiage. Sama, but in Baki's thoughts he sensed that something bad would happen. Mouth. Inoto Orochimaru was very happy, since the destruction of Konoha was imminent. Orochimaru. Kukuku seems that everything is going according to plan, right Kabuto? Orochimaru. Kabuto. So it seems and with the help of Iwa and Suna Konoha will fall. Kabuto. Orochimaru, besides that, with these 3 Edo Tensei, I'm sure Sensei will fall. While in the land of waves Naruto was talking with the Jounin who will go to the Chunin exams. Naruto. Okay, you'll go, Kimimaro, with your team. Also, for safety, Lisa from the Wizards will accompany you. Okay, 2 Jounin will go per team, the same with your team. Sujetsu, the one who will accompany you will be Kenshi from the Wizards. All hi Naruto-sama. Naruto. Don't say the sama, I don't like formalities, will prepare your students well, since in a month the exams are, and we must show that the waves despite being a small country, is not a weak country. A month later, several teams could be seen arriving from different villages for the Chunin exams held in Konoha. Currently you could see a group of children running, with a crazy girl with a big forehead chasing them until these children collide with some Suna genins. Kangaroo. Hey Brad, watch where you're going. Konohamaru. Look at you. Kangaroo. He lifts Konohamaru with force and says respect your elders Brad, so you learn a lesson. Konohamaru. I'm not afraid of you. Tamari. Kangaroo, put him down, we'll get into trouble. Suddenly Sakura arrives and sees everything and says. Sakura, they take the child down, they are hurting him. Kangaroo. Shut up, big forehead, or I'll kill you. 5 minutes before, 2 groups of Kiri genin could be seen going towards the Chunin exams, but suddenly they heard a fight. The same thing happened with 2 other genin groups from the land of waves who also heard the fight, so they decided to go to the place and see what was happening. Currently Kangaroo was about to hit Konohamaru until 2 genin from other villages sent him flying, while with Tamari, 2 genin from Kiri neutralized her. But the most impressed were 2 ninjas who were hiding in a tree, one of them was a redeed named Gaara genin from Suna, and the other was Sasuke Uchiha genin from Konoha, both were very impressed by the speed of those ninjas. After Kangaroo recovered from the blow, he asks who you are and why you are attacking me. Zoka. Nice to meet you kitty, I'm Zoka, the Kiri genin, and the reason I attacked you is simple. You were about to attack a child who isn't even a ninja. Inari, well, hello, nice to meet you. I'm Inari, the wave genin, and Azoka.san says, you were attacking a civilian, and that doesn't seem right to me. Also, I hate abusive people. Kangaroo. I'll kill you all for attacking me, you bunch of brats. Katara. I don't think the redeed in the tree is very happy with what you're doing. Both Kangaroo and Tamari opened their eyes in shock and fear, but what they heard next made their blood run cold. Gaara. Calm Tamari Kangaroo or the matter. Gaara. Kangaroo. Gaara language. Katara. Chijuro, Yukimaru, let go of the girl, we're leaving. Katara. Chijuro why Yukimaru hi. Katara. You too Zoka, let's go quickly. The rest of us have to go to the Chunin exams. Became. Inari let's go we're not here to fight, that's what the Chunin exams are for, so let's go we have an exam to pass. Inari and the other wave genin. Hi. Gaara. Before you leave, what do you girls call you? He said this while pointing at Katara and Akame. Akame. I am Akame, genin of the waves, nice to meet you, it should be no Jinchuriki. Akame. Katara. I'm Katara Yuki, it's a pleasure to meet you number 1. All the sand ninjas opened their eyes in shock since they knew Suna's biggest secret. That Gaara is a Jinchuriki. Gaara. How do you know that? He said this while leaking his killing intent. Katara. Easy, number 6 and number 3 taught me to feel when there is a number 1 Jinchuriki. Became. In my case, number 7 taught me to feel chakra and I feel 2, one very crazy and the other somewhat deranged, but well, I'm leaving. I hope to be able to fight you, Gaara. San. Thus leaving the Stone Sand group since the Kiri group and the Wave group mentioned 3 of the 9 Jinchuriki and leaving the Konoha group confused about the number 1, 3, 6 and 7. After an hour, several groups of genin from all the villages and the 9 Konoha rookies could be seen waiting for the Chunin exam to begin. Rookies 9. Hiba, so the 9 Konoha rookies gathered. Shikamaru, troublesome, but Asuma sensei and Ino forced us to take the exam. Ino, shut up Shikamaru, but she shuts up when she sees Sasuke and Sakura and says hello Sasuke.kun hugging him and hello girl in front. Sakura. With a vein in your forehead shut up Ino pig. Ino. Shut up front. Sakura. Shut up bleached blonde. Ino. Shut up ironing board. Every newbie's thoughts, these 2 are stupid or what, but they snapped out of it when someone spoke. Kabuto. I guess you guys are the rookies, I'm too loud, you should be careful, since you're attracting the attention of many. All the newbies look around and see that everyone was looking at them the wrong way. Kabuto, well, if you want, I can give you some information, take it as a gift from a veteran of this exam. Sakura. That means this is your 2nd time taking this exam. Kabuto. This is my 7th time. Hiba, you must be weak to fail so much. Kabuto. The exam is complicated, you have to be careful. Sasuke. He says you can give information about the competitors, right? Kabuto. Yes, who do you want to know about? Sasuke. Akame from the land of waves, Katara from Kiri, Rock Lee from Konoha and Sabaku. And Ogara from Suna. Kabuto. Interesting, you know their names. It will be easy to give you the information first. This one Rock Lee from Konoha is a year older than you, his Jounin sensei is gay, the green beast of Konoha his teammates are Tenten and Niji Hyuga, his number of missions are 10, rank D, 3 rank C, and oh interesting they have 2 rank B missions. Everyone is surprised that a genin has rank B missions, but they dismissed it since it is not exaggerated. The second is Gara.no Sabaku his Jounin sensei is Baki, his teammates are his brothers Tamari no Sabaki and Kangaroo.no Sabaku, his number of missions are 3 rank D, 7 rank C, 2 rank by 1 rank A, and it is said of him that he was never hurt in combat. Everyone opens their eyes in shock since a genin who does A rank missions is rare, especially if he never gets hurt in combat, but they come out of their thoughts when Kiba speaks. Kiba. It's impossible, he must be a monster to carry out missions of that caliber and never get hurt. Are you sure your information is correct? Kabuto. I'm not lying, the information is true, but I will continue. Katara Kiri, her Jounin sensei is Mairi Ringo, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Her teammates are Aang and Zoka. Yuki, their mission numbers are 8D rank, 6C rank, 4B rank, 2A rank, and shit says Kabuto also has 1S rank mission. Impossible, they all say, as a genin has S rank missions, while in Sasuke's thoughts he says, finally, someone worthy of me, I will destroy them all. Kabuto. Well now I will continue and last, but not least Akame of the waves her teammates are Inari and Tatsumi Jounin sensei Kimimaro of the dead pulse number of missions is 3 rank D, 5 rank C 7 rank B, 1 rank A and 2 rank S. Those and they are one of the most powerful genins, but it is not surprising so much since Kiri and Suna are one of the 5 great nations and the country of waves is said to be governed by a powerful shinobi who has under his command several S-rank ninjas, so I recommend that you do not fight with them and concentrate on the weaker villages like Sound since it is a village that was formed recently. After Kabuto finished speaking the group of Sound shinobi looked at him badly and one of them spoke. Zaku. Dosu, let's show that we're not weak at all. Dosu. Let's go Zaku and launch to attack. Everyone is even more stunned since the competition is too dangerous, but they came out of their thoughts since they saw the trio of Sound shinobi attack Kabuto. The fight was going to continue until Ibiki appeared. Ibiki. Alright, trash, get ready because the first test of the Chunin exams is starting, and it's a written exam. Elsewhere in the village, more precisely in the Hokage Tower, a meeting was taking place between the Jounin sensei and the Hokage. Hokage. Well I want to inform you, since you know that the Chunin exams have started and all your students have registered, what do you think of them? Do you think they will pass? Kakashi. Well I think both Sasuke and Sai will be able to pass, as for Sakura I am in doubt, I know she has improved, but not enough. Kakashi. Kurenai, well in my case Hokage-sama I think my entire team will make it to the finals. Kurenai. Asuma. I know they will pass the written exam and the Forest of Death, but in the preliminaries maybe Shikamaru will pass. In my opinion, he is weak but very intelligent. Assume. I know my young students will come and wipe out everyone. Lido Guy. Hokage. I see I trust you, you may withdraw. All Jounin. Hi Hokage. Sama. Currently several teams were seen outside the Forest of Death for their second test of the Chunin exams. Enko. Okay, worms, it's time to start the second phase of the Chunin exams. When this easy one is over, there won't even be half left, So please pick up your scrolls. Kusa Genin. But the scrolls are black and white because that's what it is. Enko. Easy my dear Genin, when entering to pass the exam you have to go to other teams for another scroll. If you have the white one you will need the black one and vice versa. Oh, and be careful when entering since you will not only face other Genin teams but there are very pretty animals that will like to eat them and remember you have 5 days to get to the tower. Most of the Genin shuddered at that but nodded and set off for the Forest of Death. After 5 days, several teams arrived at the tower. 2 Kumo teams, 2 Kiri teams, 2 Wave teams, 1 Suna team, 1 Iwa team, 1 Sound team, and 5 Konoha teams. Currently the Hokage was giving a speech about what the Chunin exams are for and why they are important until the supervisor appears. Hey. Hokage-sama, I'll take care of it from here. Hokage. Okay hey, I'm leaving. Hey. Okay, since there are many competitors, let's have a battle now. Ready, well, Sasuke Uchiha and Yorio, come down to the arena. The fight is the same as in the anime. After the battle, Kakashi takes Sasuke to seal the curse and runs into Orochimaru. Everything happens the same as in the anime, returning to where the competitors are. Hey, okay, Katara Yuki and Ino Yamanaka go down to the arena. They both stared at each other until Ino spoke. Ino. I will defeat you, and Sasuke-kun will realize that I am the best girl for him. Thoughts of all the jounin, she is a fangirl, thoughts of Kiri, she is dead, Katara hates fangirls. Katara. I see you are a fangirl who praises that Uchiha who from what I saw doesn't pay attention to you, well boy, I will crush you quickly, since I hate fangirls. Ino. Shut up bitch yo you. Ino couldn't continue, since Katara threw a punch reinforced with thunder, and says you are weak Yamanaka, and that will cost you a lot, and Katara does hand positions and makes a water clone, and the original says water release water dragon, and the clone says lightning release discharge, thus both jutsus combine hitting Ino, directly wounding her seriously, and leaving her unconscious. The Hokage and all the jounin and from the different villages were surprised that a genin mastered two natures. Hate was in shock, but came out when she saw Ino seriously injured and shouted for the doctors to take her. After a few minutes the doctors appear and take her away. Hate. Okay, Inari from the waves and Kiba Inuzuka from Konoha go down to the sand. Both went down the stairs, Kiba and Inari with a water shunshin. Inari versus Kiba. Both looked at each other fixedly, Kiba with superiority and Inari with boredom, until Kiba spoke and said you better give up, since like you from a small town and with a weak and useless leader for commanding them, after saying that Inari was taking out all his killer instinct since this flea-ridden dog insulted his people but above all insulted his Nai. Chan, the one who freed them from the tyranny of the cat, the one who made him strong, this dog will pay dearly. While in the stands of the participants, both the jounin of the country of waves and the country of water, as well as their genin, were looking at Kiba as if he were just a plague that should be exterminated. All the jounin of the different villages and the Hokage realized this and had a bad feeling, but they came out of their thoughts since someone spoke. They came. Inari destroys in the worst way that flea-bitten dog who dared to insult our leader, she said this while her eyes glowed red. Inari. Hi now flea-bitten dog, you will pay for insulting Nai-chan with your life. And that Inari does hand positions and says futin bullets, thus throwing the bullets at Kiba. He dodges, but some of these bullets go through his arm and leg, as well as through Akamaru's body, leaving him unconscious. Kiba screams in pain, and Inari says you will pay for insulting Nai-chan. Wind release great wind dragon, thus Kiba receiving the impact, but Inari not happy with that says this is your end doggy, and says lightning element 1000 electric needles, thus several needles stabbing into Kiba, and to finish Inari says, but before he finishes speaking the Konoha jounin stop the match, so hate says Inari winner of the waves. Inner was going to leave until one of the jounin spoke and said. Kurenai, you didn't have to hurt Kiba, so you could have easily knocked him out. Inari. He shouldn't have insulted Nai-chan, and he's grateful that I didn't kill him because anyone who insults Nai-chan next time will die in my hands. He said this by unleashing his killer instinct, which made Kurenai step back. Kurenai. You are, but I can't finish, since Asuma grabbed her and said, Kurenai, calm down or you'll get in trouble. What the wave genin did is legal, so calm down. You're giving a bad impression. After a few minutes of everything calming down, Hate speaks and says Sakura Haruno from Konoha and Akame from the waves come down to the sand. Both went down and looked at each other until Sakura spoke. I will win and show Sasuke that I am the best, so bitch, but she couldn't finish since Akame took out her sword and at an incredible speed stabbed her in the stomach. After that she took out her sword and Sakura fell to the floor without moving, and Akame said it would be better if they take the fangirl to the doctor since in less than an hour if they don't remove the poison she may not die. But she will no longer be able to be a ninja. Everyone was shocked by how easily he defeated Sakura. Thoughts of all the jounin, that girl is dangerous, she would easily be at our level. Kumo ninja's thoughts, Reikage-sama was right, the land of waves now has powerful ninjas. Konoha genin's thoughts, she's powerful, luckily I didn't get in contact with her. Gaara's thought. Mother wants his blood. Zabuza's thoughts. So that girl is one of the genin that the Gaki sent to represent the land of waves, it seems that she is powerful. But everyone came out of their thoughts when the following names appeared: Sabaku.no, Gaara and Isaribi Takiri come down to the arena. Zabuza and Ringo's thoughts, shit, this will be difficult for Isaribi to face a Jinchuriki, it's bucking complicated. Isaribi vs Gaara. Both stared at Isaribi cautiously and Gaara as if he wanted to kill her. Kiri's teams were worried since their friend was facing a bloodthirsty Jinchuriki, but they trusted her and would not stop the fight unless necessary, but they came out of their thoughts since the fight started. Isaribi says water release jutsu water bullet. Gaara only defends himself with his sand and says pathetic he dies like this throwing sand bullets. Isaribi says water release I die of water, this is how he is protecting himself. Isaribi, I will not give up, you will not look down on me, I will win for him, for whom he changed my life, I will not let him down. After saying those words she says water element great tide, so she is spitting a large amount of water towards Gaara. But he defended himself and said sand tsunami, thus both techniques neutralizing each other. Izaribi took advantage of that and said wind element double blade, thus she is appearing behind Gaara with great speed stabbing. But as soon as she did that, Gaara's defense reacts, attacking Izaribi. She dodges it, but then she noticed something strange in Gaara. He looked crazier than normal. Gaara. My blood, this is my blood. While in the stands, the Suna ninjas were in panic since that girl hurt Gaara and he was getting out of control. Thoughts of all the jounin. Both are powerful, but the girl is obviously running out of chakra from creating so many water jutsus without a container nearby. Genin's thoughts. I don't want to face any of them. In the arena you could see Gaara. He was furious, not furious, it was little, he wanted to skin the Kiri ninja. Gaara. You will die in my hands. Isaribi will prove my existence. Isaribi. I will not give up, I will not disappoint him, not the one who gave me a purpose. I will defeat you, even if I have to use all my chakra. After that he said water release, triple water dragon, so 3 dragons go towards Gaara. He says triple sand fist, both attacks collide and cause a huge explosion. After the smoke from the explosion cleared, Isaribi could be seen unconscious and Gaara somewhat injured, but standing. Hey 8. Ganitor Gaara.no. Sabaku. Gaara. No, she will demonstrate my existence like that by throwing a large amount of sand, but before the attack collides with Isaribi, Katara froze Gaara's sand completely. Katara. You have already been declared winner number 1, if you try to harm my partner I will kill you. Gaara. We'll see if you can. Hokage. Stop you two. Sabaku.no. Gaara, you already won, go to the stands and you Katara.san take your partner to the infirmary. After several fights where Kiri and Olas stood out. Tad vs Nayugido, winner Nayugido. Rock Lee vs Dosu, Ganitor Rock Lee. Him vs Shikamaru Nara, Ganitor Shikamaru Nara. Ichigo Kurosaki vs Chouji Akimichi, Ganitor Ichigo Kurosaki. Tamari no Sabaku vs Tenten, Ganadora Tamari no Sabaku. Shino Aburam vs Aiken, Ganitor Shino Aburam. Enguro no Sabaku vs Yukimaru, Ganitor Yukimaru. Kuritsuchi vs Dosu, Ganadora Kuritsuchi. Tomboy vs Sai, Ganitor Sai. Niji Hyuga vs Hinata Hyuga, Ganitor Niji Hyuga. Tatsumi vs Shijuro, Ganitor Tatsumi. Ryuashita vs Ninja of Iwa, winner Ryuashita. Isumi vs Samui, Ganadora Samui. Noel vs Iwa Ninja, winner. Noel. Aang vs Oka, winner Aang. Izui vs Shai, tie, both can't continue, so both are disqualified. Hey 8. Samui advances to the finals as there are no more competitors. Currently the Hokage was giving a speech about why the Chunin exams are important. After finishing this one he says Anko, come make them get their number. Anko, well, after that, everyone takes out their number to find out who they will fight with. 1 the vs 2 Niji Hyuga. 3 Ryuashita vs 4 Sai. 5 Shikamaru Nara vs 6 Tamari no Sabaku. 7 Inari vs 8 Uchiha Sasuke. 9 Ichigo Kurosaki vs 10 Noel. 11 Yugito Nai vs 12 Shino Aburam. 13 Rock Lee vs 14 Tatsumi. 15 Katara Yuki vs 16 Sabaku no Gaara. 17 Kuritsuchi vs 18 Yukimaru. 19 Karui vs 20 Akame. 21 Samui. Hokage. Well, you already know who you will fight. I wish you luck, young people. In a month the finals will be, don't forget, you can leave now. All the genin leave with a single thought, I have to win. End of chapter. Chapter 10. Chunin Exams Part 2. After the preliminaries, all the teams went with their respective sensei to prepare for the finals of the Chunin exams. 2 days after the end of the Chunin exam preliminaries in the Land of Waves, a meeting was taking place between Naruto and his friends. Naruto. Well, it seems that 5 of our 6 genin made it to the finals of the Chunin exams. Ichigo. Well, that's good, 5 out of 6 genin better have their jounin train them well. He sadistic smile, because if not I will and it won't be pretty at all. Everyone had beads of sweat on their heads because of what Ichigo said. At the Ichigo's house. Harako. Well, now the thing is whether the genin stay in Konoha or return to the village. Naruto. You better stay, because if you didn't waste 3 days coming and 3 days coming back, it would practically be almost a week wasted if you do that. Azrael. Good point Naruto.ni, but now the question is who of us will go as your bodyguard for the Chunin exams. Naruto. I was thinking that the Death Shield will go, your Azrael.ni-chan, Fu, Karen.ni, and Shisui.ni-chan. Harako. Wow, that's a great guard, hehehe, Konoha will have a heart attack. Ichigo. Dien Joven Naruto Avasar Alice Kudren de la Muerte Azrael 2 Avasales a Fu, Karen y Shisui. Azrael. Okay Ichigo, hehe, it will be fun to go to Konoha. Naruto. Okay guys, that's all, you can leave. All? Hi. Naruto's thoughts. I hope Konoha doesn't find out that Shisui is alive. Well, it doesn't matter if they try something against Nai-chan. I will kill them slowly and painfully. I still remember when I saved Nai-chan. If I hadn't arrived he would have died because of the mummy. Flashback. The 10-year-old Naruto was heading with Kimimaro and Karen towards Konoha, since according to Ichigo spies, the Uchiha clan would stage a coup, but apparently the council exterminated them before that happened, and Naruto was quite worried about that happening since Shisui could die, but he snapped out of his thoughts since he was near Konoha and felt Shisui's chakra drop quite a bit, so he put on his fox mask like Karen and Kimimaro, who put on Anbu masks so he wouldn't be discovered and went to where Shisui was. After a few minutes they saw Shisui face a mummy with more than 40 Anbu, so Naruto went to the aid of one of the few people who took care of him. In a burst of speed, Naruto had already killed 5 Anbu. Everyone is surprised, and Danzo asks. Danzo? Who are you and why are you helping that Uchiha? Danzo. Naruto. You'll die from hurting Nai-chan. Naruto, Anbu. Danzo. Do you really think you can beat me and my ambus, silly boy? Naruto. Red Karen, White Kimimaro, attack. Karen and Kimimaro, they nod while Naruto makes 30 shadow clones, 10 stay to take care of Shisui, while the others go to kill the ambushes, and the original faces Danzo. Kimimaro. Cook. Naruto vs Danzo. Both looked at each other with caution until Naruto fed up with that says lightning style electric panther. Danzo to counter does hand positions and says wind release great wave. Both attacks neutralize each other, but Naruto says water release 1000 needles of death. Danzo manages to dodge most, but some fall on his arm, injuring him. Naruto not satisfied with that says fire element jutsu fire dragon. Danzo says earth style earth wall. Naruto says lightning style electric blade, so with incredible Speedy appears behind Danzo stabbing him, and then with a kick, he sends him flying. Danzo knows that if he continues like this, he will lose and says wind release dragon of good. Naruto says water release water dragon. Both attacks collide, but Naruto does not stay without doing anything, and says earth release mud swamp trapping Danzo like that. Naruto at a superhuman speed goes towards Danzo and takes out Shisui's eye. After that he takes out his sword of darkness and death to take out Danzo's soul and kill him for hurting his Nai-chan, but before he could several Anbus go towards the east, he kills them with ease, but when he turns to see where Danzo was, he has already left. Naruto in his thoughts that old man is a coward, but very soon he will die for harming Nai-chan, but he came out of his thoughts, since he saw that Karen and Kimimaro had already finished with their opponents, so he decided to go with them. Naruto. Karen Kurae Shisui. Nai-chan. Karen. Okay, this one goes to Shisui so that he can bite her arm, thus curing it. After Shisui is cured, Karen speaks and says. Karen. Okay Naruto. And Shisui.san will be fainted, we have to go quickly to operate on Shisui so he can recover his eye. Naruto, perfect. Then Kimimaro seals Shisui. Nai and let's go home to operate on him. Kimimaro. Hi Naruto. End of flashback. Naruto smiles and in his thoughts he is grateful that he was able to save his Nai-chan, but he came out of his thoughts since Kurama came. Kurama, hey puppy, how come I'm not going to Konoha as your bodyguard? Naruto. It's just that oto.san I thought that maybe you would be uncomfortable or angry about going to that place. Kurama. Well, you know that it doesn't bother me so I'll go with you to take care of you whether you like it or not because now I can protect you better since I have a human body. Naruto. Hi Oto-chan, I still remember when you and Chimei got a body, Flashback. Naruto was going to the Yuzu Research Center since it seemed that 2 of the 9 bodies were ready for his Oto-chan and his brothers. After a few minutes he arrived at the research center. Isuke Urahara, hello young Naruto, as I informed you, 2 of the 9 special bodies you asked us for are already here. The truth is that it was complicated to create these bodies since the powers of Kurama.san and his brothers are extremely strong. Naruto. I see, but how long does it take for the other bodies to develop? Isuke. Well, maybe in 1 or 2 more years to finish it completely. In addition to that, these bodies will allow Kurama-san to use both chakra and Ryasu to their maximum splendor, making him more powerful. Naruto. Oh wow, that would be excellent, thanks Urahara.san, thanks. End of flashback. Kurama. Edged yes, but well it would be better to prepare, since in less than a month the finals of the Chunin exams will be. Kurama, human form. While in Kumo similar things were happening, as the Raikage was happy because 3 of his 6 genin made it to the finals. Raikage. Mabui, you will accompany me to the Chunin exam finals as my bodyguard, hahaha, 3 of my genin passed, they will demonstrate the power of Kumo. And Iwa, that Tsuchika Jinoki was happy since his granddaughter passed the Chunin exams and thanks to that he would have an excuse to go to Konoha and advance in the plan he has for the destruction of Konoha. Inoki. Okay, Kitsuchi, prepare the troops. In less than a month, we'll be at the Chunin exams. Tell Han and Rashi to train hard this month. We'll need all their power to destroy the leaf. Itsuchi. Tsuchikage. Sama. And soon the same thing happened as in Iowa, the Kazekage race was happy since his children passed the Chunin exams, and with that he had an excuse for Orochimaru to disguise himself as him and go after the Hokage while he attacked the south gate of the village. Kazekage. Tiger prepares the troops in less than a month we will attack Konoha together with Iwa and Oto. Kazekage, Raza. Tiger. Kazekage. Sama. And Oto Orochimaru was happy as he would soon destroy Konoha and kill his sensei. Orochimaru. Kabuto.kun prepares the troops within a month we will attack Konoha Kukikuku at last my revenge will be complete Konoha will not survive with the power of 3 united villages and 3 Jinchuricus Kukikuku. Kabuto. Orochimaru. Sama. In Kiri, different things were happening, but Mizukage Mei Terumi could be seen beaming with happiness as 4 of her 6 genin made it to the finals of the Chunin exams. Mei. Yugura. Chan, you'll be in charge of the village. Okay, I'll go with Gurin and Utakata for the finals of the Chunin exams. Mizukage, Mei Terumi. Yugura, it's not fair Mei, I want to go too, and if it's better Ao stays in charge, remember he's a better option than me. Mei. You're right, Ao will be in charge. In 2 weeks we're leaving for the leaf, Our genin will demonstrate the power of Kiri. Yugura's thoughts haha I'm not going to do paperwork sorry Ao, but I don't want that punishment anymore. It's been almost a month since the preliminaries of the Chunin exams, where competitors from different villages went to the finals, the most notable being Kiri and Ola's, but leaving that aside. Currently, many people could be seen entering the stadium, as well as several feudal lords, including the feudal lord of the country of fire, the feudal lord of the country of lightning, and the feudal lord of the country of water, each of them with their respective bodyguards, while on the other side of the stadium, the 5 cages could be seen gathered after a long time. At the cages stand you could see the 5 cages with their respective bodyguards. The first one seen was that Tsuchikage Inoki as a bodyguard he had Han and Kinsuchi. The second cage I saw was Reikage 4 who had Mabui and Dari as bodyguards. The third cage that was seen was the Hokage who had Jiraiya and Jedma as bodyguards. The fourth cage that could be seen was the Mizukage who had Utakata and Yugura as bodyguards. The last cage that was seen was the Kazekage, Orochimaru, who had 2 Tsunade and Ian as bodyguards. On the other side of the stadium you could see the different merchants and especially the feudal lords of the different countries. The first that could be seen was the feudal lord of the country of fire, Ruko, and next to him a battalion of samurai for his defense. Another of the feudal lords that could be seen was that of the country of lightning, Zuko, with a large group of samurai for his defense, and finally there was the feudal lord of the country of water waves, Naruto Uzumaki, who wore a fox mask so that no one would recognize him as a bodyguard he had the death squad, Karen, Fu, Shisui and Kurama. Currently all the competitors were in the arena, well almost, since Uchiha Sasuke did not appear as referee Hayate was there. Hayate, well, the same rules as in the preliminaries. The first battle will be between Aang of Kiri and Neji Hyuga of Konoha. Everyone else, please leave the arena. Neji vs. The Nenji surrender Miss Ninja before I humiliate you destiny dictates that I am the winner and you are the loser trash like you will always lose that is destiny Aang destiny does not command Hyuga you command your own destiny and I will prove it to you by defeating you. Neji angrily attacks but with his soft fist but Aang dodges easily and says wind element great advance so the attack hits Neji sending him flying angry Neji approaches at great speed and says 8 trigram 64 palms Aang says wind element great cutting wind barrier so at the moment that Neji attacks his hands had several cuts immobilizing after that Aang said water element water dragon Neji did the Kaiten despite the pain he had in his hands thus being able to resist the water dragon. But Aang made hand positions and said wind element 1000 wind needles so the needles impacted Neji's body, leaving him very wounded and immobilized. Hayate saw that Neji couldn't move and said winner Aang to Kiri the public Victorio, but in the cage stand it was different. Kazekage. Mizukage. Dono has a good genin with great handling of the wind element. Reikage. Indeed, the effects of wind users are rare and especially one as good as his genin. In my opinion, he is ready for Chunin. Tsuchikage, indeed he is ready for Chunin. Hokage. He is certainly ready for Chunin. Mizukage, oh thanks yes Aang is ready he is a strategist and is a very good wind user. But the competitors. Those from the land of waves were surprised since the boy Aang was good, very good. But the genin of Kamagakure they were surprised since that genin is easily at high Chunin level or even low Jounin. But the genin of Konoha. Shikamaru. Troublesome this will be complicated. Lee. He beat Nenji, incredible, he is powerful. Shino. Indeed. But those of Sunnet Tamari and Kangaroo, they were impressed that Ninja Kiri was powerful, while Gaara was wanting his blood. In the arena Hayate was about to speak. Hey 8, next fight Urikishita of the Waves vs Sai of Konoha, both go down to the arena. Both went down to the arena and stared at each other until Sai attacked with ink tigers, so Urikishita took out his bow and launched his Ryatsu arrows, destroying the ink beast. Sai after doing that, said great destructive ink jutsu Yurio dodges and says 1,000 penetrating arrows, thus destroying the ink beasts, then at great speed, Yurio appears above him and says 1,000 charge arrows. Sai dodges with difficulty, but one of those arrows hit him in the shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain. After that Sai drew an ink bird and attacked from the sky with several ink beasts. Yurio was not far behind and said great arrow of destruction, thus throwing the arrow at Sai's beasts and this same making a great explosion in which Sai fell very wounded and unconscious. Hey 8. Winner Ririshita and shouts Sai doctors. But the cages. Breakage. That last attack was easily rank A, interesting, I say both should be promoted. Both are strong in speed, even though neither used Jujutsu, I think both deserve a promotion. Izukage, indeed, both of them fought well, and I see that they have a cool head when fighting. I say that they deserve the promotion. Tsuchikage. They indeed deserve the promotion. Hokage. I agree. Hazakage. Yes, although they lack the power to use Jujutsu, they are good at long-distance attacks, they certainly deserve the promotion. But the feudal lords. Zuko, lightning feudal. Naruto. Dono, his genin are powerful, even though both of them fought at long range, I think both your genin and the leaf genin deserve the promotion. Zuko. Naruto. Indeed Zuko Dono both were good, I think they have the level to be Chunin. Naruto. Ruko. Both certainly deserve the promotion. Shophouse. But the other competitors. Fumo's thoughts, Urikishita is a very good boy, but it seems he doesn't like or doesn't know how to fight in interesting Jujutsu. Fury's thought. So that's one of Naruto's genin. Sama is certainly strong, although he seems to be a long-range ninja. Gaara's thought, mother wants his blood. Kuritsuchi's thought, interesting, it would be better to be careful with the wave genin. Thoughts of the genin of Konoha. Shikamaru, troublesome, it will be difficult to defeat him. Lee. His strength is long-range attacks, it will certainly be complicated. Shino. Certainly. While the Jounin of Konoha had other thoughts. A. The Yurio boy is powerful, and apparently he held back from what I saw. Asuma. True, he is strong, maybe I would say he is at the low Jounin level. Kurenai. Yes, but what do you mean by holding back? A. I realized that he was slowing down when attacking, or maybe it's my imagination, but well, we'll see the next match. In the arena Hate said the following match Shikamaru Nara vs Tamari.no. Sabako come down to the arena. The fight is like in canon Tamari wins, since Shikamaru surrendered. Hate. Sasuke Uchiha of Konoha and Inari of the Waves come down to the sand. Inari comes down, but Sasuke wasn't there. In the cage box. Breakage. The Uchiha deserves to be disqualified. Izukage. I agree, a shinobi should never be late. Tsuchikage. Indeed, that gives a bad reputation to the ninja and therefore to the village which he represents. Hazakage, but what if we give it a 15-minute prologue? Hokage. The prologue is a good idea. Breakage. Yes, but he shouldn't be promoted so that Alminas learns his lesson. Izukage. Indeed. Tsuchikage, it's the best thing after Uchiha's tardiness. Hokage, perfect then. All the cages nod and then the Hokage informs that Sasuke Uchiha will not be promoted to Chunin, but will be given a 15-minute prologue. After almost 15 minutes in which Inari was waiting for the stupid emo with a superiority complex, he appears with Asunshin along with Kakashi. Kakashi. We're not late, are we? He says this with his eye smile. Hey 8. They arrived late, but Sasuke will still fight, but he won't be promoted to Chunin even if he wins. Sasuke. It's not fair, I'm an Uchiha, you can't do that to me. Hey 8. I didn't do that, it was you who was late, so either you fight or you leave, decide. Sasuke HPS. Hey 8. Well, the next meeting will be between Uchiha Sasuke of Konoha and Inari of the Waves. Both stared at Sasuke with arrogance and Inari with caution until Sasuke spoke. Sasuke. Give up, loser, only an Uchiha can beat another Uchiha, you don't even belong to a great nation, you are nothing, neither you nor your country, nor the weak leader you have can stand before me. After saying that, a gigantic killer instinct was felt. In the competitors' stand, both the genin from the land of waves and the land of water wanted to massacre the Uchiha. All the Jounin sensei looked at the Uchiha with hatred, but in their thoughts it was different, they said, I hope Inari castrates him. While at the cages stand. Izukage, Hokage. Don't your genin has the balls to insult not only the feudal lord of the waves, but ours too, since it's the same one. Breakage. Indeed, be careful Hokage, wars have been fought for less. Hokage. This is a threat. Mizukage, I would say a warning, he has to teach respect to his genin, our feudal lord is here, and he may be someone quiet who doesn't care what a simple genin says, but his bodyguards are different, they will mercilessly attack anyone who insults him. At the daimyo's stand. Zuko. Oh, that kid has the balls to insult a daimyo. That's certainly punishable by death. Zuko. Don't worry, I'll talk to the Hokage so he can re-educate him, but in his thoughts he says, shit, Uchiha, if it's because of you he starts a war, I'll kill you. Naruto. That's certainly what he should do, since he could be killed at any moment with that attitude. In the arena Hay noticed that a gigantic killing intent was coming out of the Ola ninja, so he did the wisest thing. He retreated. Inari. You will pay for what you said about my country, but especially for insulting Nai-chan. Minute before with the Jounin of Konoha. Asuma. Kakashi, you must teach your genin respect to the feudal land that insult is not only from the land of waves, but also from water. Kurenai, exactly, this practically says to kill him. Look, the daimyo's bodyguards are trying to kill your Uchiha. Kakashi, he sees something that scares him. The guards of the daimyo of the waves, who are SSS rank ninjas, look at their student as if they wanted to kill him. Kurenai. She feels the killer instinct of the boy from the waves and says Kakashi, I hope your student comes out alive. Then the fight between Inari and Sasuke. Inari. You will pay for offending my country, but especially Nai. Chan. Inari makes hand positions and says feudal air bullet. Sasuke dodges with difficulty and activates his Sharingan and says fire style great fireball. Inari says water style wall of water. Sasuke snapped his fingers in anger because his jutsu did not work and says fire release phoenix flower. Inari makes hand positions and says water swords, thus both jutsus counter each other, making a great smoke screen. After that, Inari, already fed up, takes out his two swords that Naruto gave him, one of these was blue and the other light blue, thus releasing a gigantic amount of energy, and said Shikai floods and destroys sea gods Poseidon and lightning god Zeus, so both swords are released making them bigger and sharper. The spectators were impressed with the amount of energy released by the Ola ninja. But the Jounin of Konoha. Kurenai, incredible, the amount of chakra she releases is comparable to that of an elite Jounin or more. Asuma, true, that genin is powerful, maybe he's at our level. Kakashi, he was sweating, since that kid has an immense amount of chakra comparable to his, he just prays that Sasuke doesn't die. In the arena after Inari released his Shikai, Sasuke saw him impressed and somewhat intimidated by the large amount of energy he released, but he recovered and he made hand positions and said fire dragon style fire. Inari raised his sword and said turn off all the heat around you Poseidon, thus from the celestial sword, a gigantic amount of water comes out neutralizing the dragon and heading to Sasuke, hitting him and sending him flying. Sasuke gets up with difficulty and makes hand positions and says Midori thousand birds, thus heading towards Inari, but he blocked it with his sword of Zeus, completely absorbing the Chidori. Sasuke was surprised, and Inari took advantage of that and said this is your punishment for insulting Nai-chan, cutting off Sasuke's hand. This cry of pain. At the competitors' stand. Wave Genin's thoughts. Well done Inari, even though you should have killed him. Giri Genin's thoughts, well done, make him suffer more. Gaara's thought, mother likes mother wants her blood. Kuritsuchi's thought, that child is powerful, easily Jounin level, he is very careful. Kumo Genin's thoughts, that kid is very powerful. But the Genin of Konoha. Shikamaru. Problematic, I cut Sasuke's hand. Lee. Yes, it's very unjuvenile, but Sasuke provoked him, as the saying goes, karma is a bitch. Shino. Indeed. But the spectators. Sakura and Ino, Sasuke.kun, they both said, covering their mouths in horror because their Sasuke.kun's hand was cut off. Tenten. Well, the Uchiha provokes him. Hinata. I feel sorry for him in his thoughts, but he deserves it. Chouji. I think Sasuke has already lost. But the Jounin sensei of the waves and Kiri. Himamaru. In his thoughts, well done Inari, the Uchiha does not deserve to live for insulting Naruto-sama. Sugesu. Hahaha, fine Inari, make him pay for insulting Zoro. Sama, cut him into little pieces. Zabuza, hahaha, right, he made it into mincemeat. Amari. Hehehe, let the wave genin make him charcoal with his rays, I already like him. Han Jounin to Konoha. Kurenai, oh luckily he didn't do that to Kiba, she said this while sighing. Asuma. Yes, but well, the boy warned anyone who insults the daimyo of the waves who is his brother, will apparently pay dearly. Aye. Right, and Sasuke. San ignored what Inari said. San and see him here. Kakashi. He didn't say anything, but in his thoughts he was extremely worried since Sasuke was left without a hand. But the cages. Izukage. Well, the wave genin is powerful despite being too rough with the Uchiha, I think he deserves a promotion. Breakage. Exactly, besides, even though he was angry, he didn't let his emotions guide him. Stushikage. Hahaha, poor Uchiha, but I agree the wave boy deserves the promotion. Hokage. I agree with the promotion, although in his thoughts he was furious about Sasuke's shameful defeat. Uchiha. Asekage or Ichimaru. In his thoughts shit if the fight continues like this Sasuke-kun will die. In the arena, Sasuke was injured and without a hand, looking at Inari with hatred. Inari was still looking at him with caution, but inside he was happy, since the Uchiha was paying for what he said to his Nai-chan. End of chapter. Chapter 11. Chunin Exams Part 3. Currently in the fight between Sasuke Uchiha and Inari, things were not going well for Sasuke as he lost a hand and his chakra was at less than 30% of its full power. In the fight, Sasuke took out a kunai and with all his anger went towards Inari. Inari dodges and with his sword cuts his eye and with a kick sends him flying, making him crash against the stadium wall, leaving him unconscious and on the verge of death. 8. Inari, winner of the waves, after saying that went to where Sasuke was and saw him in a deplorable state, so the doctors said he is dying quickly. After saying that, Inari retreated to where his companions were. The spectators were in shock as the Uchiha prodigy lost in a humiliating manner. But the Jounin of Konoha. Kurenai, oh shit, the Uchiha is left one-eyed. Asuma. Damn, that kid is so powerful he beat the Uchiha. Enko. Strong is not enough, that 13-year-old boy defeated the prodigy Uchiha, he cut off his hand and eye, even though he is 15 years old, that is, he has been training for longer, but that brat from the waves showed that he can easily be at Jounin's level, and from what I investigated, he is not the strongest of his group. What? I mean, that kid wasn't the most powerful. Damn, if that's true, this will be complicated. Kakashi. Enough, stop talking about Sasuke like that. After saying that, Kakashi disappeared in a flash. At the cage stand. Breakage. Oh shit, the Uchiha turned out good, he turned out really bad. This Yukage. It seems so, but in my opinion the boy of the waves gave him what he deserved for his arrogance. Stushikage. Maybe, but that child easily in power is already in Jounin. Hasakiage, Orochimaru. Although he was brutal with what he did to him, but in his thoughts, well, at least he has one eye left. Kukuki, but that brat Inari will pay me with his life. Hokage. It was indeed brutal, but in his thoughts Hiruzen cursed Inari for how he left Sasuke. But the genin. Ichigo's thoughts, that kid is powerful, fighting him will be very complicated. Gaara's thought. Hahaha, mother will have his blood. Thoughts of the genin of Kiri, well, buck the Uchiha, he deserved it. But the genin of the waves. Became. Well done Inari, that will prove that no one messes with the feudal lord of the land of waves. Tatsumi. I agree. Ichigo. Exactly, we will crush anyone who offends him. Inari. Haha, thanks that Uchiha, he deserved it for insulting Nai-chan. But the feudal lords. Zuko, oh wow, the genin Inari is powerful and brutal, although the Uchiha deserves to talk like that about a daimyo, ha, silly boy thought. Ruko. I see that child is powerful, he left the Uchiha in bad shape, shit, the Uchiha line almost became extinct, she thought. Naruto. Well, Inari. Nai-chan, I'm proud of you, Jejij. 8. Next fight, Ichigo Kurosaki of the Waves vs Noel Yuki of Kiri go down to the arena, both went down. Noel Yuki. vs. Ichigo Kurosaki. Noel looked cautiously at his opponent, since from what he saw in the previous fights, the wave genin were powerful. The same thing happened with Ichigo, both were measuring each other, until Ichigo got fed up and took out his sword and launched himself towards Noel. She took out her daggers, and both clashed weapons. These continued and continued, until Noel separated from him and said water-style water bullets. Ichigo, to neutralize the attack, said earth release mud bullets. But Noel did not stay still and said water release great dragon god, thus creating a huge dragon of approximately 15 meters. Ichigo looked at the dragon, with fear. He knew that he only had one attack to neutralize that dragon. Yes, this one, said Shikai, free yourself, Zanjetsu Jutsuga Tensho. Both attacks collided, making a gigantic explosion and a large smoke screen. But despite that, both clashed weapons again and again until Noel said marine catastrophe water style, sending a gigantic wave, but Ichigo said cut it, Jutsuga Tensho, thus being able to cut the waves. Noel was amazed by the attack, but smiled. All the spectators were amazed by the power of those two. The fight, according to the public, was amazing. This was not a genin level fight, but easily a jounin level one. But the jounin. Zabuza. Damn, this battle is not at genin level in the least. Amari. True, this fight is easily jounin level. Sugesu. True, both are powerful and apparently are at the same level. Himameru. It's true, they're putting on a good show. Lisa. The girl Noel is powerful, she is a very good Suiton user. Tensei. Yes, but Ichigo hasn't given his all yet. The fight in power is on par, but we'll see who has more resistance. But the Jounin of Konoha. His power is very youthful. Asuma. This fight is awesome. Kurenai, I honestly don't know if I could beat them, she said this while sweating. Enko. And from what I know neither of them are the strongest in their groups. Kurenai. Kia, and who of that group is the most powerful? Anko. Enko. Well, I know that Kiri is Katara and I think that the waves are Akame from what I found out. In the arena Noelle was panting. She knew that maybe she wouldn't win this one. She didn't have that much chakra and she was like a low jounin, but the boy in front of her was at the level of an elite jounin, but she wouldn't give up, so she spoke and said. Noelle. Wind release wind bullets. Ichigo was surprised but dodged it with some difficulty and said wind release 1000 wind needles. Noelle to counter said water release 1000 water needles, so both attacks neutralize each other and Noelle says water release water whips. Ichigo dodges and cuts the whips with his Zanpakuto and says earth release mud dragon. Noelle defends himself by saying ice release ice wall, thus creating a great wall that the dragon could barely damage, but Ichigo with a Sunshin appears behind Noelle and says earth release earth binding jutsu, thus leaving Noelle trapped. She tries to free herself, but Ichigo appears next to her with his Zanpakuto on Noelle's neck. Hey 8. This one sees that Noelle can no longer move, therefore, this one says winner Ichigo Kurosaki of the waves. But the spectators they cheered for the great fight they saw. Sakura. Incredible, both are too powerful. Ino, yes, but that Hottai from the waves won. Hinata. Yes, but from what I heard from Anko Sensei, she's not the most powerful of Kiri, like Ichigo. Sen isn't either. Hiba. What? But the level those two have is easily jounin, and you tell me they are not the strongest in their group. Taoji, oh Nanan, that's scary. But the jounin sensei of the waves and Kiri. Zabuza, wow, that was a great fight. Amauri, indeed, but I know that with this Noelle will improve much more. Remember, you learn more from defeats than from victories. Lisa. Oh wow, this was a real fight. Sugesu. If the truth is the girl is an extremely powerful Suiton user. Himameru. Yes, but Ichigo still needs to improve, he's too confident. But the jounin of Konoha. Enko, fu, this was a real fight. Asuma, yes, the truth is those two are already at jounin level, although I think the wave boy is at our level. Kurenai, yes, and the girl is not easily left behind, in a couple of years she would be a powerful Kunoichi. Kakashi. I have to accept that the genin of Kiri and the waves are too powerful. So far all of them have high chunin level medium jounin. But the cages. Basukage, it's a shame Noelle lost, but this was the best fight so far. I say they both deserve a promotion. Breakage, exactly, if it is a real fight I say they deserve a promotion. Hokage. Yes, I think they both deserve a promotion. Stushikage, I agree with you. Asakiage, indeed, but in his thoughts this was very well called new laboratory rats kukukikukikik. In the sand. Hey 8. Yugito Nai from Kumo and Shino Aburam from Konoha come down to the arena. Both of them got off and looked at each other cautiously. Yugito knew that the Aburam are insect users, while Shino knew that Yugito had a fire element and a gigantic chakra. Yugito. I'm sorry, bother me san, but I will win this battle. She does hand positions and says Kaiten Cat Flame. Shino dodges and sends her insects towards Yugito. She burns them with ease and says Raiten and discharges, sending a large stream of lightning towards Shino, who couldn't do anything to dodge so the lightning struck him, leaving him unconscious. Hey 8. Next battle Rook Lee of Konoha and Tatsumi of the waves go down to the arena. Both went down and got into their Taijutsu pose. They clashed fists and kicks, but Tatsumi was gaining ground. It was then that Lee stepped back and took off his weights, making a big hole in the sand. But the cages. Breakage, wow, that kid knows how to train. Basukage. Indeed, it seems that he is very good at Taijutsu. Inoki, yes, and apparently he easily carried more than 50 kilos on each leg. Hokage. Yes, he is Mito Guy's apprentice. Hazukiage. Oh, I see why he's so good at Taijutsu. The spectators were open-mouthed by the weight Lee was carrying as he barely dropped the weights and they made a gigantic hole. Sakura. Oh, Lee was carrying so much. Tenten. If he reads it, he's too exaggerated with his training. Ino. Let's hope he can win. In the arena both opponents stared at each other cautiously until Lee went at full speed and threw a punch at Tatsumi, sending him against the stadium wall. He recovered and said, okay, Lee, I'll also take off my weights. Saying this, Kai removed his gravity seals and went towards Lee with gigantic speed, throwing a punch sending him against the stadium wall. Lee recovered and went against Tatsumi at great speed. But the Jounin. I see that he had gravity seals, this will be complicated for Lee. Asuma. Do you think he wins? Kurenai, well, so far they are even. In the fight between Lee and Tatsumi, both were fighting, although Tatsumi was gradually gaining the advantage. Lee thinks, I'm sorry, Guy-sensei, but I'll use the gates. I can't afford to lose like this. He steps back and says, now the real battle will begin. Lee, okay, Tatsumi. San, it's time to reveal my true power. 8 internal doors. First door, the door of opening, open. Second door, the door of energy, open. Third door, the door of life, open. Fourth door, the door of pain, open. And finally, the fifth door, the door of closure, open. After saying that, he went against Tatsumi, throwing a strong blow that sent him bouncing against the stadium wall, but not satisfied, he appeared behind him and hit him as if he were a practice dummy. But the genin of the waves became. That Lee is powerful, hitting Tatsumi like that, well, although he hasn't released him yet. Irio. True, but even if I free him, we won't know who will win. Ichigo. Very true. Inari. All we know is that this fight has just begun. But the genin of Kiri. Katara. Rock Lee is powerful, in a fight against him it would be difficult to win. Aang, I agree with that, in a fight against him I wouldn't know if I would win. Noel. Indeed, that boy is very powerful. Yukimaru. But the wave boy apparently has an ace up his sleeve. But the genin of Kumo. Yugido, she is powerful and is easily at the level of a jounin. Harry, I think only Yugido could fight him. Samui. True, this one is not like the others. This genin is powerful. This Rock Lee can open the inner doors. But the jounin of the waves and Kiri. Zabuza. Interesting, that Rock Lee guy, I think he'd be on par with us. Amaeri. It's true that even I would have problems against him. Kamimuro, true, he's easily at jounin level, Tatsumi will have a hard time. Lisa, true, but Tatsumi still hasn't released the raid. But the jounin of Konoha. Kurenai. Incredible can open the doors. Enko. Maybe I'll win, read interesting. Asuma. If the child is powerful, even I would have problems with him. Kakashi. Guy, why did you show him the doors? It's dangerous. You are not the one to tell me that, you are nobody, you are a hypocrite, you taught the Chidori to Sasuke. Kakashi and everyone else fell silent, not wanting to anger Guy further. In the sand. Tatsumi. Shit, I see Lee, you're not like the others, so I'll give it my all too. Lee. What do you mean? Tatsumi. You will see him now, even if he takes out his sword and says wake up in Curcio, after that an armor covered Tatsumi. Tatsumi. Okay, let's start the real battle. After that, they both clashed fists, blows and blows sounded in the stadium arena, both were even until Tatsumi said. Tatsumi, panting I see that we are equal. Lee. From what I see, yes. Tatsumi. And if we decide it with a blow, haha, you are an extraordinary opponent. In my opinion, you are the most powerful genin in Konoha, easily your level is that of a jounin, haha. Lee. He is crying because someone as powerful as Tatsumi recognizes his power and tells him that he is the most powerful genin in his village. Tatsumi, oh Lee. San, don't cry and we'll decide this with a blow. Lee, hi let's do it. After that Tatsumi recharged a large amount of chakra in his fist, just like Lee, both went at great speed and threw a punch to each other's faces after they both collided, thanks to the force of both they were thrown against the walls of the stadium, destroying them and leaving both knocked out. Hey. He approaches and sees that both are knocked out well, since both cannot continue this match ends in a draw. After that Hayate called the doctors and Karen went to pick up Tatsumi to cure him. In the cage's box. Breakage, this fight was incredible, I think they both deserve promotion to Chunin. Vizukage. True, both are powerful and it seems that they worked hard, I think they deserve a promotion. Hokage. True, both are powerful and deserve a promotion, but in his thoughts, even though Guy's genin didn't win, at least it was a tie, well, better a tie than a defeat. Tsuchikage. True, they are good Taijutsu users. Hazukage. It's true they deserve a promotion. But the jounin of Kiri and Olas. Zabuza. Incredible battle, they are both very powerful. Amaeri. Exactly, this was the best fight so far. Kamimuro, true, this fight will teach Tatsumi his flaws. Lisa. And it will make it grow much bigger. But the spectators. Sakura, incredible fight. Ino. Yes, even though I haven't won a draw so far, it's the best fight. Kiba. I better think this fight was on a completely different level, damn Lee showed that with hard work, you can be the strongest. Did you hear what the Waves genin said? Lee was the strongest genin in Konoha, and I think it's true. Jiaoji. I agree. Tenten. I agree, Lee trained hard to reach this level and be recognized, and this Tatsumi recognized his power, someone as strong as that Wave genin did, and look, they ended in a tie in a battle easily jounin level. Hinata. Yes, but I think they both fought hard and will easily ascend. He said this stuttering. Everyone else nods. But the jounin of Konoha. Enko. Oh, he didn't win but he tied, and the fight was spectacular. Guy, your student is powerful. Kurenai is the first to fight on equal terms with a genin from that village. Asuma. True, this fight was the best. Kakashi, yes, but in his thoughts he was upset since Lee was tied with his opponent and Sasuke lost shamefully. Thanks guys, Lee, I train hard to get to this level. But the feudal lords. Zuko. Oh, this fight was spectacular, I think both of them deserve a promotion. Ruko, true, they are both powerful. I think they deserve a promotion. Naruto. Exactly, both of them are clearly working hard. I know that Tatsumi trained hard and it's clear that the Jen and Lee worked hard to reach that level. I'm sure they both deserve a promotion. In the sand. Pay 8, next meeting. Katara, Yuki, Kiri, and Sabaku. No. Gaara from the sand go down to the arena. They both went down to the arena and stared at each other until Gaara spoke. Gaara, you will prove my existence. Katara. We'll see. Number 1, we'll see you will pay for trying to harm my dwarf friend. Gaara. We'll see. End of chapter. Chapter 12. Invasion. In the previous chapter, Hayate announced the next fight between Katara Yuki of Kiri and Gaara no Sabaku of the arena. Both opponents looked at each other cautiously until Gaara spoke. Gaara. Mother wants blood, I'll kill you. Gaara. Katara, hahaha mother, but Shukaku is male, he should be the father, unless the raccoon has a transsexual complex. Katara. Gaara. Don't insult mother, I'll kill you with sand bullets. Katara. Water bullets. After saying that, both attacks were cancelled. After that, Katara did water release, water dragon, Gaara dodges, and says great sand tsunami. Katara responds, great water tsunami, both attacks are cancelled. Katara's thoughts, if I continue like this I won't get anywhere, it would be better to get her out, but she came out of her thoughts, since Gaara sent sand Katara dodges with difficulty. Katara. Well, it's time to go to the next level, so she is taking out her sword and says wake up Ice Maiden and freeze everything around you. Gaara says, even if you have an interesting sword you will not be able to beat me, and I will have your blood. We will see about that, raccoon answered Katara, and then he says ice release pack of destroyer wolves. Gaara defends himself with his sand shield, neutralizing Katara's attack, but she is at great speed, she appears behind Gaara's sand shield and pierces it with her sword, piercing not only Gaara's shield but part of his body. Gaara. Blood is my blood, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Katara. Jal o Virachibi no Jinchuriki. But those from Suna. Tamari. She heard Gaara, she's dangerous. Kangaroo. Yes, but it seems it's about to start. Baki. Tamari. Kangaroo, go for Gaara, protect him, the invasion has already begun. But before Gaara or Katara attack each other, they see white feathers fall. After that Katara sees Sabaku's brothers taking Gaara away. Katara. An invasion, oh interesting, but she came out of her thoughts as she heard a loud explosion in the cage's box. In the cage's box. They realized that the invasion, but before they reacted there was an explosion and the cages saw the Hokage with a kunai at his neck. After that, they saw that the 2 bodyguards of the Kazekage became 4 sound ninjas who stood on the 4 sides of them to put up a barrier. Jiraiya realized this and went with his maximum speed where Hiruzen was and managed to enter before the barrier was activated. But the other cages. Izukage. I see it's an invasion between Otosuna and Iwa. Reikage. Oh yeah, and what do we do? Tsuchikage, Mizukage. Reikage will not intervene in the battle. Hankatsuchi go for them, but before they attack the cages, the bodyguards of the other 2 cages intervened and sent Inoki's bodyguards flying. Inoki cursed, since he will have to fight against 2 cages alone. Izukage. So you wanted to attack us, I wasn't going to intervene, but now I do. That's the ninja cry of Kiri. Attack and destroy all Oto-nin, Iwa.nin and Suna.nin. Reikage. Same as Kumo ninja, attack and destroy all Oto-nin, Iwa.nin and Suna.nin ninja. Old Kumo and Kiri ninjas. Hi. Minutes before with the cage's bodyguards, Han was facing Yagura and Utakata, who were stopping him while Katsuchi was not better since he was facing Derry of Black Lightning and Mabui. Han vs Yagura and Utakata. The 3 looked at each other cautiously, there was quite a bit of tension in the air until Yagura spoke. Yagura. Han Jinchuriki Takakuo, better known as Gobi. Why help Iwa when they treat you like garbage? Why support him instead of deserting and joining us? Han. I can't, since I have a seal of obedience. If I desert I will die, sorry. P. Both Utakata and Yagura frown at what was said, and Utakata says fine, we will remove the seal when we defeat you. While in the fight between Derry and Mabui against Katsuchi. Katsuchi, oh wow, I see that Kumo and Kiri will support Konoha, I don't understand why they do that. Mabui. Foolish rock ninja, the culprit of this is your cage who attacked our cages. Minutes before in the box where the feudal lords are, more than 50 Oto.nin ninjas were to attack the feudal lords. Zuko. There are too many. Ruko. Samurai, take charge. Naruto. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. So Naruto takes out his sword and says absorb and darken, sword of death and darkness, after saying that a dragon of darkness went towards the Oto.nin ninjas, absorbing their souls and their knowledge. Everyone, and when I say everyone, they were idiots when they saw that. Suna Ninja's thoughts, oh shit, the Lord of the Waves is a beast. Thoughts on Konoha. Shit, that was bucking awesome, he killed over 50 ninjas in one move. Kiri Genin's thoughts. So that's the level of our feudal lord is unreal. Wave Genin's thoughts. Our leader is the best. Konoha Genin's thoughts. Shit, that feudal lord is bucking too powerful. Zuko and Ruko's thoughts, that kid is powerful. But Naruto, well, I think that was a good warm-up, and he says ninja waves finish off all Suna.in Iwa.in and Oto.in. Dodo's lost Shinobu soul is. Hi Zoro. Sama. Naruto. Kurama Oto. Chan, go for the Shukaku, defeat him and bring them to me. Fu Karen, you deal with the Jinchuriki of Son Goku and offer him refuge in the waves or Kiri Dragon.ni, Shisui, Kimamaru and Sagetsu, you go for the army of the one-eyed Ichiban Azrael, you go for the pedophile snake and kill it, Lisa and Kensei, you go for the pedophile snake, summons the rest of the death squad, disperse and finish off all your enemies. All the waves ninjas and their guard. Hi Fox. Sama. After that they all went for their objectives, while in Han's fight against Yugura and Utakata, things were not going well against Han, he was at a disadvantage, but it was worse when someone from the death squad appeared. This was Senjumaru Shitara. After she appreciated Han, knew he had no chance, he was facing 2 Jinchuricus and a ninja rank S, but he would not give up, so he said steam element steam armor, after saying that he went at great speed and tried to throw a punch at Yugura, but he dodged it. And responded with water bullets. Han dodged it at incredible speed, but Utakata tried to attack him with explosive bubbles. Han dodged, but was injured in the arm at that moment. Senjumaru Shitara took the opportunity and said Bakudu number 4 Hinawa. Thus sending several energy ropes coiling around Han, immobilizing, but not satisfied, he said Bakudu number 61 Rikujakoro, prison of 6 bars of light, thus these 6 bars of energy imprison with force to Han. After that he said Bakudu number 30 Shitatsu Sansen, triple pointed beam of light, thus launching 3 rays of light tightly imprisoning Han. After that Yugura took advantage of the opportunity and went against Han and put immobilizing seals on him. After that he sealed him in a scroll, capturing him. While Orochimaru's fight against Jiraiya and Sarutobi. Orochimaru, Kukikuku sensei, old friend, today all of you will die. Kukikai will make you suffer like you have no idea. Jiraiya. Haha, silly Orochimaru, we're 2 against 1. Sarutobi. Okay Orochimaru, today we will finish you off. After saying that, he does hand positions and summons Edma the Monkey King. Edma. So it's Orochimaru. Sarutobi, I told you to kill him as soon as you could. Edma. Sarutobi, it's time to correct my mistake. Sarutobi. Orochimaru, Kukikuku, I know I couldn't beat both of you even in your weakened state, sensei. I don't know if I would have defeated you, that's why I did something to tip the scales in my favor. After saying that he did hand positions and said Ito Tensei impure resurrection jutsu. After saying that 3 legendary figures came out of the coffins. The first figure had black hair and red armor, this was Senju Hashirama first Hokage. The second figure was white-skinned, white hair and blue armor, this was Senju Tabarama's second Hokage, and the third figure was a beautiful Redeed with white skin and a white battle kimono. This was Mito Uzumaki, wife of the first Hokage. Jiraiya, Sarutobi and Edma's thoughts. Shit, this is going to be complicated. Jiraiya, Sensei Edma. Sama den manas minutos invocare ma y pa. Sarutobi, fine Jiraiya, I'll do what I can. Meanwhile in another part of the village a catastrophic battle could be seen. Those who were fighting were Rashi, Son Goku's Jinchuriki. He was fighting against Fu, Chamei's former Jinchuriki, and against Karen Uzumaki. Rashi, I see that you won't let me pass, ladies. Rashi. Karen, I'm sorry Rashi. Don't know, but what I don't understand is why you support Iwa when they treat you like garbage. Fu. Why don't you join us? Both Kiri, the Waves, or even Kumo would welcome you without any problems and wouldn't see you as a demon, but as a human being. Rashi. Unfortunately I can't since they put a loyalty seal on me, so for what it's worth, I'm sorry. Karen. Okay, I'll take that seal off. Come on, we'll defeat him. Cook. Outside the village, the Sabaku brothers could be seen moving away from Konoha so Gaara could recover, but they saw something that terrified them. They saw one of the Wave Daimyo's bodyguards, and from what they felt, he was very powerful. Kurama. Well, this is as far as we go, kids. Kurama. Damari. We won't let you touch Gaara. Kangaroo. Exactly, we will defeat you. Kurama. Well, I'll have to defeat them in a quick movement. Kurama sent Gaara flying, sending him far away. Both Tamari and Kangaroo were surprised by the speed and because he was able to hit Gaara, but they came out of their thoughts and fell unconscious because Kurama knocked them out and sealed them in a scroll. Gaara. Ninja art fake death, thus freeing Shukaku. Shukaku. Free at last, oh yes, it's time to kill the foolish humans. Kurama. Brother, calm down, I'm Kurama, if you don't calm down I'll have to knock you out. Shukaku. Outside you will die like all humans, wind-style air bullets. Kurama dodges with ease and says okay Shukaku, I will teach you who is more powerful fire style. Great fox flame Shukaku cry of pain. After that Kurama summoned a seven-tailed fox to be able to deal with Shukaku faster. Shukaku. Rain. Rain. Kurama. Sama what does rain.san want? We must take care of my brother and then go protect Naruto. Rain hi Kurama. Sama. After that Shukaku recovered and said wind release, large wind bullets. Rain responds and says water release, fox wall. After that, Rain says lightning release, large red fox discharge. The attack collided with Shukaku, hurting him. Shukaku angrily says, I'll kill you for hurting me even if this is making a biju. Lady Rain, Kurama. Sama, this is dangerous. Kurama, lose Rain. I'll take care of it. After saying that, Kurama makes a medium caliber bijudama, launching himself like Shukaku, both attacks collide, neutralizing each other. In that, Rain takes advantage and with his tails holds Shukaku. Kurama takes advantage of the opportunity and hits Gaara. After doing that, Gaara wakes up and says. Gaara. Don't kill me, please don't end my existence. Kurama. I won't kill you, my son wants to talk to you, he understands your pain, so I'll ask you to let yourself be sealed so you can go to the Wave Village for a better future. Gaara, seriously, someone like me who understands my pain, who wants me to go to the land of waves for a better future, fine, I'll go, seal me. While in the fight Rashi against Karen and Fu, he was losing. Both women were easily as rank ninjas. Fed up with this, Rashi said lava release lava tide, but Fu said to neutralize water release great tide. Neutralizing the jutsu, Karen took that opportunity and took out her adamantine chains, wrapping Rashi's body. Fu took advantage of that and put immobilizing seals on him. Karen, after that she released him and approached and broke the obedience seal. After that Rashi said thank you ladies for freeing the Son Goku also thanks. Karen. You don't have to be thankful, okay, I'll seal you in this scroll momentarily until this invasion ends. Rashi. Okay, call me. I trust that after this invasion they will let me go. After sealing Rashi in another place in the village, the battles continued, but there was one that was destroying the entire area around it. It was the Tsuchikage against the Mizukage and the Reikage. Inoki. Well, I see that they are powerful cages, but I will kill them both, no matter what style of earth jutsu earth dragon. Both the Reikage and Mei dodged, then Mei responded and said lava release lava bullets. Inoki dodged flying, but did not notice that the Reikage went against him at a gigantic speed, and when he realized the Reikage was already behind to cut off his head, so Inoki did the only thing that would save his life and said earth release rock armor, despite the fact that Inoki's defense was strong. The great strength of the Reikage sent him flying, destroying part of his armor. In another part of the village a fight was going to take place this era between the Kazekage Raza and Uzumaki Naruto, alias Feudal Fox of the Country of Waves. Race. Oh wow, so you are the daimyo of the waves that I heard so much about. Naruto. Yes, and I'll ask you to leave or I'll kill you, Kazekage Dono. Absolutely everyone who didn't know Naruto's power was open-mouthed by such a threat to a cage, but the Kazekage wasn't shocked but angry at such a threat. Raza. I see, but don't get too confident, kid. I'm a cage for a reason, and for that threat you made, I'll kill you. Naruto, this is just Rio and Rio, there is Kazekage. Dono, I know you're strong, but at the same time you underestimate me too much. After saying that, Naruto did hand positions and said. Element burn balls of explosion. After Naruto sent the explosive balls towards the Kazekage he said dust release great gold dust barrier. The attack collided with the racial barrier, causing a gigantic explosion, charring the entire sector where the explosion hit and destroying a large part of the Raza shield. After this, the Kazekage realized that this child is not a normal opponent, so he was serious and said magnetic element jutsu great gold dust tied Naruto to counter the racial attack, said ice release freezing below zero. Thus Naruto freezing Raza's attack. The Kazekage was incredulous and impressed by such mastery over ice. After the Kazekage came out of shock, he said oh daimyo. Dono, I see that you are powerful for a child, but this will not be enough. Dies magnetic element golden dragons, so several dragons towards Naruto, but he activates his Mangekyo Sharingan and says Usano, thus defending himself from Raza's attack, but not satisfied with it he says great dark Indra arrow. The Kazekage was scared by that attack, so to defend himself he used his best defense and said magnetic element great gold dust defense. After the arrow collides with Raza's shield, stopping momentarily giving him time to dodge the attack. In a flash of speed Naruto appears in front of Raza and pierces Raza's chest and says destroy and absorb sword of death and darkness, thus absorbing Raza's knowledge and power, leaving him dead. After Naruto pulls his sword out of Raza's body, it turns to dust. All the shinobi who were near the fight were scared by the power of the feudal lord of the country of waves, since he defeated a cage and made it look easy. Several minutes before in the battle of Orochimaru along with his Edo Tensei against Hiruzen Edma and Jiraiya in Sage Mode, the battle was in favor of the Snake Sannin. Orochimaru Kukikuku Suratobi Sensei Jiraiya Kukuku give up and accept death, you are at a disadvantage, and Jiraiya has already lost an arm Kukikuku, but Orochimaru could not continue, since two unexpected people passed through the barrier, two people that Orochimaru did not want to face. These were Ichigo, of the Black Seal, and Azrael, the Angel of Death. Orochimaru frowns at having to fight these two and says to Ichigo of the Black-Sealed Azrael, the Angel of Death, what are you doing here because you want to stop me? Ichigo, ha simple, my dear pedophile snake, our leader sent us to kill you, you are a danger not only for Konoha, but for all Orochimaru. Azrael. Exactly, Aniki wants you dead and you'll be dead, creeping snake. Orochimaru. Kukuku, you think you can defeat me and my three Edo Tensei Kukuku are strong, but not even you could against them Kukuku. Ichigo. Ha we'll see snake. After that Ichigo says blacken and seal Kurameo, so his sword takes the form of a brush. Ha Azrael, I'll take care of those three Edo Tensei, you take care of the pedophile snake. Azrael. Velichitiba. After saying that, Azrael takes out his wings and sword and says illuminate and destroy Excalibur and launches himself against Orochimaru, while Ichigo takes care of the Edo Tensei. All this was seen by Jiraiya, Edma and Hiruzen, who were with their mouths open to see such a fight. Ichigo vs Hashirama Tobirama y Mido. Ichigo looked cautiously at his opponents, as did the three Edo Tensei, until Tobirama made hand positions and said water style water dragon Ichibi to protect himself, said Bakudu number 81 Danku Void Division, thus protecting himself from Tobirama's attack. After that he said Bakudu number 88 Shiryu Gekuzoku Shintenreiho, flying dragon that hits under cannon that shakes the heavens, thus sending a gigantic amount of energy that made the three Edo Tensei separate. Ichigo took advantage of that and made two reinforced shadow clones that went against Hashirama and Tobirama, while the real Ichigo went to fight Mido, the fight, if you could call it that, since Mido could not hit him any. Ichigo, already tired, took advantage of Mido's body with his brush and said seal everything you touch Kurameo, thus sealing and defeating Mido. After that he went for Tobirama and Hashirama to end the battle. Tobirama. I see that you are powerful enough to defeat Myth, who are you? Ichigo. Hello second Ajajujuj, my name is Ichigo, I am one of the guardians of the daimyo of the waves. Tobirama. Vo. Hashirama. But the wave didn't have a ninja village. Ichigo, ahaha, now yes, since the young master freed her from tyranny, but well, let's continue the fight because I have to go with the young master. After saying that Ichigo at great speed threw a big kick to Hashirama, sending him flying far away, then he said Bakudu number 61 Rikujikoro, prison of 6 bars of light, so these 6 bars of energy strongly imprisoned Hashirama, holding him momentarily. After doing that he went to fight against Tobirama in Taijutsu, until Tobirama said water element great wave. Ichigo reacted quickly and said earth element I die of stone. After that he said fire element great dragon flame. Tobirama reacted and said water element water dragon, thus neutralizing both jutsus, but Ichigo did not stay there and said Bakudu number 90 black coffin, thus momentarily neutralizing Tobirama. Ichigo took advantage of this and went in a flash of speed and pierced Tobirama with his brush and said this seals everything you touch Kurameo, thus sealing and defeating Tobirama. After that he went for Hashirama, who was already freeing himself from his Kido, but before he could free himself, Ichigo said Bakudu number 4 Hinawa, thus sending several ropes of energy coiling around Hashirama. After that he went at full speed and pierced Hashirama and said seal everything you touch Kurameo, thus sealing and defeating Hashirama. While in the fight between Azrael and Orochimaru, things were not going well for the Snake Sannin, since he had changed his skin more than 5 times, leaving him with less than half of his chakra. Azrael, already tired of the pedophile snake changing skin so many times, said light element, luminous ray. Orochimaru tried to dodge, but part of his arm was pulverized, so he was forced to change skin. Azrael took advantage of Orochimaru's change of skin and said explosive feathers. Orochimaru could not dodge and was disfigured, so he was forced to change skin. Orochimaru was afraid, since according to his current chakra reserves, he could only change his skin 2 more times, so he took a risk and said 8 branches jutsu, thus transforming into an 8-headed snake. Azrael took advantage of Orochimaru's eyes and said art of light, destroyer of kings, ascend and multiply, Excalibur. After saying that, thousands of swords made of light. They cut and destroyed Orochimaru. But Hiruzen Edma Jiraiya Ma and Pa were with their mouths open because of such a fight. First they see Ichigo defeat as if it were nothing 3 legendary shinobi, who despite not having all their power easily had the cage level, and then they saw Azrael beat up Orochimaru, and then get disgusted by the transformation of the Snake Sannin, and then see something that left them frozen. They saw that Azrael's attack made mincemeat of Orochimaru, along with the 8-headed snake. While in the fight between the Reikage and the Mizukage against the Stushikage, things were not going well for the old Inoki. He knew he would lose, so he flew as high as possible and said, "Kensuchi, go and tell the troops to retreat quickly." Inoki. "Well, since my son is gone, you will all die here." Reikage. "Haha man, you've gone senile, they are at a clear disadvantage." "We'll see," said Inoki. Now Dai Jinten, dust element, detachment of a primitive world, so he is launching his attack, but before he collides with someone, a voice said light element, a large ray of light, so both techniques collide, causing a gigantic explosion. After the smoke goes away, the Stushikage is no longer there. Naruto. May.san Reikage dono esten bien. Reikage. "Yes, and I see that you have a technique capable of neutralizing the dust element." May. "Yes Naruto.kun, well, how did your battles go?" Naruto. "Well, I killed the Kasukage and eliminated some battalions from Iwa and Suna, nothing exaggerated." Everyone broke into a sweat at how carefree he is and why killing a cage and several battalions seemed like a small thing. May. "Well Naruto.kun, I think we'll have to go, right?" Naruto. "Yes, I guess, the battles are over." Reikage. "Yes, it seems the Konoha has suffered a lot of damage, both in its infrastructure and in its shinobi. You know that they will want an alliance with us, right?" Naruto. "I lose but they won't have it, haha, but well my dear friends, we're leaving." End of chapter. Chapter 13. Problems in the villages. A week after the failed invasion that happened in Konoha at the hands of Iwa, Odo and Suna, several events detrimental to the villages occurred. In Iwa things were not going well, since Inoki thought that with its allies, Konoha would not have a chance, but he was terribly wrong, since he did not calculate that the leaders of Kirikumo and the Waves would get involved and fight in favor of Konoha. Thus thanks to this Iwa lost 30% of its troops. In addition, it lost its two Jinchurikis, which for Inoki and Iwa was total chaos for losing their two main weapons. While Suna wasn't doing any better, as they not only lost their Kasukage, but also their Jinchuriki at the hands of the feudal lord of the Wave Country and his guard, which weakened them too much. In addition to that, they were afraid that Konoha would attack them, and they knew that if that happened, Suna would most likely fall, since they lost 45% of their troops in the invasion. While in Konoha things despite being better than Iwa and Suna, they were worried about the loss of more than 40% of their shinobi. Currently in Konoha a meeting was being held to see how to proceed due to the invasion that was carried out by Orochimaru. Peheru. Hiruzen, as we proceed with the invasion. Hiruzen. Well, we can't declare war, we are very weak and we wouldn't be fighting with one, but with two large villages. Hamura. True, we need to recover and strengthen ourselves, as well as try to form an alliance with Kiri, the Waves and Kumo, since from what we were told during the invasion and what we saw during the Chunin exams, their genin were powerful, and their feudal lord is, let's say, a battle monster, from what I understand, despite being 12 or 13 years old, as far as I know. Shikaku. True, if we want to recover we need an alliance with them, but currently I doubt it, since the Uchiha despise the feudal lord of that country, remember my dear civilians. Everyone grimaced, still remembering everything the Uchiha said and how he ended up one-eyed and without a hand. Civilian Counselor 1. But Uchiha-sama was right, they are below us. Civilian Counselor 2. Exactly, they should be grateful that we want an alliance with them. Jiraiya. Shut up idiot civilians who do not understand, we were currently extremely weakened, even though Suna and Iwa are the same, so they lost their Jinchurikis almost 50% of their troops like us, but remember this, if the feudal lord of the country of the Waves and his ninjas had not supported us, along with the Mizukage and the Reikage, Konoha would have easily fallen at the hands of the Jinchuriki and the Stushikage and the Kasukage. Since Orochimaru cornered me and Sensei with a forbidden jutsu that almost killed us. Shikaku. What do you mean Jiraiya? Sama, what exactly happened? Jiraiya. I'll summarize it. In the fight between me and Sensei against Orochimaru, he revived the first two Hokages and Mito Uzumaki. Everyone, absolutely everyone, started shouting about how that was possible. After that, the Hokage spoke and said, "Shut up." He said this by unleashing his killer instinct. Everyone fell silent and the Hokage said, "Continue Jiraiya." Jiraiya. Hi Sensei, well I was taking care of Mito and Hashirama while Sensei took care of Tobirama and Orochimaru, but you saw how I was left without an arm. We thought that everything was lost, but two people entered the barrier and saved us, whether voluntarily or because Orochimaru also threatened their village. I have no idea. These two were Ichigo of the Black Seal and Azrael the Angel of Death, as I understood the feudal of the Waves, who is nicknamed the Red Fox Ninja SS rank, sent them to finish off Orochimaru, and that's what they did. Ichigo defeated the Ito Tensei and made it look easy, while Azrael beat him up and made mincemeat out of Orochimaru. Danzo. I see, and not only that, according to my informants, the feudal lord finished off the Kasekiage and made it look easy, as well as finishing off several battalions from Iwa and Suna. The truth is this feudal lord, despite being a child, is extremely powerful not only in politics, but in power. Civilian Counselor 1. How is it possible that a child, no less, can kill a cage so easily? Civilian Counselor 2. Are you sure, Danzo, that what you say is true? Urea. What Danzo is true. My informants also tell me that, in addition to the girl named Karen and the other girl named Fu, who as I understand are from Squad 0, defeated the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails Rashi, and let me tell you, any ninja who can defeat a Jinchuriki using the power of his Byaku is an extremely powerful opponent. Okage. Okay Jiraiya, you'll go to the waves along with Kakashi Haddock, Asuma Sarutobi, Kurina Yui, and 4 Ambus. He wants you to try to forge an alliance with the feudal lord. Jiraiya. Hi sensei. Okage, well, everyone is dismissed, this meeting is over. Currently in the land of waves, they were relocating and informing the Jinchurikis and their tenants of what they are going to do. Naruto. Well, Rashi, Gaara and Han, in about a year the Gigace will be for Son Goku, Shukaku and Kakuo, and they don't have to worry, I know how to break their seal without killing them. Rashi. I see, then there are no problems for me, we will wait. Naruto-sama. Naruto. Nothing, Sama, just tell me. Naruto, I hate formalities, but well, I wanted to ask you and Han a favor. I want you two to help my people with Earth Jutsus. I want you to teach at the academy and train future generations. Han. Are you sure you're going to leave us in charge of that? Naruto, of course, but obviously they won't be the only ones teaching, there are also some of the wizards. The academy is run by Hirako, he will teach you, and where it is, and well, after the academy where you will teach, you can stay overnight in my castle until you can save money so you can buy your house. Han. You are very generous. Rashi, thank you for this opportunity, young Naruto. Hirako. That's young Naruto, well, Rashi, Han, follow me, I'll show you where the academy is. By song. Han and Rashi, hi, goodbye young Naruto. After that, both Han, Rashi and Hirako went to see the academy. After they left, Naruto was talking to Gaara and his brothers. Naruto. Well, Gaara, my friend, since I fixed your seal and now you can sleep and think much better, do you accept my offer to stay and protect my country with your brothers? Gaara. If I accept, I want a quiet life without anyone trying to kill me or hate me. I want a place where they accept me, and I think this is the place. Temari. If Gaara stays, so will I. Kangaroo. Same here. Naruto. Well, I have something to inform you, I killed your father, my sincere apologies, I had no choice. Gaara. It doesn't matter, he never treated me like a son, he only saw me as a weapon. The truth is, I don't care about his death. Temari. Even though he didn't see us as a weapon, he never raised us, and we agree to hate him for what he did to Gaara, no matter what you did to Raza. Kangaroo. I agree with what my sister said. Naruto. Well, you will stay in the castle, you will form a team with Pakura. After Naruto mentioned that name, a very beautiful white woman with orange hair came out and said, Pakura, take them to the guest rooms. Pakura. Hi Joven. Naruto. Temari. You are Pakura of Sakuten, the queen of incineration. What are you doing here? You are supposed to have died. Pakura. Naruto saved me when Raza sold me to Iwa. Both Temari and her brothers grimaced, as Raza not only screwed them, but Pakura as well. Pakura. Pakura. Okay kids, let's go to your rooms. After Pakura and the Sabaku brothers left, Naruto went to a meeting with several of his top generals. Kurama. Well, Najenda puppy, you have already informed us how the meeting with the people from the country of rice fields and the village of sound went. Naruto. Wow, and what did he say? Ichigo. Hehehe, young Naruto, it seems that the country of rice fields and the village of sound have accepted that you take charge of the country and leave the Najenda group in charge. What better way to protect a small country than with a group of as-ranked ninjas? Naruto. Perfect, with that we will have rice and many other vegetables at a lower price. In addition, we will be able to trade with our allies and raise the country of rice fields, well, perfect. Ichigo, take charge of notifying Najenda of that and inform our allies of the trade that we will open and tell them that they will have 10% less for being our allies, we will recover the glory of the country of rice fields. Ichigo. Hi young Naruto, I'll take care of it. After a few days, Naruto was reading a report sent to him by Najenda, leader of Night Raid and current leader of the country of rice. In this report, he reports that the country of rice fields, as well as the village of sound, was attacked by Kabuto Yakushi and a large number of ninjas with the cursed mark, but most were exterminated except Kabuto, who fled when he saw himself overwhelmed by Night Raid. Finishing reading the report, it says. Naruto. Ichigo, Kabuto is giving us problems, he is as problematic or more problematic than Orochimaru. I want you to track his movements and see what he plans. Ichigo. Hi young Naruto, but I have something to inform you. Naruto. What is Ichigo? Ichigo. Apparently Konoha.nin are coming to have an audience with you, I suppose to have an alliance with you, the country of waves and the country of water. Naruto. Oh I see hahaha when they come they won't know what awaits them. Kurama. Exactly puppy, it will give them a heart attack to know who the daimyo really is, haha. Naruto. Well it doesn't matter, they won't get anything anyway, I won't associate with Konoha as long as they arrive Ichigo. Ichigo. Apparently they'll arrive in about a day. Also, Kakashi Haddock and Jiraiya of the Sannin will be coming too. Naruto. I see this way the stupid student of my parent and my negligent godfather will come interesting judges they will get a surprise. The next day with Jiraiya and his group they were arriving at the land of waves for an alliance with him and his daimyo, everything was silent until Kakashi spoke. Kakashi, Jiraiya. Sama, do you believe that the daimyo of the waves will accept the alliance with us? Jiraiya. I really don't know Kakashi, but for our sake I hope that we are very weakened and we need allies. After about 30 minutes Jiraiya's team arrived at the entrance to the wave village. Ninja Wave 1. What business do they have in the waves? Ninja Wave 2, what do you want Konoha.nin here said this with venom. Those from Konoha were surprised by the hostility that the old ninjas had, but Jiraiya recovered and said. Jiraiya. Well, we came because we want to speak with the feudal lord of the land of waves. Could you please guide us to where he is? Please. Ninja Waves 1. Okay, I'll call an Anbu squad to guide them. Jiraiya. Thank you very much, but in your thoughts because they will be hostile to us. After about 10 minutes Jiraiya's group arrived at the castle of the wave daimyo and entered and saw something that surprised them quite a bit. Inside the castle there were dozens of Anbus as guards. But they came out of their astonishment when an Anbu spoke and said. Anbu Ola 1, Konoha.nin sigan mi senor esta espera. With Naruto and his guard they were talking, since Konoha arrived to make an alliance until everyone fell silent when Ichigo asked something. Ichigo. Young Naruto, what do you think Konoha will do when it finds out that you are the feudal lord? Naruto, they will most likely try to kill me, and when they try I will finish them off. Most of them have caused me pain and do not deserve salvation. Kurama. Haha that's my puppy, but well I think we should shut up now Konoha is about to enter. After saying that, an Ambuola entered with Jiraiya's group when Naruto saw them his eyes sharpened and he spoke. Naruto. Hello Konoha ninja, what are you doing in my country? Jiraiya, hello daimyo. We have come by order of Hokage-sama to form an alliance that will benefit us both commercially and militarily. Naruto, my answer is no, Leaf Ninja, Waves and Kiri will not associate with you for several reasons. The first is that I do not trust you and your advice. The second is that Danzo attacked my brother a couple of years ago. The third is that you Leaf Ninja hurt Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. After Naruto said that, the eyes of all the Leaf Ninjas opened in shock since the one they called a demon was the son of the Yondaime, and even worse, Danzo attacked the daimyo's brother, which was a declaration of war. After Kakashi came out of shock, he said. Kakashi, as if the demon is Sensei's son, it's impossible, but he couldn't finish because Ichigo threw a punch that sent him flying. Ichigo. You call him young demon Naruto again, and I'll kill all of you with my own hands. Everyone shuddered at the threat Ichigo said, but he calmed down when Naruto spoke. Naruto. Ichigo calmed down that's right the people of Konoha always thought he was a demon haha, but the only demons are them after saying that Naruto took off his fox mask and all the Leaf Ninjas gasped and were in shock to know who the daimyo of the waves was until Naruto said. Naruto. Hello negligent godfather, I would appreciate it if you left since Konoha is not welcome in the land of waves or the land of water and tell Danzo to pay for what he did to Nai-chan Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto never forgets when someone hurts his precious people. After saying that Jiraiya came out of shock and said this is a threat, Naruto remembered that Konoha can take repercussions and nothing would turn out well for you at the moment that Jiraiya finished speaking an immense murderous instinct coming from Kurama, Azrael Ichigo and Hirako, made him stay in shock and step back until Naruto spoke. Naruto, do not threaten me Jiraiya, since things will not end well for you and for Konoha remember that your military strength is less than 60%. In addition, they have no allies, something that I do remember well, Jiraiya of the Sannin threatens my country again, my home, my family, I myself will make the day the Kyuubi attack seem like a picnic compared to what I will do to Konoha now get out of my country, otherwise I will kill you. Jiraiya reluctantly picked up Kakashi and left very angry and scared by the threat. After Jiraiya's group left, Kurama says, well Naruto, now you made me very proud of threatening Konoha with destruction if they try anything, hahaha, that's my puppy. Naruto, thanks Kurama. Oto-chan did not trust Konoha.nin so Ichigo Hirako I want them to train our ninjas more, as well as triple the security of the village, since knowing Danzo he will send some of the soldiers he has left since Shisui.ni, Kimimaro and Sujetsu destroyed his base. Ichigo also want you to send a message to Nagenda and Mei, I want them to prepare and train their forces as much as possible. Ichigo. Hi Joven Naruto. Naruto. Perfect, inform Karen, Futaya and Shibuki that they will go to look for the Stunate of the Sannin, tell them to inform her that her godson is alive, and that Konoha deceived her. A few days have passed since the conflict between the Waves and the Konoha shinobi. Jiraiya's team arrived in Konoha and called an urgent meeting. After about 20 minutes, the Civilian Council, the Shinobi Council, and the Hokage met. Hokage, Jiraiya, why did you call this meeting? What happened in the Waves? They accepted our. Jiraiya. This got serious, no sensei. They don't want an alliance with us for a simple reason, the daimyo of the Waves hates Konoha with all his being. Civil Councilor 1. But why do they hate the people? Civil Councilor 2. True, if we haven't done anything to them. Jiraiya. For two simple reasons as I understand it, Danzo practically kills the brother of the new daimyo of the water waves, and because the name of the daimyo of the waves and water is Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. Everyone was shocked by what was said, who would have imagined that the demon child as they called him, would be the daimyo not only of the waves, but also of the water, but they came out of shock when Danzo spoke. Danzo, wait Jiraiya, as far as I know the Jinchuriki had no brothers, unless Danzo opened his eyes in shock when he realized who defended Shisui. Jiraiya, I have no idea, I know he didn't have any brothers, but what I do know is that he doesn't want to relate to us and would prefer to see us die slowly and painfully for what the village did to him in his childhood. Civil Councilor, that means the demon has 2 villages of support, we must overthrow him and kill him. Civilian Councilor 2. We must declare war on him now. Civilian Councilor 3. If it is a danger to Konoha. Jiraiya. Shut up idiot civilians who do not understand, we were weakened, we do not have many allies, and in the invasion our forces were reduced to 60% of what it was before. In addition to that we will not only face the waves that have a considerable number of shinobi, and several as SS shinobi, but also Kiri, who have several powerful ninjas, such as the 5th Mizukage Mei Terumi, the 4th Mizukage Agura, Zabuza Mamachi among others. Do you seriously think you would win that war, and it would be worse if Naruto fights, since if you do not know Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze daimyo of the wave sweeps water, is the Red Fox SS rank ninja at the age of 12, and according to my informants, he does not use the power of Kyuubi. Imagine if he uses it against us, how powerful do you think he would be, idiots? All the civilians fell silent at that and turned pale at such a revelation. They forgot that the waves had so many as SS class shinobi, but they came out of the shock when Shikaku spoke. That is correct, but now the thing is, we will not have to worry about Orochimaru, and as long as we leave the child alone, he will not attack us from what I see. Now we have to concentrate on what to do with Iwa and Suna. After Shikaku spoke, Danzo said, and if we attack Suna we are in our right and we can take advantage of the minerals that are in that country at the time of conquering it. I think it would be the most beneficial for us. Hiruzen. Yes, but what will happen to Iwa? Shikaku. I suggest we leave Iwa alone for now, since they lost both of their Jinchuriki, and most likely Kiri or Kumo have them or they are already dead, either way it benefits us. Hiruzen. You are absolutely right about that, but for now I need you Jiraiya to search for Tsunade. Her medical skills will be beneficial to this war, and if she decides not to come, report that she will be marked as a missing nin with orders to kill on sight. Well, if that's all, this meeting is over. Jiraiya. Hi sensei, but in his thoughts he says, and how the hell do you want me to convince Tsunade, you old fool, she hates Konoha. While in the cave 9 subjects with black cloaks and red clouds were meeting, these subjects belong to an organization called Akatsuki. These 9 subjects met by order of their leader, since Zetsu had some very important information. Everything was complete silence, until Pain told Zetsu to tell us what exactly happened in Konoha. Black Zetsu. As you wish, leader. Sama, what happened is that Oto, Suna and Iwa, commanded by Inoki Uraza and Orochimaru, invaded Konoha. Everyone opened their eyes in a very surprised state by that information, until Kisame said, oh wow, what happened? Konoha was destroyed. Black Zetsu, not exactly. Konoha could have been destroyed if it weren't for the leader of the country of waves, the Mizukage and the Reikage, along with their shinobi. Bikuzu. Wait, as far as I know Kumo and Kiri are not allied with Konoha, why join them? Zetsu. Apparently the Tsuchikage attacked them, and the 3 leaders joined forces and defeated their opponents, especially the feudal lord of the country of waves, who from what I saw has between 12 or 3. This boy defeated the Kazukiage and several battalions from Iwa and Suna. Madara. What? Impossible. Who is the Zetsu child? Someone as powerful as him can be dangerous. Pain. True, the subject has a name or some nickname in the bingo book. Black Zetsu, if he is known as the Red Fox Ninja SS rank, and from what I understand he is in charge of Ichigo, the sealed Black Ninja SS rank leader of the Death Squad. Each of its members are S rank ninjas, and Azrael the Angel of Death Ninja SS rank leader of the Zero Squad. Each of its members are as rank ninjas. Everyone opened their eyes in shock, since to be in charge of 2 SS rank shinobi the person must be powerful, but they came out of shock when Conan spoke, something that surprised them all. Conan. It is worrying that the feudal lord of the country of waves is extremely powerful, although I suppose that is not all true. Black Zetsu. Indeed, Conan had some trouble. It seems that the Ichibi, Yanbi, and Gobi Jinchuriki either died or were captured during the invasion. Also, it seems that Ichiban Azrael killed Orochimaru during the invasion. Another thing that happened was something related to you, Itachi. Itachi, what do you mean, Zetsu? Zetsu. In the Chunin exams your brother Uchiha Sasuke fought against a wave ninja named Inari. Apparently your brother offended the daimyo by calling him weak, and the Inari boy got angry, since the daimyo is apparently his brother, and destroyed Uchiha Sasuke by cutting his hand and eye. Itachi opened his eyes in shock, this ruined his plans, but he came out of the shock when he heard Kisame laugh. Kisame, jahajahajahaja oh Itachi, that is a shame, most likely he will never be a ninja again, that conceited brat. Itachi glared at him, making Kisame shut up, and he said, well, Zetsu, it doesn't matter, he's my little brother, idiot, he deserves it for insulting the daimyo of the waves. Pain. This will delay our plans, not only do we have to look for the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and the Nanabi who disappeared, but now also 3 more Jinchurikis. Well Kisame Itachi, you will go to the land of waves. I want you to investigate. If the Jinchurikis of Suna and Iwa are in the waves Kakuzu and Haiden, you will go to collect money. As well as I want you to investigate the location of Nanabi Sasori Dadara. I want you to recruit Muzan, the night assassin is an S-rank ninja, and apparently possesses the blood element. Zetsu continues to investigate the location of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. After Pain gave the orders, everyone went to their objectives. Someone appeared from the shadows. This someone was the true leader of Akatsuki, Uchiha Madara. Pain realized that and spoke. Pain. What do you want, Madara? Madara. This is worrying. Pain, several missing Jinchuriki will delay our plans. In addition to the organizations led by the feudal lord of the land of waves, each of their members may be on par with us. Pain. No matter how many there are, they won't be able to beat a god. Madara. Madara. Pain, don't be arrogant, I know you are powerful, you have the level of an SS class ninja, but the waves have 3 ninjas of that level, and who knows how many more the feudal lord will have. Conan, Madara is right. Pain. Sama, we have to be careful with the feudal lord of the land of waves. Pain. Fine, I'll abide by what you say, Madara, for now, but if the feudal lord of the wave country gets in my way, I'll kill him. End of chapter. Chapter 14. Meeting the slug Sannin and the war approaches. Currently 2 women and a pig could be seen in a casino in the town of Tenzakugai. These were Tsunade, the legendary slug Sannin, Shizune her apprentice, and this Tauntaun's pig. Everything was normal for these women until Tsunade plays a game on a slot machine and wins something that surprises her and scares Shizune. Sees this and asks Lady Tsunade what is happening. Because she has that face she answers, Shizune, I won in this game. You know what happens when I win, Shizune, something bad always happens. Get ready, in a couple of days we will leave the town. While in the land of waves, Karen Fu, Shibuki and Teiya were going to the village of Tenzakugai to recruit the Sannin of the slugs Tsunade and inform her that Naruto is alive, by order of this. After a few days the wave ninjas arrived at the town of Tenzakugai. They were searching in the casinos and bars, since according to their spies that is where Tsunade is. After a couple of hours, they are already tired and enter the last bar in the city, and luckily they find Tsunade and go to her table. Karen. Hello Tsunade of the Sannin, we need to talk to you about something important. Tsunade. Who are you and what do you want with me? Karen. We need to talk about something important. Tsunade, the daimyo of the land of water waves, needs to see you. Tsunade. A daimyo, haha, wants to see me, what could the daimyo of the waves want? Sweep water with me, brats. Phew. Well, in short, your godson, the son of Kushina-sama and Minato-sama, is alive. Konoha tricked you and made it seem like he was dead. Tsunade opens her eyes in shock, her godson, her family is alive, she has family, but she came out of shock and said, what do you mean Konoha cheated on me? Sensei told me that Naruto died in the ceiling of Kyuubi. Teiya. None of that, are you stupid or did you see his body? The old fart tricked you, Naruto-sama suffered in that damn village, being insulted, beaten, they didn't even tell him his kinship, it was only thanks to Kurama-sama that he was able to survive and find out about his parents. Tsunade with a tick on her head says, what do you mean they hit him and Jiraiya sensei did nothing, and who is Kurama? He said this raising his chakra quite a bit. But he calmed down when Karen spoke. Well, Tsunade the third didn't tell you because she knew that if you found out he was alive, you would take him, and Jiraiya followed the orders of your sensei and Kurama. Sama is Naruto.ni's father, but you know him as Kyuubi. Both Tsunade and Shizune were shocked by what was said, the Kyuubi was Naruto's adoptive father, but they came out of the shock and Tsunade said, girl, But the Kyuubi attacked the village, how is it that Naruto accepts it? I don't understand that, can you explain it to me? Karen. Kurama. Sama was manipulated by an Uchiha to attack the Kurama village. After a couple of years Naruto.ni and Kurama-sama met. Kurama-sama felt sorry to see Naruto.ni so sad and suffering the hatred of the village, so he made a decision to adopt him. After saying that, Tsunade responds angrily, are you telling me that because of you Uchiha Minato and Kushina died? Damn, I will kill him, and to top it off my sensei and my friend made Naruto go through all that shit. I will join you. Konoha is not worth my time and power. Shizune, we go with the brats. After the conversation that Tsunade has with Karen and her friends, she joins them and leaves for the land of waves, but just as they were leaving Tanzakugai they run into someone that Tsunade currently hates with all her being. This was Jiraiya, the Toad-san. Jiraiya is surprised by the look that Tsunade has, since when she looked at him it was as if she wanted to kill him, and he speaks. Jiraiya. Hello Tsunade, I need to talk to you about something important. Tsunade. Don't buck with me Jiraiya, you lied to me, Naruto is alive and went through all the mistreatment from the village, Kushina and Minato would be disappointed in you, I won't go to Konoha, I'll join the waves, you don't deserve me. Jiraiya. This frowns the dream since Tsunade found out about Naruto's past and responds, if you don't come, they will put you in the bingo book as an S-rank ninja, but he fell silent and was in shock when he felt a great amount of killing intent. But he came out of shock when Karen spoke and said, Jiraiya, do not threaten Tsunade, since we will be forced to kill you slowly and painfully. So Jiraiya responds, do you think you brats can defeat me? Hahaha silly girl. It was then that Karen laughed and laughed, silly pervert, you are without an arm, do you think in that state you could against us? And Tsunade, silly toad, I will say it once more, if you do not leave now we will kill you. After that threat made by Karen to the Sanin Jiraiya, he answers, well, I will leave, get ready Tsunade sensei will put you in the bingo book as an S-rank ninja. After saying that, Tsunade answers, well, tell sensei that if he tries something I will kill him, now I will protect my family Jiraiya and destroy all the enemies of my godson, and if you are one I will kill you. After saying that, Jiraiya left the place angrily to report Tsunade's betrayal, according to him. After that disastrous reunion between the Slug-san and Tsunade and the Toad-san and Jiraiya, after a few days Jiraiya arrived in Konoha and went straight to inform the Hokage of Tsunade's betrayal. After a few minutes Jiraiya appeared in the Hokage's office. Hiruzen, what happened Jiraiya, what did Tsunade tell you because I don't see her? It was then that Jiraiya responded with anger in his voice and said, Sensei, Tsunade betrayed us. Apparently the brat sent 4 of his subordinates to recruit her and they told her everything. Naruto lived in Konoha. Tsunade is not happy at all about it and threatened that if we tried to do something she herself would kill us slowly and painfully. After saying that, Hiruzen said, are you telling me that we lost the best medical ninja of the elemental nations? And to top it off she joined the waves which practically makes her untouchable, since if we try to attack her, we risk a war with the waves, and with Kiri shit Jiraiya, you should have forced her to return to the village. Jiraiya responds, Sensei could not force her, since if he fought against her, he would also have to fight with his apprentice, and with those 4 wave ninjas, who were easily AS class ninjas. If he did they would kill me Sensei. Hiruzen. I understand Jiraiya, I will call an Anbu meeting. After saying that, 5 Anbus appeared and Hiruzen said, Anbu, inform the council to meet in the chamber, it is a matter of utmost urgency. The Anbu nodded and disappeared. After a few minutes, all the council members gathered. Everything was silent until Mabuki Haruno asked Hokage-sama why he called this meeting. He replied, Jiraiya will report what happened. She remained silent and waited for Jiraiya to speak. Jiraiya. Well, when I went to look for Tsunade I came across a bitter surprise. It seems 4 wave ninjas informed Tsunade what happened to Naruto and she joined them. I confronted her about her betrayal and she threatened me saying that if we did something against Naruto or herself, she would attack to kill. After saying that, everyone was in shock and angry that Tsunade refuses to return to the village, but they came out of the shock when Shikaku spoke and said, well, I think this is very problematic now. The daimyo of the waves has the best medical ninja on his side and we can't do anything, since if we try to attack we risk a war with the waves and Kiri. Now we have no time or power to do that. It will be better to concentrate on Suna. Everyone nodded reluctantly, even Danzo, since he wanted to conquer Suna first. After that, the Hokage said, well, the war begins. Suna will pay for what it did. Prepare the troops. Everyone nodded. While in Suna things were bad, the entire council could not agree on what to do, since they knew that Konoha would not remain calm with the failed invasion. They were all still arguing until Baki spoke, can you shut up, we must agree on what to do. Konoha will most likely attack us, and we have neither Jinchuriki nor Kazukiage. We do not have any cage level ninja to take the place of the Yondaime. It was then that the old woman Chiyo said that happens because they trusted a lost ninja like Orochimaru. And we do not have any cage level ninja because you sold Pakura who was an S-class ninja, you sold her to Iwa and killed her fools, all for fear of her power. Everyone fell silent when Gramachio said that, but what no one knew was that two boys were listening to the council's conversation. These were Mitsuri Agenin from Sunashira, the best friend of these. At the moment of hearing that Pakura was sold to Iwa they got angry and left without anyone realize. After a few minutes Mitsuri spoke. Mitsuri. Shira, I will leave soon. I cannot serve the village that betrayed my teacher, the people who supported me and taught me everything I know. Shira replied, well, I understand what you are trying to say, but I will not let you go alone. You are my best friend, almost my sister, so I will go with you, but where will we go? Mitsuri answers, to the country of waves. From what I heard the daimyo is a fair and good person. I hope you help us. It will take us a week to arrive. Get your supplies ready. I will do the same. We leave tomorrow first thing in the morning. Shira nods, and they both went to get their supplies ready, but Mitsuri in her thoughts was making a plan to steal the forbidden Royo from Suna as a lesson for doing that to her sensei Pakura. Mitsuri. Shira. Currently in the land of waves, Karen's group was entering along with Tsunade-san and his apprentice. After about 20 minutes they entered Naruto's castle to give their report. After a few minutes they arrived at the chamber where Naruto was. As soon as Tsunade saw Naruto, she launched herself at a gigantic speed and hugged him in her chest, suffocating him and turning him blue. This continued until Kurama spoke and Tsunade said, "San, release Naruto, he is killing him." Tsunade realized and blushed and released Naruto. He spoke and said, well, godmother, have you found out what Konoha did to me? She nodded furiously and said, yes, Naruto, Sarutobi sensei betrayed me by telling me that you were dead. He not only betrayed me, but you and your parents, they must pay. Naruto nods and says they will pay, godmother. According to my informants, Konoha will declare war on Suna for the invasion they suffered recently. Tsunade responds and says, and what are you going to do? Naruto, he says, nothing. I know that Konoha will win and will weaken enough. Iwa will feel nervous about that and will attack Konoha. Whoever wins, it does not matter because they are weakened, they will pay for what they did to their Jinchuricus. And Tsunade nods happily and half stunned since her idea was perfect. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the land of waves there were two guys with black cloaks with red clouds. These were Kisame and Itachi, Uchiha, S-rank ninjas of the Akatsuki organization. They continued to advance towards the land of waves until they ran into four very well-known people. These were Ichigo of the Black Sealed SS rank ninja, Dragon, Shisui, SSS rank ninja, Yuruchi Shihoin, S rank ninja, and Kisukirahara SSS rank ninja. When Itachi saw them, he cursed his luck. He knew that these opponents were difficult, damn Ichigo could handle them on his own. Now they had to face 4 cage level ninjas, but he came out of his thoughts because the dragon said, Ichigo, Urahara, Yuruchi, you kill Kisame, I'll take care of Itachi. They nod and Yuruchi, in a burst of speed, throws a punch at Kisame, sending him far away. She then follows him along with Kisuke and Ichigo while the dragon takes care of Itachi. Dragon, Shisui versus Itachi. They both stared at each other until Dragon said, wow, Uchiha Itachi, it's a pleasure to see you. What I don't understand is why Akatsuki is here in the land of waves if we don't have Jinchuriki. Itachi opens his eyes, surprised that he knows about Akatsuki. Dragon realizes that and says, I don't understand why it surprises you, we've known about you all a long time, but I'll tell you this, Itachi, I won't allow you to lay a single finger on me. Atoto. Itachi wonders who this guy is. Since from what he knew Naruto didn't have brothers, but he came out of his thoughts when he saw Dragon doing hand positions and saying Kaitenhausenka no Jutsu, Phoenix Flames Jutsu. Itachi dodges and activates his Sharingan. Dragon does the same and says, you're not the only Uchiha alive. Itachi is surprised and says, fire release big fireball. Dragon counterattacks with Suiton water ball. Both attacks cancel each other out. After that Dragon says Futon bullets. Itachi dodges with difficulty and wonders who this Uchiha is, but came out of his thoughts when Dragon said fire element. Fire Dragon. Itachi answers and says fire element. Great Fire Dragon. Both attacks fight until the dragon's attack wins. Itachi dodges, activates his Mangekyo Sharingan and says Amaterasu. Dragon also activates his Mangekyo Sharingan and says Amaterasu. Both attacks cancel each other. After that both launched to attack each other, but before it happened they heard what Shinra Tensei said, thus sending Itachi flying. Dragon was surprised, but then smiled at the people who appeared when Itachi recovered. He saw something that made him sweat. There in front of him was Senju Tsunade the Slug Sannin, Red Fox the daimyo of the waves, Aku Momochi the Ice Princess, and Karen Uzumaki the Crimson Princess. After Itachi saw his enemy he knew he would be defeated. He was facing several cage level shinobi, so he did the most prudent thing and tried to escape, but before doing so Haku made hand positions and said Ice Style Ice Dragon. Itachi dodged but with difficulty, but heard Karen say Wind Style Air Bullets. Itachi tried to dodge, but one of them hit him in the arm, damaging it. After that Itachi said Amaterasu, sending it towards all his Enemies. Naruto reacts quickly and says darkness element black hole, thus absorbing the Amaterasu Itachi, took the opportunity and escaped. The others realized they were going to chase him, but Naruto said leave him, I want Akatsuki to know that he doesn't mess with the waves. Everyone nods. Minutes earlier in the battle of Kisame vs Orochi, Urahara and Ichigo, things were not going well for the fish, since his sword did not work against them. Since these three were Ryasu users, the battle was one-sided. The trio practically beat Kisame, never stood a chance, despite her water jutsus being powerful. Orochi's speed destroyed him into jutsu, while Urahara practically burned him with Benihim, and Ichigo overwhelmed him with his power, and in the end cut off his head, taking Samehada as a souvenir. After defeating Kisame, the trio went to where Shisui was to see how the battle with Itachi went. After a few minutes they arrived where Shisui was and were surprised to see Naruto, but dismissed it, and Ichigo asked where Itachi was. Well, I escaped, Naruto replied. Ichigo nods and says, young Naruto, what are we going to do with Akatsuki? With this, they will know that at least one Bijuu resides in the land of waves. Naruto. I know Ichigo, for now we have to fortify our defenses, we have to prepare for war. Konoha will not stay calm only with Suna. On the other hand, Akatsuki is also dangerous, that is why I want you and the death squad to investigate who their members are, and if you can kill as many Akatsukas as you can. Ichigo. Okay young Naruto, now let's go to the castle, you need to rest. After the battle between Itachi and Kisame against Shisui, Ichigo, Naruto and his group, with the brutal death of Kisame and the escape of Itachi, he went at full speed to inform his leader of what happened in the land of waves. After 2 days he met with the other Akatsukas. Pain, what happened to Itachi and Kisame, where is he? Itachi. Pain-sama, we were ambushed and Kisame was killed by Ichigo of the Black Seal, Orochi the Lightning Goddess, and Urahara Kisuke the Mad Hatter, while I was fighting against a dragon, who apparently is also an Uchiha. The fight with him was even until the daimyo of the waves appeared, Haku Momoshiki the Ice Princess, Tsunade of the Sannin, and Karen Uzumaki the Crimson Princess. Everyone is surprised by that, since the waves had a large number of SSS-class shinobi, that would be complicated, they all thought, but they came out of their thoughts when Pain said, well Itachi, this delays our plans. Kisame was one of our most powerful members. He said this with annoyance, which everyone noticed, but well, what else happened? Do you know if there is a Jinchuriki in the waves? Itachi, well Pain. Sama, I'm not sure, but from what I said in the fight with Dragon, it seems that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki lives in the land of waves, since as I understood Naruto.kun is his brother, that's what I understood, but I'm not sure. Pain. I see, then we concentrate on the Jinchuricus of Kiri and the Jinchuricus of Kumo, but first Zetsu looks for the Jinchuricus of the Gobi and Yonbi. We do not know if they are dead or escaped. Kakuzu and Haiden, you continue investigating the whereabouts of the Nanabi Tadara Sasori, you investigate the whereabouts of the Ichibi, and hurry to recruit Muzan. Everyone nodded and went to their tasks. While in Konoha, a meeting was being held with the council members for the approaching war with Suna for their betrayal. The Hokage spoke well. The war will take place. Kakashi Haddock, Asuma Sarutobi, will lead, along with Yamato, the forces that will go to destroy Suna. I want that village burned for their betrayal. Everyone nods happily because Suna will pay for their betrayal. You will leave in a week. 2 days later in Suna, everyone was preparing for an invasion by Konoha, since according to an anonymous source, it seems that the Konoha forces led by Asuma Sarutobi and Kakashi Haddock will invade in a couple of days, since according to what they read in 5 days, Konoha will arrive in Suna, so the council ordered Baki to lead a force to counteract the Konoha forces. Currently in the land of waves, a meeting was being held in which the feudal Uzumaki Naruto and his generals Azarel, Kurama, Ichigo, Hirako and Yamamoto were all discussing what to do with the Akatsuki and the war that will happen between Suna and Konoha. It was then that Hirako said, who of you think will win this war? Most likely Konoha will win, said Ichigo. Agreed with that. Konoha has S-rank shinobis of a good level like Kakashi Haddock. Urayasanin and Sarutobi hears in Suna will not win this war, but they weakened Konoha a lot, Yamamoto said. Everyone nods, and Naruto said you're right about all that Yamamoto. San, but after Konoha wins this war, which is most likely, they will be severely weakened, most likely Iwa will take advantage of that and attack Konoha, in effect, said Kurama, but you missed something. Konoha currently has the minor town of Taki as an ally, and despite not being that powerful, Iwa will not risk attacking while they are there, but well, we'll see what will happen in this war. After saying that, someone knocks on the door of the meeting. Naruto enters, the ninja enters. This was Kimamaru. Ichigo asks what happened. Kimamaru, what is so important to interrupt this meeting? Kimamaru answers Ichigo.san is important. A genin from Suna and a civilian from Suna are asking for refuge in the country of waves. In exchange they will give us the forbidden Royo of Suna. All of Naruto's generals are surprised, even Naruto himself, but then he answers Kimamaru. Have the children pass, please. Kimamaru, seat high. Naruto. Sama. After a few minutes Kimimaro enters along with two young men of approximately 14 years of age. One of them was a young man with a lead hair with a good physique, and the other was a young man of average size and white skin. After they entered, Naruto says, "Hello children, why do you want refuge in the country of the waves?" All of them got a drop of sweat because Naruto calls them children, being the younger than them, but they got serious when Mitsuri spoke. "Well, we want refuge because Suna is no longer trustworthy. They sold my sensei. Pakura is unforgivable." Pakura sensei was a respectable and loyal kunoichi, but the council and the 4th Kazekage betrayed her, and that will not stay that way, so I give her the forbidden scroll of Suna as a sign of loyalty and respect towards you. I heard from you, the Red Fox Ninja SS rank and feudal lord of the country of water and the country of the waves. Naruto answers, "Well, thank you for the scroll. Although with or without the scroll I would let them enter. I am a censor. I feel your emotions, and I can see that they are not lying." Hirako calls Bakuragara and his brothers. He nods and disappears. Both Mitsuri and Shira, they are surprised, and Mitsuri asks Daimyo, "Sama, Pakura sensei is alive?" She said this crying. Naruto answers, "Yes, she is alive. I rescued her before they killed her, and don't hate her for not going for you. She knows that Suna betrayed her, that's why she couldn't go there." Both young people nod. After a couple of minutes Hirako, Pakura and her group appear, but the moment they appeared Mitsuri runs and hugs Pakura. She is surprised and sees who hugged her. She is surprised to see who it is and begins to cry since her student whom she saw as a daughter was here. Finally, the only person she wanted from Suna was here, but she came out of her thoughts when Naruto spoke. "Well, Mitsuri," said Shira. "And first of all, I suppose you want to be shinobi, right?" They both nod. Naruto answers, "Perfect, then I want you to tell me what you are good at so I know where to place you." Mitsuri answers, "Well, I have an affinity for earth and fire, but at the same time I would like to be a medical ninja. I would like to heal people instead of killing them, but that does not mean that I will not kill my precious people if someone tries to hurt them." Naruto smiles and says, "Perfect, and you, Shira?" "And what are you good at?" This one lowers his head and says, "Daimyo." "Sama, I am not good at ninjutsu and jinjutsu since my chakra coils are too low to perform it, so I only dedicate myself to taijutsu. I know that for the shinobi villages that is not enough to be ninjas. But I want to be a ninja. I want to be strong to protect my loved ones." Naruto smiles at her words and says, "I like you, Shira. Those words are to be admired, and do not worry, you will be ninja. You will be trained by Uruchi, the lightning goddess. She will train you. She is one of the best taijutsu users. If not the best, she will make you as strong as your will is. In addition to that, you will also be trained in kinjutsu by Kisukirahara." The Mad Hatter. Shira is surprised because she will be trained by such powerful shinobi and bursts into tears for having this opportunity. Naruto speaks, "Calm down, Shira, you are strong, and you will be stronger." End of chapter. Chapter 15. War. Currently you can see a large army of Konoha.nin led by Kakashi Haddock and Asuma Sarutobi marching towards Suna to destroy it. What the Konoha ninjas did not know is that Suna sent a large number of ninjas commanded by Baki to counter the army of Konoha ninjas. After a few days, the Konoha Nin army was already at the borders of the country of wind and the country of fire, but what they encountered did not please them at all, since in front of them was a large army of Suna Nin, but they came out of their thoughts when Baki spoke well of Konoha Nin. "Withdraw from our land or you will die. Do not underestimate Asuna Nin," said Kakashi after saying that. Asuma said, "Attack and kill everyone." Meanwhile, Baki said, "Attack, do not leave any Konoha Nin alive." All attacked Suna versus Konoha, while Asuma went against Baki. Both launched to attack, having an even taijutsu battle until Asuma separated and did hand positions and says fire style jutsu fireball. Baki dodges and says wind style air bullets. Asuma dodges and takes out his trench blade surrounding it with wind chakra, while Baki surrounded his sword with wind chakra. Both launched into a fierce sword versus blade battle, having an even duel. Both separated, having some small cuts each throughout their bodies. Baki realized that a large number of Suna Nin were dead and that little by little his comrades were dying, so he did the most appropriate thing and remembered what the counselors told him: if he can't win, and he was glad to do that. Flashback. Baki went to the council since he would command the Suna Nin to counter. Upon arriving, I asked for advice. "Why do you need me?" Councilman 1. "Baki, we have something important to tell you." Councilman 2. "You know that he will command our forces to defeat the Konoha Nin, but we do not know if you will be able to win, so Chiyo-sama could give you a large explosive seal. You will have to activate it if you see that you are losing to try to take as many ninjas as you can. It is a special seal with your amount of chakra at the time of fighting. You will take a large amount of Konoha.nin." Baki. "I see, then put the seal on me. If I lose, I'll take as many Konoha Nin as I can." End of flashback. After the memory that Baki had, he smiles, since if he will die, he will take as many opponents as possible. After finishing his train of thought, he makes hand positions and says Konoha.ni, "All of you will die." Nuclear activation. After saying that, it explodes, taking Asuma and a large platoon of Konoha.nin with it. Seconds after the exhibition, Kakashi realized and saw in horror how that explosion took Asuma and several Konoha. And in with it and cursed, since Asuma was a powerful jounin in their ranks. After several fights between Konoha.nin and Suna.ni, the Konoha shinobi emerged victorious, even though those from Suna were 2,000 and they were almost 2,500. They did not come out well, leaving 850 Konoha ninjas alive, among them Yamato the Mokuton user and Kakashi Haddock the copy ninja. After a few days, the Hokage received news of what had happened, so he sent a letter to Kakashi urging him to return. After a couple of days, Kakashi's small army returned to Konoha, and he reported to the council on what had happened on the borders of the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. Currently in the council room everyone was waiting for Kakashi. After a couple of minutes he arrived, so the Hokage spoke. Tell me Kakashi what happened, because you managed to invade Suna. Kakashi. Well Hokage. Sama, what happened is that on the borders of the country of wind and the country of fire, a small army of approximately 2,000 soldiers was waiting for us. Even though we were 2,500, they apparently were informed that we would invade them. We all separated, and Asuma fought with Baki, even though Asuma-san was on par with the jounin of Suna. He realized that he was at a numerical disadvantage, so he did a suicide jutsu, making himself explode, taking Asuma-san and several dozen leaf shinobi with him. Hokage, I see my dear son died, but his death will not be in vain. Suna will have to pay well. Jiraiya. Kakashi, you two prepare the Suna troops. You already know that we will attack, so we can't catch you off guard, but well Shikaku, you will be in charge of formulating a plan for the approaching war. He nods lazily. While in Suna things were not so good after the battle of their ninjas against those of Konoha. It was then that Elder Chiyo said, well, despite the fact that we lost our shinobi and our commander Baki, he took a large number of shinobi and especially Sarutobi Asuma, one of the best shinobi of Konoha. Councilman 1. We know Chiyo-sama, but we need an alliance with Iwa in order to defeat Konoha. We all know that we don't have much of a chance. They have 3 S-rank shinobi, who are Kakashi, Haddock, Jiraiya of the Sannin and Hiruzen Sarutobi. We all know that an S-rank shinobi is equivalent to battalions, and we don't have any except Uchiha-sama, who in your youth was a powerful kunoichi, but now you have weakened. We have no other option but to make an alliance with Iwa. After a week in Iwa Inoki, that Tsuchikage received a letter from the Suna council, so he smiled. An alliance with Suna may benefit him to finish off Konoha, so he responds according to what the alliance says and sends a letter in response. After a couple of days Jiraiya found out about the alliance between Iwa and Suna, so he went to tell his sensei to call a meeting, since he had something important to report. After a few minutes, all the counselors and clan leaders were in the meeting room. The room was silent until Jiraiya appeared, and the Hokage asks what happened. Jiraiya he answers Sensei Iwa and Suna are now allies. After he said that the whole room was silent until Shikaku spoke. Well, if they are allies, Iwa will also participate in the war from what I see, and even though we have Taki as an ally, our chances of winning this war are 40 or 30%. Everyone was surprised by what Shikaku said, so Hiruzen asks, and what makes you think that Shikaku? He answers, well, simple. Hokage-sama, among the 5 great nations currently Suna is the weakest, Iwa is the 4th strongest, and Konoha is in 3rd place after losing a large number of shinobi and our Jinchuriki. Even though individually we could beat either of those 2 nations, since neither has Jinchuriki and Suna does not have any S-rank shinobi. But Iwa is another story. There is that Tsuchikage Inoki and his son, both S-rank ninjas, while we have Jiraiya. Sama, Hokage. Sama and Kakashi, but leaving that aside, we currently have 9,500 shinobi, approximately half of what we had, while Suna has 7,000 shinobi, and Iwa has 10,000 shinobi. Do you understand me? We would be outnumbered almost 2 to 1. After saying that, the Hokage says, well, I think you're correct. But if I am not mistaken, Taki has 3,000 shinobi, with it we would be equal. Shikaku answers, he is correct Hokage-sama, but the chances of winning this war still do not exceed 50%, even with Taki's help. Danzo says, true Shikaku, but Konoha will not back down. They attacked us, we will respond with lethal force. Everyone nods. Meanwhile, in the Land of Waves, Naruto found out that the war had already begun, so he called a meeting with his generals, which were Hirako, Kurama, Yamamoto, Ichigo and Shisui. All were already gathered, wondering what happened until Naruto said, well guys, it seems like the war has already begun. Suna and Konoha will destroy themselves. Hehehe. Everyone smiled at that until Yamamoto asks young Naruto, do you think Iwa will join Suna? Naruto answers, well Yamamoto. And from what my spies tell me is that Iwa and Suna are now allies, as well as Taki and Konoha. Apparently all our enemies will destroy each other if we move a single finger. Everyone nods happily. In Kiri something similar happened. The Mizukage called an urgent meeting. After a few minutes, all the counselors and clan leaders gathered. Everything was silent until Yagura spoke. What happened, May? Why did you call this meeting? May answers, well Yagura, what happens is that according to some reports apparently Suna and Iwa at war against Konoha and Taki. Everyone is surprised until Zabuza, leader of all the Jounin of Kiri, speaks, saying that when this war ends, we will be stronger. Currently of the 5 great nations we occupy 3rd or 2nd place, so the more the other 3 villages weaken the better for us. 1 is that we do not have to worry about them attacking us, and 2 is because we can organize and grow our forces. After Zabuza said that, everyone is surprised and smile. Mei says, perfect, that is what I was trying to tell you now. Naruto.kun and the Reikage Dono must have already found out about the war that is happening. Most likely they will prepare and ready their forces. That is what we are also going to make everyone nod, and Mei ended the meeting. After a year of war between Konoha and Taki versus Suna and Iwa, things calmed down between the 4 countries. They called a ceasefire after a hard battle, since their numbers were very low, and if they continued like this, their power would decrease too much and cause other villages to attack them. So a peace agreement was made between Hiruzen Saratobi Sandame Hokage Inoki Sandame Tsuchikage, Crocodile Godame Kazukage and Saburo the Takakage. After the country agreement of the 4 leaders in Konoha, a very urgent meeting was held. After a couple of minutes the meeting was held. Everyone was silent until Jiraiya appeared and said, Sensei, we have serious problems. What do you mean? Jiraiya replied, Hiruzen, well Sensei, do you remember the disappearance of the Nanabe Jinchuriki and the disappearance of the Ichigo Jinchuriki in the invasion? He nods because he located them. Everyone opens their eyes interested and Danzo says, and why didn't you capture him? Jiraiya, well Danzo couldn't take him because if he attacked them, it would cause a war against the country of waves and the country of water, since both the Nanabe and the Ichibi were under the command of Naruto Uzumaki. Everyone was in shock when Jiraiya said that until Hiruzen came out of shock and says, well, we can't attack them yet, let's prepare ourselves. Since Naruto is a danger to us, everyone nods, but Danzo in his thought says, well, if Hiruzen doesn't want to act, one will do it. I will capture one of his Jinchurikis and it will be my weapon, hehehe. While in the Akatsuki base days before they had learned that the Jinchurikis of the Ichibi and the Nanabe are in the country of the waves, these we will leave for the end. After everyone finds out that information thanks to Zetsu, Pain says, well Kabuto Tobi Zetsu Konan, and I will go for the Jinchurikis of the 3 and 6 tails. We command 5,000 white Zetsus Kakuzu hiding Musen Sasori. Itachi and Dadara, you commanded 5,000 white Zetsu to Kumo, and you will go for the 2 and 8 tails. Well, we leave in 4 days, prepare. After in the land of waves Naruto called a meeting with his generals. Everyone is attentive to what Naruto will say. Naruto says, guys, according to my spy Akatsuki will attack Kumo and Kiri. According to my informants, those who will attack Kumo will be Kakuzu Hiden Musen Sasori. Itachi and Dadara and the Akatsuki who will go for the 3 and 6 tails to Kiri are Kabuto Tobi Zetsu Konan and Pain. Everyone is surprised by what was said. Yamamoto asks, well young Naruto, and I guess we have to go after them, right? Naruto nods and says, Kurama, you and the other Baijas, along with the Shield of Death, Yoruichi and Urahara Kisuke, will accompany me to Kiri, well the Zero Squad Shisui. And I-chan. The former Jinchurikis along with Captains Kenpachi Zaraki, Toshiro Hitsugaya and Soifan along with their lieutenants will go to Kumo. Akatsuki is a danger, so we will finish them off in one blow. Everyone nods pleased and Naruto says, Yamamoto, you are completely in charge. This nod, and Hirako sends a letter to Kumo and Kiri of what is happening. This nod. After Naruto coordinates who will go to Kumo and Kiri, they leave for their respective countries as quickly as possible. After 3 days, Naruto's group arrived in Kiri, while the group led by Shisui arrived in Kumo in 4 days. Currently in Kiri, both Mei and Naruto were coordinating how to deal with Akatsuki. Naruto says, well Mei, I will take care of the Madara user, while Kurama and Shukaku will take care of the Rinnegan user. Mei answers, are you sure that they can against the Rinnegan user? Naruto answers, obviously they can for something. Kurama is my oto.san. Mei nods, and Naruto says, well your Ichibugura and Utakata will deal with Kabuto. Most likely he will use the Ito Tensei. Most likely he will summon some Kage. Mei nods and says it will be complicated, but your plan is good. Naruto.kun nods happily and says, and don't worry about Zetsu, when the battle starts our informant will take care of him. Mei nods and prepares for the battle. While in Kumo, Shisui's group was talking with the Reikage and coordinating how they will deal with Akatsuki. Shisui says, fine Reikage, I will take care of Itachi, along with Karen and Haku. Yubi and Dari can take care of Hiden and Kakuzu. The Reikage nods, and Shisui says Soifan and Toshiro face Dadara, while Gari Yujito and Fu will go for Sasori, and finally, Kenpachi will fight against Musen, while the others will support the village and finish off the White Zetsus. The Reikage nods happily with the plan proposed by Shisui. End of chapter. Chapter 16. Akatsuki attack. Currently in Konoha, Jiraiya of the Sannin was informing Saratobi, the current Hokage of the attack, that Akatsuki are a Hakumagakure and Kurigakure. Hiruzen. Are you sure of what you're saying? I'm surprised by Akatsuki's audacity to attack two of the great nations. Jiraiya. Yes sensei, my informant told me that Kabuto Tobi Black Zetsu, Konan and Pain, along with 5,000 white Zetsus, will go to Kurigakure for the 3 tails and the 6 tails, while Kakuzu Haiden Muzan Sasori, Itachi and Deidara, along with 5,000 white Zetsus, will go for the 2 tails and the 8 tails. Hiruzen. I see they will go with a large army, but what level do those black Zetsus have? Jiraiya. According to my informant, his level varies between low chunin and medium chunin. And well, even if they don't manage to capture the Bijas, both villages will be greatly weakened by that attack, and we can take advantage of that opportunity, sensei, to hit them. Hiruzen. You're right Jiraiya, well I want you to inform me when Akatsuki finishes their attack. Jiraiya. Hi sensei. Well with the 2 groups of ninjas from the Land of Waves led by Naruto who is in Kiri and Shisui who is in Kumo, both groups along with the ninjas from those villages, were preparing for the Akatsuki attack. In Kiri Naruto was extending his senses until he realized that several shinobi with chakra level comparable to a cage were heading towards the village, so he did the most prudent thing, he created a shadow clone to warn the others, and he went to where the Akatsuki were. Minutes later Naruto appeared on the outskirts of the village of Kurigakure. The Akatsuki were surprised to see him both Tobi Black Zetsu, Konan and Pain, along with 5,000 white Zetsus, while in Kiri, both the Mizukage with Naruto's group and thousands of Kiri shinobi went where the semi-blonde was to support him. After a few minutes they arrived and saw Naruto in front of all the Akatsuki, along with thousands of Zetsus. The Akatsuki realized this and are surprised to see the Mizukage along. The thousands of Kiri shinobi, that meant that they knew they would come, then that means there is a spy in the organization, they all thought, but they came out of their thoughts when Konan attacked Black Zetsu and sent him away and went against him. All the Akatsuki were surprised by that, and Tobi said so she betrayed us, well, then I'll kill her, Pain take care of them, but before Tobi goes Naruto gets in the way, grabs him before he could become intangible, and they both disappear in a yellow flash. Everyone is surprised. Pain with the Asura path throws several projectiles, but Shukaku makes a large sand shield protecting everyone. After that Kurama goes towards him at a speed comparable to the Reikage, but he throws a punch at the Naraka path destroying it. Pain is a little surprised, and Kurama says, what about Pain, if we take this somewhere else, otherwise both your allies and mine will be affected by our fight. Pain Diva nods, and both Kurama goes with Pain, and Shukaku follows them while Mei goes towards Kabuto. She tries to kick him, he dodges and says, well I know I won't win, but with the help of my little toys, I know everyone will die. He does hand positions and says Ito Tensei resurrection of the impure world. After saying that 4 coffins appeared from them, came out Yondaime Kazukiage race, the Sandaime Reikage. In Jetsu the second Mizukage and Mu the second Tsuchikage. Everyone's thought was shit, this will be complicated. After that Mei said, ninja of Kiri attack today, we will finish with all Akatsuki. Ichigo speaks and says, Mei. And I will go for the Reikage and the previous Mizukage. Mei, I see him in shock, but nods. After that Ichigo at a gigantic speed throws a punch at Jinjutsu, sending him flying. After that he throws a strong Kido at the Reikage, sending him in the same direction as Jinjutsu. After that Amayuri, Mei and Katara went against the Kazukiage and Yugura, Zoka, Utakata and Aang went against Kabuto, while Chimei, Uruchi and Kisuke went against Mu. After that the rest of the Death Squad Chijuro, Zabuza, Hakuo and Son Goku command the Kiri army against the White Zetsus. In the battle of Mei Terumi, Amayuri and Katara against the Yondaime Kazukiage, the trio of Kunoichis watched Raza cautiously until he made hand positions. Magnet release Jutsu Gold Dust missiles. Katara reacts quickly and makes hand positions and says water release water missiles, thus both attacks neutralize each other. After that Mei makes hand positions and says lava release lava tide. Raza makes hand positions and says magnet release great gold dust tide. Both jutsus cancel each other, but in a burst of speed Amayuri takes advantage of the fact that the Kazukiage is distracted with Mei. Y appears behind Raza and stabs him, and Amayuri says explosive lightning release, thus destroying the Kazukiage's body. Katara takes advantage and places a seal, thus defeating the Kazukiage. Raza. On the other side of the battlefield Ichigo was fighting with the Sandaime Reikage and the Nidaime Mizukage, having a very even battle, since despite the Reikage is faster than Ichigo, he could dodge and see the attacks without problems, while with the Mizukage, despite being very good at Jinjutsu and Ninjutsu Suiton, Ichigo was not affected by Jinjutsu's Jinjutsu, and the Ninjutsu Suiton were countered with Ichigo's Kido. The battle was at a stalemate until Ichigo said blackened Kurameo after saying that his sword transformed into a brush, which made the cages raise an eyebrow, since they did not expect that strange transformation. But then Ichigo says Hado number 63 Reikum, roaring thunder cannon. The lightning went towards the cages, the Reikage dodges with his speed, but the Mizukage did not have that luck. Since the attack took it unprepared, thus destroying half of his body. Ichigo took that opportunity and with his brush pierced what was left of Jinjetsu's body and says see lol Kurameo, after saying that in piercing Jinjetsu, he is surrounded by ink and immobilizes him, then little by little the same ink seals him. The Reikage takes advantage of the fact that Ichigo is distracted and makes hand positions and says lightning element lightning dragon. Ichigo answers Bakudo number 81 Danku void. The vision thus Ichigo creates a barrier protecting himself from the Reikage's lightning dragon, then Ichigo says Bakudo number 4 Hinawa, thus sending several energy ropes coiling around the Reikage immobilizing him, but not satisfied with that Ichigo said Bakudo number 61 Rikujikoro, prison of 6 bars of light, thus these 6 bars of energy imprison with force, and with great speed Ichigo pierces the Reikage with force, and says see lol Kurameo, thus a great amount of ink seals rolls and seals. The Sandame Reikage. Minutes before in another part of the battlefield Kurama and Shukaku stared at the 5 paths of pain until the human path makes hand positions as do Kurama and Shukaku. The 3 say Kushius no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu, after the animal path ended in a cloud of smoke, a rhinoceros and a 3-headed dog came out, while Kurama summons a 5-tailed fox and Shukaku a white raccoon. The summons of both were launched, the fox went against the dog, while the great raccoon went against the rhinoceros. Shukaku took the opportunity and with a punch he sent the human path flying, and with his sand, he dragged the animal path, sending it towards the human path. The diva path was going to intervene, but Kurama got in the way and faced the 3 remaining paths. Asura sent several missiles towards Kurama, this dodged all with great speed, then he made hand positions and said fire release great fox flare. The pre-top path got in the way and absorbed the Kurama's attack, snapped his fingers in annoyance, and drew his sword and went against the paths, but the diva path said Shinra Tensei sending Kurama flying this with a hand seal, says fire release 1000 flame missiles from Preta Fox protects himself, while diva and Asura dodge with difficulty Kurama's attack. This takes advantage of the fact that the Preta path is still absorbing his attack and in a burst of speed cuts it into pieces. The diva path frowns, while in Shukaku's fight the animal path and the human path were not having a good time. Shukaku was overwhelming them with his sand until the animal path made hand positions and said Kuchius no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu, thus summoning a bull and a bird that launched themselves to attack Shukaku, but he makes hand positions and says Kuchius no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu, thus summoning a black raccoon that launches itself against a bull, while Shukaku made hand positions again and said magnet element sand spears, so this sending dozens of spears that the bird could not dodge impacting as this. Thus defeating it. Both the human path and the animal looked at it with a frown, since now nothing of what they have done has been able to defeat Shukaku, but they came out of their thoughts when Shukaku said magnet element sand tsunami, thus sending a great tide of sand to the path. This they managed to dodge. Shukaku smiles and says magnet element sand spikes, thus the spikes are stuck in the 2 paths killing them in the fight of Kurama. Things were going well for the diva path since the Asura path was destroyed by Kurama and only one remained, but he came out of his thoughts when Kurama said well this will not only kill you, it will disintegrate you Biju Udama, thus throwing the large sphere towards diva. He said Shinra Tensei Kurama's attack stops. Kurama smiles, he throws another Biju Udama towards diva he noticed, but could do nothing to dodge or repel it, so he fell on him fully, thus destroying him and says well, I've finished with the puppets and I see that Shukaku is also finished. It's time to go with the others and then go where the original is and kill him. On the other side of the battlefield Konan and Zetsu were staring at each other until Zetsu said, well this is unexpected, I never thought you would betray us. Konan smiled and said, Nagato may be my friend, but he doesn't have the right to capture and kill whoever he wants, because he thinks he's a god. Black Zetsu answers, well, but there's something I don't understand, at what point you betrayed us, and how you met the feudal lord of the country of waves. She didn't answer but in her thoughts she remembered how she met Naruto. Flashback. Konan was going to the land of waves on Nagato's orders for information from the Jinchurikis, who were there until halfway through the journey 3 people stop her. These were the daimyo of the land of waves Uzumaki Naruto, or as others know him the Red Fox, the other was Shisui Uchiha better known as Dragon, and the other was Karen Uzumaki, or better known as Crimson Princess. Konan gets nervous, she knew she could face one of them, but 3 she was not stupid, it was noticeable that each of them was at age level or higher, but she would not be intimidated, but she came out of her thoughts when Naruto said excuse me miss because you are in my country, and especially because you are in Akatsuki I do not feel any negative emotions from you, but emotions of kindness and purity, that is why I do not understand why being with Akatsuki. Konan answers for peace, we will gather the Bijus to have a super weapon, and with our power, we can avoid war. Naruto answers, who told you that stupidity when you unite the Bijus again you will only bring destruction. Konan denies, and he says you can't know that Nagato's plan is infallible. Naruto says you're wrong miss, that Nagato doesn't know the consequences of reuniting the Biju. If he finishes his plan, the Jubi will resurface and destroy the world as we know it, the Jubi. He already tried once, but the Sage of the Six Paths and the Sage of the Moon stopped him by sealing the Jubi in the Sage of the Six Paths, and at the moment of dying the Divine Sage's power became 9, thus creating the 9 Bijus. Conan is surprised and says, "And how do you know that?" Naruto says, "Simple, the Bijus have endless information. That's why I know." Miss Conan thinks, if this is true, then Madara used us to revive that thing. Yahiko would be disappointed in me and Nagato for trusting Madara. Conan sighs and says, "I believe you, Daimyo of the Waves." Naruto says, "Don't tell me Daimyo of the Waves, just tell me Naruto." Conan is surprised that the Daimyo of the Waves is the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, and then smiles, "Well, Naruto, I will trust you. I will be your informant in Akatsuki. If what you say is true, then what we are doing will not bring peace, but destruction. I will give you the information of all the Akatsuki, so that it will be easier for you to deal with them." Naruto is surprised but nods. Happy to have Conan as an ally. End of flashback. Zetsu, "Oh, I see, you won't tell me. It doesn't matter because you'll be dead very soon." Conan smiled and answered, "We'll see, Zetsu." After that, Conan threw several paper shurikens. Zetsu dodged and made hand positions. Wood release wood spikes. Conan dodges and says, "Wind release air bullets." Zetsu made hand positions and said, "Mokuton wooden wall," protecting himself from Conan's bullets. After that, Conan said, "Danzo of the Shikigami." So he is turning his body into paper, taking out 2 wings. After that, from his wings he sent hundreds of paper bombs towards Zetsu. He tries to dodge, but a few stick to his arm and explode and vaporize Zetsu's arm. He screams in pain and says, "Wood release birth of a world of trees." Conan flies high and dodges the small forest of Zetsu and Conan to finish off Zetsu. Daijutsu explosive rain of paper like that from the sky. Conan sent hundreds of paper bombs exploding towards Zetsu. He, to protect himself, said, "Wood release wooden dome." Despite Zetsu trying to defend himself, Conan's rain destroyed Zetsu's wooden dome and part of Zetsu's body. After that, Conan took the opportunity to see Zetsu weakened in explosive missiles, thus exploring and completely disintegrating Zetsu. Conan sighed after finishing her battle with Zetsu and thinks, "The battle cost me almost half of my chakra, but I can still fight. I will go support the others on the battlefield." While in the battle, Chime, Yuruchi and Kisuke against Mew, the trio stared at Mew until Yuruchi got tired of no one attacking and says, "Hado number 4 by Akurai." So she is launching a white ray. Mew dodges and says, "Wind release air bullets." Both Chime, Yuruchi and Kisuke dodge easily and Kisuke takes out his Zanpakuto and says, "Wake up Akiro Benahim." The Zanpakuto changes and says, "Naki Benahim," sings Crimson Princess, thus launching a jet of crimson red energy towards Mew. He reacts and says, "Jinten." Dust release detachment of the primitive world. Both attacks collide and neutralize each other. Yuruchi takes advantage of that and in a burst of speed appears behind Mew and kicks Mew, sending him flying. But before he falls to the ground, Chime throws a chakra reinforced kick at Mew, sending him flying again. Urahara takes advantage and said, "Bakido number 4 climbing rope." So this sending a large rope of energy to Mew, trapping him. After that, Urahara takes the opportunity and recites his incantation, saying, "Limit of thousands of hands, out of respect one cannot touch the darkness." The shooting hand is not reflected in the blue sky. The path of sunlight, the wind that fans the flames, time that gathers when both are together. There is no need to hesitate, obey my order. Bullet light 8 bodies. New item, Book of the Heavens treasures. Great wheels, Grey Fortress. Keep your distance dispersed and clean when firing. Hado 91 Senju Koten Taicho. Bright 1000-hand sky cannon, thus sending out a large amount of pink energy, vaporizing the immobilized Mew. While in the battle of Yagura, Zoka, Utakata and Aang went against Kabuto, things were not going very well for the former right hand of Orochimaru. Despite the implants that he made to gain power, it was too difficult for him to fight against 3S rank shinobi, and an A rank shinobi. Kabuto made hand positions and said, "Water release water dragon." Yagura made water positions, said, "Water release water dragon," so both attacks cancelled. Then Utakata said, "Water release explosive bubbles." Kabuto dodges with difficulty, but then an ice dragon sent by Zoka went towards Kabuto to defend himself, said, "Earth release rock." While Kabuto was sweating, he knew that individually he could against them, but against the 4 at once, it would be suicide to try to flee, but an ice barrier did not allow him to escape. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Water release water whips." Yagura, Zoka, Utakata and Aang dodge. Yagura makes hand positions and says, "Water release great tide." Then Zoka said, "Lightning release great discharge," thus sending an electrical tide towards Kabuto. This sees the attack and says, "Earth element great wall of earth," momentarily protecting himself from the electric tide. But shortly after the electric tide destroyed the rock wall, Kabuto cursed himself and received the attack, full electrocuting him. After receiving that attack, he was somewhat stunned. Zoka takes advantage and took out his sword and with a speed went with a burst of speed towards Kabuto, cutting his arm. Kabuto screamed in pain and tried to attack Zoka with his snakes. Zoka dodges and backs up. Yagura and Utakata say at the same time, "Water dragon water style," so 2 water dragons go towards Kabuto. He dodges the dragons and says, "Mandara no Jin, wave of 10,000 snakes." Both Yagura, Zoka, Utakata and Aang were surprised by such a quantity of snakes. Yugura and Utakata go to their first Biju state and let out a great roar, destroying the snakes. Kakuto is surprised, and Aang takes advantage of the opportunity and takes out his blade and surrounds it with wind and goes with full speed towards Kabuto, cutting him in two, thus ending Orochimaru's former right-hand man. Several minutes before the battle of the fake Madara and Naruto both stared at each other until Naruto said, "Oh wow, so you are the true leader of Akatsuki, right?" Cheap Uchiha hehehe. Madara, with an eyebrow twitching under his mask, answered, "And you are the daimyo of the water waves." Naruto answered and said, "You are right." Cheap Uchiha, let me introduce myself. I am Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, feudal lord of the country of waves, swirls and water, and today is the time to die. Fake Madara. The Uchiha with a vein in his forehead says, "So you are the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, hehe, then I will capture you." Naruto laughs and says, "I am no longer Jinchuriki, Kyuubi is no longer in me." The fake Madara widened his eyes in surprise and says it doesn't matter, then he will get the information of where Kyuubi is by force. Naruto laughs and activates his Mangekyo Sharingan and says it's time to play Uchiha 5th. After that Naruto says Amaterasu. Madara activates his Kamui and Amaterasu pierces him. Naruto says, "I see the Konan was right, your jutsus are from space-time, it doesn't matter," says Naruto, and then he made hand positions and he said lightning released 10 electric wolves. Madara dodges the wolves and Naruto makes 2 clones and the real Naruto says water release great waterfall. After that the first Naruto clone says lightning release Black Panther and the other clone says fire release Amaterasu. Tied the 3 jutsu combine and go towards Madara, he becomes intangible. Naruto took the opportunity and took out his sword and in a burst of speed he tried to decapitate Madara, but he realized and dodged, but Naruto managed to cut his mask. After that Naruto knew, "You weren't Madara, hehe. You have no personality, you are so weak that you pretend to be Madara, hahaha. Who are you really? You seem familiar to me." The fake Madara says, "You are irritating, Uzumaki, but well, let me introduce myself. I am Uchiha Death, a pleasure, brat." Naruto laughs and says, "I see you were my father's student and even so you attacked him and took out Kurama. My mother's oto-san. You heard my precious people, so you will die trash." After that Naruto said fire release great fox flame. Obito reacts and says fire release tide of flames. Both attacks neutralize. Naruto takes out the sword of death and in a burst of speed goes towards Obito. He couldn't even react when Naruto cut his arm, he screams in pain and then Naruto kicked him sending him flying. Obito gets back up and looks at Naruto with hatred. He doesn't even flinch and says, "Your Kamui ability is good, very annoying, but without your ability, I estimate that you are at the level of low cage or maybe medium cage, haha. But it's time to end this Jujutsu cancellation seal." After that both Naruto's Sharingan and Obito's were cancelled. The Uchiha asks, "What did you do? Because I can't activate my Sharingan." Naruto answers, "Very simple. It is problematic to deal with your Kamui and boring, so I put a seal that covers 4 kilometers in which neither you nor I will be able to activate our Sharingan, haha." Obito, he becomes alarmed and tries to escape, but Naruto quickly cuts off his other arm. He screams in pain and Naruto makes signs with one hand touching Obito and says light element arc, thus vaporizing Obito completely, finishing off the Uchiha. Then Naruto thought it's time to go to Papa. After the defeat of Akatsuki against Naruto's group in the water village, both Naruto, Konan and Kurama head to where Nagato is. After a few minutes, the 3 arrive where the last Akatsuki was hiding. Nagato. "So he says they've come to kill me." Naruto. "Not exactly, you are one of the last Uzumakis, you are one of the few living relatives I have, I would like you to join me." Nagato. "So you are also an Uzumaki, but the only Uzumaki alive in Konoha was Kushina, wife of Minato the 4th Hokage." After saying that Nagato laughs a little and says, "I will join you, Uzumaki." Naruto thanks for this opportunity. Naruto. He smiles and says, "Okay, I'll heal you." After that he takes out his sword of light and life and points at Nagato with his sword and says, "Return to what it was, regenerates wounds, cures diseases, sword of life and light." After saying that a gigantic light came out of Naruto's sword going towards Nagato. After the light fell on Nagato, the Redeed's body regenerated little by little until it was as it was in its best moment. Nagato is surprised and says, "Well, thank you for this opportunity, I will always be grateful and forgive me, Konan, for what I became." Konan. "No, Nagato.kun, you don't have to worry, now you're 100% and you'll be able to protect me thanks to Naruto." After a few minutes Naruto's group goes to the Mizukage. After a few minutes they arrive and Naruto says, "Mei-chan ready, our opponents have been eliminated." The Mizukage nods happily and says, "Naruto.kun. Does that mean the Akatsuki is eliminated?" Naruto answers, "Not exactly, although it will be soon when the Reikage and my friends eliminate the last Akatsuki, who are led by B and Yujido." But in Naruto's thoughts it was different, he was worried about how Haku was in Kumo, since he had felt mixed feelings for her, but he came out of his thoughts when Mei spoke to him and said, "Naruto.kun, let's return to Kiri to care for the wounded and bury our fallen comrades." Naruto nods and after that they all went to Kiri. End of chapter. Chapter 17. Akatsuki Attack, Part 2. In Kumo the Reikage his ninjas and Shisui's group were preparing until Karen felt several cage level chakras and thousands of Chunin level chakras. Karen says Reikage Shisui Akatsuki is a couple of kilometers away, get ready everyone nods, and thousands of shinobi the Reikage and Shisui's group leave Kumo to face Akatsuki. After almost 20 minutes of waiting both Kakuzu hide in Muse and Sasori. Itachi and Deidara along with 5,000 white Zetsu arrive at the battlefield, and the Reikage says well Kumo shinobi attack do not leave any alive. Soifun and Toshiro flew to fight Deidara Shisui Karen, and Haku went to fight Itachi and took him away from the battlefield. Kamimuro Garajugo went for Sasori. Kenpachi went against Muzan, while Yujido and Dari went against Haiden Rashi Han, and Fuu went against Kakuzu, while the Reikage Teiya and the others went against the white Zetsu army. In the battle of Kamimuro Garajugo against Sasori, the Akatsuki was upset because Jugo destroyed Haruko and said well since they destroyed one of my favorite puppets, now I will kill them. After that he took out a scroll that said third, after that I summon the third Kazukiage, which surprised Garajugo, and Kamimuro Gara said, so you killed the third Kazukiage well, it doesn't matter we will kill you quickly. Sasori laughs and says magnet release Iron Sand Tide. Gara responds and says magnet release. Gold Dust Tide. The attacks neutralize each other. Kimimaro takes advantage and says bone bullets. Sasori says magnet release Iron Sand Barrier, thus Sasori protecting the Kazukiage, and Jugo himself made hand positions and said earth release Mud Dragon. Sasori maneuvers and dodges next to the Kazukiage puppet. Gara says magnet release Sand Missiles. Sasori says magnet release Iron Sand Bullets. Both attacks neutralize each other. Kimimaro takes the opportunity and says style of Sasori is surprised and says magnet release Iron Sand Barrier. Kimimaru's attack collided with Sasori's defense, but the dragon was so powerful that the sand had no chance, thus destroying both the shield of the former Kazukiage and the former Kage himself. Sasori gets upset and says I congratulate you for defeating the Kazukiage, but it's time for you to die, so he takes out a scroll, and from it come out 100 puppets. Both Garajugo and Kimimaro are surprised. Sasori launches his puppets to attack Gara says Sand Tide, thus protecting him and his friends from the puppets and crushing a large number of these. Kimimaro and Jugo made hand positions. Kimimaro said water release Great Water Dragon. Jugo said lightning release Lightning Dragon. Both dragons combined and became larger impacting the puppets, destroying a large number of these. Sasori frowns. Kimimaro then makes hand positions and says water release Water Bullets. Gara then says magnet release Bullets of Sand. After that all of Sasori's puppets are destroyed. Kimimaro goes in a burst of speed and cuts off Sasori's head. Everyone sighs since they defeated the Akatsuki, but then everyone sees Sasori rebuild himself and they realize that his entire body is a puppet except for that ball that looked like his heart. They thought the three of them juice at an incredible speed and throws a strong punch at Sasori, sending him flying. Kimimaro takes advantage and sticks a bone spear in Sasori's heart, thus killing him. While in the battle of Yujido and Dari against Haiden, things were not going well for the crazy immortal. The fire attacks and the lightning attacks were overwhelming him. Dari takes advantage of Haiden's carelessness and says lightning release Electric Tiger. Haiden receives the attack full on, stunning him, and says little idiot and little bitch you will pay for that. Yujido with a vein in the front takes the opportunity and says fire release Cat Missiles. The attack falls full on Haiden, incinerating part of his body. Yujido thinks it's time to vaporize the immortal idiot. Matatabi the cat nods, and Yujido goes into her two-tailed state and says Biju lady. Haiden opens his eyes in shock, and Yujido's attack falls full on Haiden, vaporizing. Dari saw the attack in shock and says Yujido, I think you went too far. Yujido says, he told me, bitch, he deserved to be pulverized, let's go help the Reikage. Dari nods. On the other side of the field Kakuzo watched cautiously. Rashi, Han and Fuu the Akatsuki knew who these three were and knew that they were easily at the level of an S-rank ninja. Cursed himself for facing these three, knew that they should not underestimate each other, so he did the smartest thing and took out his 4 masks. The Jinchuriki were surprised and Fuu says Han Rashi take care of those beasts, I will deal with Kakuzu. Han and Rashi nod and go against Kakuzu's masks. After that Fuu with a strong punch sent Kakuzu far away. This somewhat stunned rejoins and fights in an even Taijutsu battle against Kakuzu until Fuu steps back and says wind release air bullets. Kakuzo says earth release earth wall. Fuu says beetle armor and in a burst of speed throws a punch at Kakuzu sending him flying. Then he does hand positions and says poison mist. Kakuzo steps back. Fuu takes the opportunity and says element electric blade beam, so Fuu pierces Kakuzu's shoulder. After that he kicks him stunning Kakuzu. While in the battle between Kakuzu's masks against Han and Rashi, both made hand positions and say at the same time earth release mud bullets. The masks dodge and Rashi says lava release lava dragon. The water mask throws a large amount of water cancelling Rashi's attack. Han says steam armor and in a burst of speed Han throws a big punch at Raiden's mask, destroying it. Rashi then says lava armor and launches himself against the water mask while Han took charge of the fire and wind mask. The Battle was not in favor of Kakuzu's masks being after 20 minutes destroyed both by the duo of Jinchuricus minutes in the Battle of Fuu against Kakuzu. The battle was not going well for the former shinobi of Taki. Both Kakuzu and Fuu made hand positions and said at the same time Earth release Mud Dragon. Both dragons collided and cancelled each other out, causing an explosion. Fuu took advantage of that opportunity and said lightning release Electric Fist Kakuzu to protect himself, said Earth. Release Earth Body Defense. Kakuzu is sent flying by Fuu's attack. She takes advantage and says lightning release Electric Spear. Kakuzu gets up stunned only to receive a spear in his heart, killing him. After that Fuu cut off his head and sealed it. After that he sighed and went to meet with Han and Rashi. In another part of the battlefield, Deidara escaped from the two captains throwing several explosives at him, but both Soifin and Toshiro dodged easily until Soifin said, "Captain Toshiro, I'm bored of this chase, I will activate the Shunko. As soon as I send him flying, he tries to decapitate him." Toshiro nods, and Soifin says Shunko. After that an armor of Riatsu surrounds Soifin, and in a burst of speed, Soifin appeared behind Deidara and kicks him, sending him flying where Toshiro was. He takes advantage and cuts off his arm. Deidara screams in pain and then steps back and makes a clay bird and flies back. Soifin says Hado number 4 by Akurai, thus is throwing a white ray towards Deidara. He dodges and Toshiro says Hi Orimaru, thus sending a gigantic ice dragon towards Deidara. He sent a large clay dragon, thus both techniques cancelling each other out and generating a gigantic explosion. Soifin I take the opportunity and said, "Sting your enemy Suzumabachi," and with a burst of speed went towards Deidara, cutting off part of his shoulder. The crazy explosive cry of pain and a butterfly mark appeared on his shoulder, but he also felt dizzy. Deidara says that you have made me a damn bitch. I feel dizzy because of you. Soifin with a vein in his forehead. You called me a bitch, damn bleached blonde, you will die. And in a burst of speed, she nails Suzumabachi in Deidara's chest. He screams in pain. Toshiro in a burst of speed throws several ice dragons at him, digging into Deidara's limbs. The blonde screams in pain. Soifin takes advantage of the opportunity that Deidara was immobilized, says Shunko, and in a speed style cuts off his head, thus putting an end to the crazy bomber. While elsewhere on the battlefield, Kenpachi and Muzan stared at each other with a sadistic smile until they both launched themselves at each other in a very even Kenjutsu battle until Muzan stepped back and did hand positions and said blood release missiles of death. Kenpachi cuts most of the missiles with his sword, but some pass through them. He smiles and says so it is a battle, and in a burst of speed, Kenpachi tried to cut him in half, but Muzan stepped back, but Kenpachi managed to cut part of Muzan's chest, making him scream in pain. After that Kenpachi kicks him, sending him flying. After that Kenpachi removes his eye patch and a large amount of energy explodes from his body. Muzan rejoins and sees the amount of energy coming out of Kenpachi. Impressed and scared, Muzan said blood release triple blood dragon. The three dragons headed towards Kenpachi. He smiled sadistically and cut the dragons into pieces, and then in a burst of speed, Kenpachi cut off Muzan's arm. Muzan screams in pain. Then Kenpachi grabs Muzan by the neck, strangling him, but he makes hand positions, and around Kenpachi, two blood swords appear that pierce his chest. Kenpachi growls and raises his sword and cuts Muzan in two pieces, finishing him off. In the battle of Shisui, Karen and Haku against Itachi, the trio watched cautiously. Itachi knew how powerful he was until Shisui took off his dragon mask and said hello Itachi. He opens his eyes in shock because Shisui was supposed to be dead until Karen broke the silence and said, well guys, let's start the battle or we will stand all day. Shisui with a drop of sweat says Itachi before starting to fight, because you killed the entire Uchiha clan. I understand that you wanted to kill most of the adults, but children, young people and babies, I find Itachi horrendous. Mikoto-sama and Izumi-chan would be disappointed in you. Itachi with an impassive face, but with eyes that reflect sadness that both Karen, Shisui and Haku noticed that the Uchiha said, well Shisui and company, if they want to know the truth of the massacre, they will have to defeat me. The trio frowns and Haku makes hand positions and says ice release ice dragon. Itachi, he did hand positions and said fire release, a big fireball. Both techniques collided, causing a large mist from the explosion. Karen takes the opportunity and does hand positions and says water release, triple water shark. The sharks rush towards Itachi. He dodges with difficulty and Itachi takes advantage and in a burst of speed he kicks Itachi. He covers himself with his arms and grimaces in pain from the kick. Shisui steps back and activates his Sharingan. Itachi does the same and they launch into a taijutsu battle. But little by little, Shisui was marking more ground. Itachi had to step back and activated his Magenkyo Sharingan and set Amaterasu. Shisui also activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and also said Amaterasu. Both attacks neutralized each other, then Karen made hand positions and said lightning release. Double lightning dragon. Two large dragons headed towards Itachi. He is surprised and said Susanoo. After the dragons collide with Itachi Susanoo, both Karen and Haku are surprised and Shisui smiles and says, wow, Itachi. So you not only have the Amaterasu, but also the Susanoo. Interesting. After saying that Shisui activates his Susanoo as well to fight against Itachi's Susanoo, while Haku and Karen made hand positions at the same time and said Kuchius no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu. Karen summoned a phoenix, while Haku summoned a giant wolf. Itachi saw the two summons impressed since from what he knew they were mythic summons, but he came out of his thoughts when the snow wolf said with a very deep voice ice element glacial ray. Itachi defended himself with the Susanoo shield, then the phoenix said solar element fiery explosion, the heat ray fell on the Susanoo knocking it down. Shisui took his opportunity thousand swords of the god of storms, the swords pierce Itachi's Susanoo is exhausted, turns off the Susanoo which surprised Karen Haku, and Shisui. Itachi said well, I see you won after saying that Shisui fainted said Haku. Chan seals Itachi in a scroll we will take him to Naruto she nods and seals Itachi. After a couple of hours the Reikage Teiya Shibuki and the other Kumo.nin defeated the 5000 white Zetsus. Minutes later Shisui and his group met with the Reikage. Reikage? Well I think you did well Shisui Uchiha, I see that you and your group managed to defeat all the Akatsukas. Shisui. He laughs and scratches his neck and nods and says, well it was difficult to deal with everyone, some of us are injured, and we have to replenish energy to then leave and go meet Naruto in the land of waves. I suppose my brother's fight also went well. Reikage. Well Akatsuki no longer exists, one less problem now I will bury the fallen, only Konoha Iwa and Suna remain, their spies must already know that you have Rashihan and Gaara. Shisui. I know, but if you try anything we'll crush you. Reikage. Lose and you will have Kumo support for that. End of chapter. Chapter 18 Exodus. It's been 2 weeks since Akatsuki was completely destroyed. Despite the casualties suffered by Kumo and Kiri, these two villages continued forward and were able to survive thanks to Naruto and his friends. Currently in Wave Country a meeting is taking place between Naruto's war council. Naruto. Okay guys, Akatsuki no longer exists and now we have AIM as allies, who is led by Nagato and Konan. Kurama. Yes, but the news of the disappearance of Akatsuki and the fact that the Jinchuricus of Iwa, Taki and Suna are here will make those countries along with Konoha want us destroyed. Haku. Well Kurama-sama Naruto.kun has a plan, right? Obviously my ice princess replied Naruto. Haku blushes and says what a crazy idea you have. Well what I was thinking is that AIM takes care of Taki, they will be more than enough to finish them off if they attack well Yuzu, and we deal with Konoha and Kusa. I know that Iwa and Suna will not ally with Konoha, they hate it too much and their pride will not let them, but well, that would be if they attack us, as long as they do not hurt us, we will not attack. Everyone nods in understanding. Since they knew that if they attacked without reason in the eyes of public opinion it would look bad. Meanwhile in Konoha a meeting was being held about the events that led to the destruction of Akatsuki. Were all arguing about the events until Jiraiya appeared. Jiraiya. Well sensei, the news of the disappearance of Akatsuki is correct, it seems that the group split into 2 parts and attacked Kiri and Kumo Nagato. And that Tobi directed an attack towards Kiri with 5000 white Zetsus, while Itachi Dodara Muzan Sasori Haiden and Kakuzu directed another 5000 white Zetsus towards Kiri, but it seems that both villages received help from Wave Country, more exactly from Naruto. He led several S-rank shinobi towards Kiri, while the Jinchuricus of Iwa and Suna, along with other easily S-rank shinobi. These 2 groups neutralized Akatsuki and helped decimate the white Zetsus. Peheru, the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails has become too powerful to ignore and worse still he leads 2 villages, one of which is part of the 5 great nations. Hiruzen. Yes, so it would be best to do nothing for now until things calm down. Shikaku. It will be the best, since if we attack we will only give them reasons to destroy us, and with our forces at less than 50% our military power could not do anything against 2 villages, and added to that several S and SS rank shinobi. And there is a possibility that if we attack them we will not only face Wave Country and Kurigakure, but also Kumagakure, Sanido, the country of snow, the country of stars, and we do not know how many more countries we cannot risk doing anything stupid. Danzo. Yes, I see you have a point Shikaku.san, but in his thoughts the old Warhawk was devising a plan to kill Naruto and definitively finish off the son of Minato and Kushina, but he came out of his thoughts when Jiraiya spoke again. Jiraiya. Also from what I understand, Naruto's subordinates captured Uchiha Itachi and apparently, like me, Naruto had an informant in Akatsuki who is currently the leader of Omegakure and called himself the Angel of God. Everyone opens their eyes in shock, since now the demon brat as they called him also had Omegakure as an ally, but they came out of shock when Hiruzen spoke. Hiruzen. Well, even more reason not to attack Omegakure, despite not being one of the 5 great villages, that village easily has the level to perfectly defend itself from one and damage it quite a bit. Jiraiya. And not only that, apparently the guy who calls himself Dragon is an Uchiha and a very powerful one to tell the truth. He along with the Ice Princess and the Crimson Princess defeated Itachi in a simple way. To tell the truth, I don't know if I could defeat the Uchiha from what my spies informed me. He is more skilled than Itachi in Genjutsu, and in Taijutsu he completely surpasses him. Councilman, we must capture him so he can teach Sasuke-sama everything he knows. Councilman 2. We sent several buses for him. We need that guy's Sharingan so he can properly train Sasuke-sama. Shibi. It is not logical to attack him. If we do, we will provoke the wrath of Wave Country and all the Jinchuriki under his command. Joza. Exactly, besides the fact that the Uchiha barely touches the power level of a low Jounin. Shikaku. Indeed, Choza the Uchiha would be no match for Naruto's subordinates, much less for Naruto himself, since each of the groups the boy has are easily A, Psi and SS ranked shinobis. Councilman 3. But he is the last Uchiha, he is strong and will get stronger, he is a prodigy. Shikaku. Foolish counselors, the Uchiha is barely at Jounin level, and the Uchiha who fought Itachi is easily a cage level shinobi, and the worst thing is that Sasuke only has one Sharingan and one arm, meaning his power will never reach its maximum power, since to do so, he needs both of his Sharingans. Everyone falls silent at Shikaku's response. Everything was deadly silent until Jiraiya spoke. Jiraiya. Exactly, the Uchiha is barely at Jounin level, and when he finds out that Itachi was defeated by another Uchiha, the brat could do something reckless like escape from the village and go to Wave Country to kill the Uchiha who defeated Itachi, and we all know that if he tries to do that, Sasuke will die slowly and painfully for them, so I recommend that you keep an eye on the kid so he doesn't do anything stupid. Hiruzen. I understand Jiraiya, I'll send a couple of ambus to keep an eye on him, you have nothing to worry about. Meanwhile in Iwa a meeting was being held and everything was shouting until that Tsuchikage sent a great wave of killing intent that made all the counselors stunned and fell silent. Inoki. Well, since everyone is silent, I have to tell you something important. It seems that both Han and Rashi are alive. Councilman 1. Inoki-sama, we must bring them, we need the power of the 5 and 4 tails to protect Iwa. Inoki. We can't do that. Even if we do, Wave Country will attack since that's where they are, and if it attacks Wave Country, most likely Kiri and Kuma will do the same, and as we are currently at our forces which are not even half full, plus we also don't have any Jinchuriki. Itsuchi. So what are we going to do, father? We are weak. We don't have any Jinchuriki and above all our economy has been damaged since Iwa is now in a bad light due to the attack on the leaf. Inoki. For now we are not going to do anything because from what I saw the feudal lord of the waves is powerful. He single-handedly defeated the Kazukiage as if it were child's play. In addition to having several high-ranking shinobi with him, we will wait until everything calms down and then we will attack the brat son of the Yondaime. Everyone nods happily since most of Iwa was looking for Naruto's blood because he was the son of the Yondaime. While in Taki things were not going well as they found out that Fu was their former Jinchuriki. Councilman 1. Takakage-sama, what are we going to do? Nanabi now has Wave Country, we should ask for it or go after her and kidnap her, we need her power. Takakage. We can't do that, Councilman. Councilman 2. Because Takakage Wave Country barely has anyone protecting it, we must raise it. Takakage. Don't be silly, Councilman. Wave Country has a ninja village comparable to ours, but more besides that it has several groups of As and SS rank shinobi. All of you know what an A's rank shinobi can do, right? Imagine a group of them. I could barely fight against an A rank shinobi. If we make a wrong move, Taki will be erased. Councilman 3. But if we ask Nanabi in a political way. Takakage. I highly doubt it, since the feudal lord of the country of waves is not only physically powerful, but also politically. The feudal lord Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze has the country of water under his command and has alliances with some countries, but we cannot make any wrong moves, counselors. Councilman 4. The feudal lord of the waves is named Namikaze, impossible, that means he is related to the Yellow Flash, but if he is, he shouldn't be in Konoha. Takakage. Indeed, the feudal Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze is the son of Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash of Konoha, and Kushina Uzumaki the Bloody Habanero, and from what I understand he is not in Konoha because of the treatment he received for being a Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, and he escaped years ago, and look at him now, feudal of the country of waves and the country of water. We cannot make a wrong move, otherwise we would be invaded. All the counselors nod reluctantly, as they knew that if they attacked the wave they would be destroyed. Meanwhile in Wave Country, Naruto was talking with Kurama about a rescue operation. Naruto. Kurama.oto. Sen, I want you to go with Akane, Tatsumi, Shisui, Itachi, Kimimaro and Karen to Konoha, and I want you to recruit Yakumo Kurama, Hinata Hyuga, Niji Hyuga, Yugao Yuzuki, Heiichiko, Anko Mitarashi and the Ichiraku Ramen. I also want you to try to recruit the Nara clan Akimichi Yamanaka and Aburam, as well as part of the Inyazuka clan that are on behalf of Hana Inyazuka and the secondary branch of the Hyuga clan. Kurama. Fine Naruto, I will do what you ask, but if they don't accept, what do I do? Naruto. Leave them. If they don't accept, it doesn't matter, I'm giving them this option, since they didn't do anything to me in Konoha, and I respect that, that's why I want to give them the opportunity to flee Konoha and join us before I destroy the leaf. Kurama. Okay Naruto, prepare the group and we'll go to the leaf, you don't have to worry. Meanwhile, in one of Danzo's bases, he is talking with a group of his root Anbus, giving them the mission of finishing off the feudal lord of the land of waves, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Anbu Captain Root, okay Danzo. Sama, we will kill the feudal lord of the waves. Danzo. If I don't want failures, it is of utmost importance that he be killed. Meanwhile in the land of waves, the group commanded by Kurama took off towards Konoha to recruit the Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka Aburam clans and the secondary branch of the Hyuga clan. Currently the Ambus root group had infiltrated the country of waves until they were intercepted by Yaruchi and Urahara. Anbu leader Root, hand over Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze and no one else will die. Yaruchi. Hahaha, you think that U20 will be enough to defeat young Naruto, fools. Urahara. True, it's time to defeat them. After saying that, both Yaruchi and Urahara disappeared in a flash of speed and pierced, struck and decapitated the root ambushes, completely wiping out the group sent by Danzo. Yaruchi. These root ambus are pathetic. Urahara, I think the old Warhawk doesn't train them well. Urahara. True Yaruchi, they are weak, our ambus are much stronger than these, but well, we will have to warn young Naruto about this. Yaruchi, right, let's go quickly. Urahara, I want to eat. Meanwhile in Konoha, the group of Kurama formed Akane, Tatsumi, Shisui, Itachi, Kimimaro and Karen were heading to the different complexes, each one with a clone of Kurama. Karen went to the Nara complex, Kimimaro went to the Akimichi complex, Akane went to the Yamanaka complex, and Tatsumi went to the Aburam complex, while Itachi went with the Ichiraku. Shisui made 2 clones and dispersed them to search for Yugao Yuzuki, Heiichiko. Anko Mitarashi Kurama made 2 more clones and went to the Hyuga compound and the Inyazuka complex, and the real one went to rescue Yakumo. In the Nara complex, Karen appeared from the shadows, something that impressed and alerted Shikaku. Karen said, hello Shikaku.san. Shikaku. He turned around and saw red hair, then he looked better and recognized the girl in front of him and said, what are you doing in my Crimson Princess complex? Karen. Well, I want to talk to you about something important. Shikaku, and what does an S-rank Kunoichi from the land of waves want to talk to me? Karen. Well, my cousin Naruto wants you to leave Konoha and join like you. Several clan heads will be offered a place. Shikaku. And why would you do this for me or the other clan chiefs? Karen. Well, you were friends with my cousin's father and despite not doing much to help him, you did nothing to harm him, that's why we'll give you that option. After Karen said that she appreciated Kurama's clone and said she would recommend you accept the offer. Shikaku.san. Shikaku frowned as he didn't realize that another person was in his compound. For this person to be able to hide his presence so well, he must be powerful, he thought, but he was brought out of his thoughts when Kurama came out of the shadows and opened his eyes in shock, since the one in front of him was a shinobi who had become very well known in a short time, reaching the SSS rank if he remembered correctly. He called himself the Fire Fox, so he frowned since he knew that maybe he could fight against the Crimson Princess, but against the Fire Fox he had no chance, but he was brought out of his thoughts when Kurama spoke again. Kurama. I recommend you accept Shikaku.san. If you do, I will wait for you at the entrance of the Forest of Death tomorrow for you and your entire clan at 11 at night. After saying that, both Karen and the Kurama clone disappeared into the shadows. Elsewhere in Konoha, Kimimaro along with the Kurama clone appeared in a fire vortex in the Akimichi compound, which surprised and alerted Choza and said, who are you and what are you doing in my compound? Kimimaro. I am Kimimaro Kagaya, Naruto's faithful servant. Sama. Kurama. I am Naruto's father and what we do here is that we want to recruit you and your clan. You know very well that Konoha has fallen. It is no longer the Konoha of Hashirama and Tabarama. If you accept the offer, I will wait for you tomorrow in the Forest of Death at 11 at night. Meanwhile at the Yamanaka compound and the Aburam compound, they were having a similar conversation, as both Akame and Tatsumi along with the Kurama clones gave them the same proposal, while Shisui and his clones located Yugao Yuzuki, Heiichiko, Anko Mitarashi and Guy, convincing them to join Naruto, as they knew that Konoha had fallen, while with the real Kurama he was at the Kurama compound talking to Yakumo. Kurama, hello girl. Yakumo, who are you? What are you doing here? My uncle sent you to kill me. Kurama. Hello Yakumo. Nobody sent me to kill you, but to rescue you. The one who sent me was my son Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, the feudal lord of the country of waves water. Yakumo surprised asks what does someone so important want with me? Kurama. Simple Yakumo, my son knows how your clan treats you and thinks that no one deserves to be treated, so he told me to make you a proposal. He wants you to join the country of waves. Yakumo thinks about the pros and cons of joining Kurama and Yakumo says well I'll join you when we leave. Kurama smiles and says perfect, come with me girl. Yakumo nods and they disappear in a burst of fire. The next day shortly before 11 at night several clans and jounin of Konoha along with the Ichirikas were gathering at the entrance of the Forest of Death. Enko. Damn, what time will they appear? Yugao. Calm down Enko, it's not even 11 yet, there are 2 minutes left. After a few minutes in a circle of fire I see Kurama along with Akame Tatsumi, Shisui, Itachi, Yakumo, Kamimuro and Karen, which impressed the jounin clans that were around. Kurama. Well we are ready to go. The clan leaders and jounin nod and Kurama says dimensional door, thus opening a large door, and Kurama says enter quickly. When passing through the door you will arrive at wave country. All the clan leaders and jounin nod. After a few minutes everyone passed and before passing Kurama says it's time to leave a little gift for Konoha, even if Kai is saying this, exploding the entire Hokage monument and passing through the door with his group. Currently after the clans and some jounin entered through the dimensional door, the clan leaders and the jounin leader met with the feudal lord of the country of waves. The leaders were nervous until Naruto spoke. Naruto. Well clan leaders, I gave you a chance because I know you didn't hurt me, like several of the jounin who are here, that's why I will give you a compound where you can live, but I will not give you the clan name until you prove your worth and loyalty. You will be on probation for 7 months. The clan leaders and the jounin leader nod happily to have this opportunity and not be in the nest of traitors, that is the Leaf Village. The next day in the Leaf Village the leader of the Hyuga clan called a meeting of extreme emergency. Danzo. Why did you call this meeting, Hyuga? Hiashi. The entire secondary branch along with my 2 daughters disappeared, it's as if they had left Konoha. Everyone opens their eyes in surprise, but Kaharu said, and where is the leader of the Nara clan, Aburam, Yamanaka and Akimichi? Hiruzen. Anbus look for the leaders of the Nara, Aburam, Yamanaka and Akimichi clans. After a few minutes the Anbus appear and say. Anbu 1. Hokage-sama, the Nara, Aburam, Yamanaka and Akimichi clans have disappeared from their compounds. Everyone opens their eyes in shock and Danzo says Hiruzen we have to look for them. This is worrying for Konoha clans, along with more than half of the Hyuga clan disappeared, as if nothing had happened. Most likely they went to another town. Now the question is what damn town did they go to? Jiraiya. Sensei, I will find out what happened, I will investigate where the clans went. Hiruzen. Fine Jiraiya, do it, and Kakashi I want you to do a count of the ninjas in Konoha. If 4 clans and half of another clan left we don't know who else left Konoha. Everyone nods, but in Hiruzen's thoughts he was very worried since with the disappearance of the clans his forces barely reached 30% and with the power they have now, he knew that militarily among the 5 great nations, it was the weakest. End of chapter. Chapter 19. Declaration of War. Currently in Konoha an extremely urgent meeting was being held in which the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, the Hokage, and the councillors were present. Daimyo, I have to say something important, it seems we will be at war because of one of you who sent several Anbus to assassinate the feudal lord of the country of waves. Damn, this war should not involve me, but Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze was clear the war is against the entire country of fire. Hiruzen. But there is nothing we can do to deter this war. Konoha is weak. We need time to strengthen ourselves. Daimyo. You don't have to worry about Hiruzen's forces, from now on all my samurai will also participate. Jiraiya. Perfect, Daimyo. Sama, we will prepare well for this war. In addition, we have the support of Kusa and Taki. I think that with those 2 villages, we have a good chance of finishing off Naruto. Kaharu. Perfect, Jiraiya rallies the troops, strengthens the village. Daimyo. I'll take care of Kurigakure while you deal with Wave Country. The entire civilian and shinobi council nods in satisfaction with the plan. Meanwhile in Wave Country a meeting of extreme urgency was being held with the leaders of the other countries allied to Wave Country. Among them was Najenda, current leader of the country of Sound May Terumi, leader of Kurigakure Koyuki, leader of the country of Spring Nagato of Omegakure, Arthur leader of Atlantis, Yamamoto leader of the New Whirlpool, Shizuka leader of the village Nadeshiko, the 4th Reikage leader of Kumagakure. Shion the leader of the country of the demons and Hakuto the leader of the country of the stars. Naruto. Well my friends, I gathered to tell you that I will be at war from now on with Konoha and the entire country of fire since they tried to kill me a couple of days ago. And I want to know if you will support me in crushing Konoha and all its allies once and for all. I know that many of you are afraid of what will happen, but I promise that we will be victorious if you support me. Everyone thinks about it in detail until Nagato speaks. Nagato. A Megakure will help you destroy Konoha and the entire Land of Fire, as well as all the allies that the village has. Mei Kurigakure will help you in this daimyo war. Sama. Legenda. The country of rice fields as well as the village of Sound will help you in this war Naruto, you can count on us. Koyuki. The country of spring will support you in this war Naruto.kun it's time for Konoha to pay for its sins. Fourth Reikage. Kumo will help you crush the leaf and the entire Land of Fire, and I'm sure my daimyo will agree to that. Shizuka. Nadeshiko will support you in destroying Konoha, especially that perverted toad. Yamamoto. The new whirlpool I will give you all the support you need young Naruto, it is time for Konoha to pay for everything you went through. Arthur. Atlantis will provide you with all the support you need Naruto. Shion. The country of demons will give you the necessary samurai to overthrow Konoha and its allies. They have to be erased so that there will be no more war in the future. Hakuto. The country of stars will provide you with what you need Naruto.kun it's time for Konoha to fall. Naruto nods happily and says well my friends we will prepare for the approaching war the country of waves and the country of the whirlpool will fight with Konoha while Kurigakure and the entire country of water along with Omegakure and the country of the rice fields will deal with the capital of fire Kumagakure and the Nadeshiko village will take care of Tokigakure the country of the demons. The country of spring the country of stars and Atlantis will take care of Kusagakure all the leaders of their respective towns and nations nod and Naruto says well it's time to end this meeting, prepare your troops my friends the other leaders nod happily and the holograms disappear. After the meeting ended Naruto met with his generals among these were Kurama the nine-tailed fox, Ichigo the black seal Hirako Shinji the masked king and Azrael the angel of death. Naruto. We gather here my general friends and family, since our allies agreed to support us in this war, want you four to lead our samurai and ninjas, the Jinchuriki will be led by me, and the Bijuas will be led by Kurama Oto-san, while Azrael and I-chan and Hirako-san will lead their respective groups to attack in order to destroy the armies of the Fire Daimyo and help Kurigakure the two nod. It's been 2 weeks since war was declared on Konoha, and the Leaf Village has not had a good time, as much of the Land of Fire was invaded, as well as 30% of the Fire Daimyo samurai army were wiped out by the armies of the Mizukage, as well as by the elite groups of Hirako Shinji, the Masked King and Azrael the Angel of Death. While on the other side of the battlefield approximately 1,500 Konoha.nin led by Kakashi Haddock and Yuhi Kurenai faced the death squad led by Ichigo the Black Seal, along with 200 samurai from Wave Country, 300 ninja from the same country, as well as 500 Shinigami warriors from the New Whirlpool, led by Byakuya Kichiki and Sajin Kamamura, along with their respective lieutenants. The battle barely lasted an hour, in which both Kakashi Haddock and Yuhi Kurenai lived to hell, since despite being more in quantity the warriors of the Whirlpool and Wave Country completely wiped out the Konoha.nin, while Yuhi Kurenai was brutally murdered by Senjumaru Shutara, while Kakashi Haddock was defeated Letsu Nameya to the point of Kakashi losing his Sharingan and his hand, but despite that he was able to escape, but what the copy ninja did not know is that Letsu Nameya let him escape so that he could sow despair in the Hokage and therefore in the entire Leaf Village. While near to Kigakure approximately 2,000 shinobi were marching towards Wave Country but were intercepted by 300 Kunoichi led by Shizuka and 1,000 shinobi led by Matatabi, Yujido, Dari, Killer Bee and Jayuki. These relatively easily wiped out the Taki.nin army and were heading to completely wipe out the village. While a large army of ninja and samurai from the Land of Demons, the Land of Spring, the Land of Stars and Atlantis were ravaging the shinobi of Kusagakure. After 2 days the news of the fall of Kusagakure and Tokigakure reached Konoha as well as the rest of the shinobi villages, which worried both the Kazukage and the Tsuchikage, so they fortified their villages while a meeting was taking place in Konoha. Hokage. Well, this meeting is of utmost importance, it seems our allies have fallen. We underestimated Naruto, we thought that his allies would not get involved in this war, and even worse, it seems the Whirlpool village also works according to Kakashi, since they along with the ninja and samurai of the country of the waves, decimated his army, and he was barely able to come back alive only by luck, or what Kakashi gave me to understand, is that they let him come just to sow despair in the Leaf Councilman 1. Impossible Hokage-sama, how is it that we lost a war if we are the most powerful village? Councilwoman Mabuki. Hokage-sama, what are we going to do? Haddock, one of our most powerful jounin, is in bed, who will teach Sasuke-sama? Now we need all available shinobi to strengthen Uchiha Sama. Sumin Yazuka. Shut up bitch, don't you realize that Uchiha is barely at jounin level, and even worse, several clans fled from Konoha, as well as a small part of my clan, and the entire secondary branch of the Hyuga clan, as well as Hiyashi's daughters. Mabuki. Who are you calling a bitch? Human monster. Sum. To you pink-haired forehead. Hokage. Keep quiet both of you now, what we need is to strengthen the village, our forces have weakened further since the clans as well as several high-level jonin fled. Jiraiya. Sensei, according to my spies, the country of fire was attacked by shinobi and samurai from the country of water, as well as two groups of high-ranking shinobi led by Azrael the Angel of Death and Hirako the Masked King. Everyone is surprised, since those two were currently some of the strongest shinobi, being SS rank, capable of decimating armies, but they came out of their thoughts when Hiashi spoke. Hiashi. And Jiraiya-sama, what state is the fire capital in at present? Jiraiya. Well, more than 30% of the fire daimyo's army was destroyed. They said everything was impossible, said Hamura. The fire daimyo's army was gigantic and defeating more than 30% would be complicated even for a ninja village. Jiraiya. Oh counselors, what I say is true, my sources do not lie, sincerely being at war with Agaki in our weakened state would be bucking bad. In addition to that, their allies conquered both Tokigakure and Kusagakure. As you know, what I recommend now is to fortify our defenses and have all retired shinobi rejoin the forces in order to defend Konoha. Danzo. In this case I agree with Jiraiya, we need all shinobi to defend Konoha. I will not allow my village to burn down because of a demon brat. Hiruzen. I agree, we will fight and when they attack us we will finish them off. Everyone nods pleased, but in their thoughts they were not sure if they will survive, even Danzo. Meanwhile in Wave Country a meeting was taking place. Naruto. Well, it's time to burn the leaf, that place full of traitors and child beaters will be burned to the ground. Kurama. Perfect then, while Kiri along with the Masked and the Death Squad will conquer the entire fire capital while Nuyuzu and Wave Country with Konoha right. Naruto. Indeed, Kurama Oto-san, the leaf will be burned from the most experienced shinobi to the simple civilian, only the children and the innocent will survive. Reckless, everyone thought, even the Baijas thought the same. Naruto. Well, my generals, prepare the troops, it is time to march towards the leaf. Contact Yamamoto Jiji and tell him that he along with the captains and lieutenants will also go to Konoha. It is time for the leaf to pay for its sins. In addition to that, they want both Itachi, Nagato and Konan to come with us. Let them know I know they want the same thing as me. After a few days the Wave Country army and the Nuyuzu army, along with Itachi, Nagato and Konan, marched towards Konoha. After a couple of days they reached the walls. Meanwhile inside Konoha, both Danzo, Hiruzen, Jiraiya and Kakashi were with the remains of the Leaf Shinobi to confront the Wave Country army and the Nuyuzu army, but what surprised Jiraiya was seeing Nagato and Konan with Itachi, which alarmed him, knowing how powerful those three were. Okay Konoha, it's time for them to pay for the harm they did to me and the harm they did to my family, the Uzumakis. It's time. Itachi, go for Sasuke, you know what to do. Nagato and Konan, go for the one-eyed Shisui. Inai-chan, go for Kakashi. Me and Tsunade.ba-chan will go for the old monkey, while Kurama will go for Jiraiya, says Naruto. The others finish off all the Leaf Shinobi that get in your way. Everyone nods and Naruto says Kurama.oto.san destroys the wall. Kurama nods and says Mini Bijudama, even if it is generating a small purple ball that destroys a large part of the wall that defends Konoha. After Kurama destroys the walls of Konoha, the Wave Country army and the Nuyuzu army advance and Nagato, Konan, Itachi, Shisui, Kurama, Tsunade and Naruto disperse and go towards their objectives. Danzo. So you were sent to kill me, the Rinnegan user of aim and god of the same, as well as his angel. Interesting, I will kill you and I will keep your Rinnegan false god. Nagato. We'll see you one-eyed today, you will pay for all your sins. Konan. Today will be the day we avenge Yahiko's death. But Jiraiya, he was running until he stopped when he ran into Kurama. Kurama. Well, old toad, it's time for you to pay for being a negligent godfather to Naruto and trying to manipulate that pathetic prophecy. Jiraiya. And who the hell are you, Foxface? Kurama. My name is Kurama, but many know me as Kyuubi. But Kakashi, he was with a couple of Ambus running through the rooftops until a large fire dragon went towards him and a group of Ambus. Kakashi dodged, but the Ambus had no chance and were incinerated by the fire dragon. Shisui. I see you dodged my attack, Kakashi. Kakashi. Because you helped Naruto destroy the leaf. Shisui. Very simple, Konoha is evil. Sarutobi, Jiraiya and Danzo practically condemned Naruto.kun to a life of loneliness and suffering, and for that sin and many others Konoha will fall today. Kakashi. I see that I won't be able to convince you to stop, so I'll have to kill you, Shisui. Shisui. We'll see who dies, Kakashi. On the other side of Konoha, Itachi appears in a flock of crows near the Uchiha compound where he sees his brother and says hello. Itato Sasuke opens his eyes in surprise and says finally, I will kill you, Itachi, and avenge the Uchiha clan. All near the Hokage Tower was Hiruzen and an Anbu squad waiting patiently for Naruto until after a few minutes Naruto appears but not alone, but with Tsunade, which makes the old monkey frown because he knew that fighting Naruto would be complicated, but against Tsunade at the same time it would be suicide, so he does hand positions and says Kuchiyusido Tensei. Both Tsunade and Naruto are surprised by the technique used and frown when 5 coffins come out and from them come out Uchiha Fugaku. Former leader of the Uchiha clan, Tsukumo Haddock, the White Fang of the Leaf, Hisashi Haika, Uchiha Mikoto and the last coffin made Naruto furious since the last coffin was Uzumaki Kushina his mother. Naruto. Old monkey, today you will die for desecrating my mother's grave. He said this, bringing out tons of killer instinct that made Hiruzen sweat quite a bit. Tsunade. I knew you were trash, but bringing the dead back to life is scum, Sarutobi. Hiruzen. It doesn't matter, everything is for the good of Konoha now Uchiha Fugaku, Tsukumo Haddock, Hisashi Haika you go and destroy the ninjas of Yuzu and Wave Country Mikoto take care of Tsunade me, and Kushina-chan will take care of Naruto. Kushina. Sashi, I'm sorry, but I can't control my body, you'll have to defeat me. Naruto sheds a tear and says today you will die Hiruzen Sarutobi. End of chapter. Chapter 20 War Waves and Yuzu vs Konoha. Currently in the Leaf Village a great battle was taking place between the Konoha ninjas and the Uzumaki Naruto army. Hiruzen. It doesn't matter, everything is for the good of Konoha now Uchiha Fugaku, Tsukumo Haddock, Hisashi Haika, you go and destroy the ninjas of Yuzu and Wave Country, Mikoto take care of Tsunade, me and Kushina. Chan, we will take care of Naruto. Kushina, damn monkey, how dare you make me fight with my Sashi, I will kill you. Uzumaki Kushina. After saying that the Redeed tried to attack Hiruzen but he made a seal and paralyzed her momentarily. Kushina and Naruto cursed Hiruzen for that and looked at him with hatred. Kushina, Sashi, I'm sorry, but I can't control my body, you'll have to defeat me. Naruto sheds a tear and says today you will die Hiruzen. Naruto, lose ka.san don't worry I'll seal you as quickly as possible and in your case Hiruzen you will die today you old monkey for desecrating my mother's grave. Meanwhile Uchiha Fugaku, Tsukumo Haddock and Hisashi Haika disperse throughout the village, killing several shinobi from Yuzu and Wave Country until Tsukumo is stopped by former Captain Urahara Kisuke and former Captain Yuruchi, while on the other side of the village, Hisashi Haika was stopped by Captain Sui FNG, while Uchiha Fugaku was running to the Uchiha district to support Sasuke against Itachi, but was stopped by Captain Tsushima Hitsugaya Captain Sajin Kamamura. In another part of the village, Kakashi and Shisui were battling in an uneven fight, the copy ninja was being cornered little by little. Shisui, I see that you have become weaker than in the past Kakashi, you were barely lazy, and you are at the level of a low S-rank ninja, maybe even weaker than that, dog.san, this is disappointing. Shut up said Kakashi, Shisui smiles and makes hand positions and says fire release. Crimson Nail Jutsu Phoenix Flower Kakashi barely manages to dodge and says lightning release electric dog Shisui dodges and activates his Sharingan and says steam massacre burn release, thus sending several fireballs towards the copy ninja Kakashi opens his eyes in shock, seeing Shisui use a secondary element the fireballs towards Kakashi, this attempt to dodge barely, but one of the fireballs hit Kakashi's arm. Vaporizing the Cyclops screaming in pain, Shisui smiled and said Amaterasu completely burning Kakashi, thus putting an end to the copy ninja. Shisui. I feel Mikoto's chakra. Sama and the idiot Fugaku, damn the old monkey used the Ito Tensei, it would be better to hurry and support Naruto, because if something happens to him, Haku will kill me. Shisui shuddered at the thought of what Haku would do to him if something happened to Naruto. Meanwhile in the battle of Danzo against Nagato and Konan, the one-eyed old man was thinking about how to escape, since in less than 10 minutes of combat, he had already lost 6 of his eyes. Nagato. Danzo, don't even think about running away. Today you will pay for the sins you committed. Today you will pay for Yohiko's death. Danzo, you're a fool, it's you two who will die, air bullet element. Both Konan and Nagato dodge easily, and Konan says Shikigami dance, thus turning her own body into papers like this, and sending dozens of paper shuriken towards Danzo the one-eyed dodges, but Nagato appears behind him, and says Shinra Tensei, thus sending them flying, breaking Danzo's body he uses Izanami both Konan and Nagato frown. Since it is the 7th time they kill him, and he still keeps appearing so Nagato makes hand positions and says Kuchiyus no Jutsu, thus summoning a 3-headed dog and a giant eagle that go towards Danzo the one-eyed frowns and says Kuchiyus no Jutsu, thus summoning Baku a gigantic elephantine chimera Nagato's invocations, face that of Danzo, destroying a large part of the village, while Nagato smiles and sends several missiles at high speed towards Danzo, the war falcon tries to dodge the various. Missiles, but Conan sends hundreds of paper shuriken also stopping Danzo making the missiles hit the one-eyed man. Danzo used Izanami and frowns and sees his arm and frowns even more because he only has 2 Sharingan eyes left. He knew he wouldn't defeat the pair, but at least he would take them with him. Both Nagato and Conan realized what Danzo was planning, so they attacked the one-eyed man. On the other side of the battlefield, Jiraiya nervously looked at Kurama until the Biju King spoke. "Kurama, I see you're scared of me, idiot toad. Pray you can die quickly." Sadistic smile. "Jiraiya. I'm not afraid of you, idiot fox, now you'll die. Ninpuri Jiken Ninja Art Jutsu Needle Cannon." Kurama dodges with ease and says fire release red fire cannon. The Sannin dodges with difficulty, makes hand positions, and says fire release fire dragon. Kurama makes the same hand positions and says fire release fire dragon. Both dragons collide, but Kurama's dragon surpasses Jiraiya's. The wise toad barely and was able to dodge, barely getting away with some burns. The Biju King smiles and says, "Well Jiraiya, you weren't as weak as I thought, haha, but anyway today you will die. Burn element steam." Massacre. After saying that, dozens of fireballs went towards Jiraiya. He makes hand positions and says earth release rock wall. The fireballs collide with the rock wall and making a gigantic explosion, destroying the rock wall and burning part of Jiraiya's face. Kurama in a flash of speed appears behind Jiraiya and says, "I hope that when you die, you go completely to hell, Biju Lady tailed beast ball," thus sending Jiraiya the Biju Lady, completely vaporizing the Sannin and a large part of the sector in which they were fighting. While in the Uchiha complex, Itachi stared at Sasuke with an impassive look, while Sasuke looked at him with hatred. "Itachi. I see that you were a failure, little brother. You immersed yourself in hatred, the village corrupted you too much, and now I have to purge all the evil in this village, starting with you, Sasuke." "What do you mean I was a failure, Itachi? If you were the one who told me to be guided by hate," said Sasuke. "Itachi, you are too small to understand, little brother, but I will only tell you this. I did not kill the clan, not at least the entire clan. I only killed those who were planning the coup d'etat, well, the innocents, like the young children and some more. The one who killed them was Obito Uchiha, although you do not have to worry, little brother, since he died at the hands of my leader Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto." "What do you mean our clan was planning a coup d'etat? It doesn't matter if they planned it or not. I will kill you just like your leader. Only an Uchiha deserves that power, and I will have it by killing you and killing Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto," said Sasuke. Itachi frowns and shakes his head. "Itachi. I see that you are no longer fixed, little brother, then I will finish you off. Forgive me, this shouldn't have happened." After saying that, Itachi launches himself against Sasuke in a one-sided taijutsu battle where Sasuke was beaten hard by Itachi until the younger Uchiha made hand positions and threw several shuriken, which Itachi dodges masterfully. "Itachi. I see, little brother, that you barely have the level of a jounin. It's a shame that you only have one hand. It doesn't matter, little brother, I will finish you quickly and I will help Naruto.kun to finish off this entire corrupt village." After saying that, Itachi activates his Manjukam Sharingan and says Amaterasu. A large amount of black fire burns Sasuke's entire body, making him scream in pain, thus finishing off the last loyal Uchiha of Konoha. After defeating Itachi, he feels the chakra of 2 people he knows very well were his parents, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto. "Itachi, damn Hokage, for sure I use Ito Tensei. I have to support Naruto. I know he is strong, but I don't know if he can against several Ito Tensei." Meanwhile, in another place on the battlefield, more exactly where Conan and Nagato were fighting against Danzo. "Nagato. Give up, Danzo, you no longer have any Sharingan to use that annoying jutsu of yours." "Danzo. Hahaha, I won't give up. If I lose, I'll take them with me to the other world." Thus, while doing hand positions, opening a ceiling matrix that would make him explode, both Nagato and Conan open their eyes in surprise, so they both step back and fly away from the radius of the explosion. Meanwhile, on the other side of Konoha, Tsukumo Haddock was battling with former Captain Urahara Kisuke and former Captain Uruchi Shimen. Tsukumo Haddock. "Tsukumo. I see that they are powerful, please seal me quickly or destroy me so I can no longer regenerate." Uruchi. "Don't worry, I'll finish you off. You're strong and I respect that, so I'll show you my best technique. Now you'll see why the lightning goddess calls me Shunpo." After saying that, Uruchi bursts into speed and throws a punch at Tsukumo, sending him flying. Urahara. "Okay, it's time for me to get serious too. Wake up, Benahim, Crimson Princess." "Okay, Uruchi-chan, it's time to get serious and finish this guy off as quickly as possible." "Uruchi, you said it yourself, old friend." After a few seconds, Tsukumo rejoins, does hand positions and says lightning element lightning dragon missile. Both Kizuke and Uruchi dodge. "Kizuke. I see this battle will be troublesome, so take this Byakurai, white lightning." Tsukumo dodges with some difficulty, but Uruchi appears behind him and throws a strong kick, sending him flying. Kizuke takes that opportunity and says, "Nake Benahim, sing." Crimson Princess thus sending a large amount of energy towards Akumo he dodges, but Kizuki's attack jars his arm, both Kizuki and Yuruchi smile, but then frown when they see Sakumo regenerate his lost arm, so Yuruchi in a burst of speed tries to punch Sakumo he dodges, and with her tanto, tries to cut Yuruchi in two, but she disappears in a burst of speed and appears next to Kizuki. Sakumo. I see that you are powerful, well it's time to end this, excuse me for what I'm going to do, lightning element, beast of the god of lightning. Both Urahara and Yuruchi are surprised by such mastery, with the lightning element shit they thought, since the attack was gigantic, so Urahara to defend himself, and Yuruchi said Chikazumi no take blood shield, thus protecting himself and Yuruchi from Sakumo's attack. After Sakumo's attack collides with Urahara's blood shield, Sakumo sees in shock, as the Hatter's defense stopped his best attack, so he smiles. Sakumo. You two are really powerful. Urahara. You, White Fang equal, are even more powerful than Orochimaru, but this battle has to end, so forgive me, Shibari Benahim, Ada, Crimson Princess. After saying that several energy ropes hold Sakumo restricting him and Yuruchi takes the opportunity and says Hato number 96 Itu Kasu, cremation in one blow, Urahara joins Yuruchi and says Hiasobi, Benahim, Juzutsunagi, play with fire, Crimson Princess, male embroidery, even as she is sticking her sword in the Riatsu ropes, generating a gigantic explosion along with Yuruchi's attack, completely disintegrating Sakumo, putting an end to the old White Fang of Konoha. Meanwhile near the complex Uchiha Sajin Kamamura and Tmshurm Hitsugaya were battling against Uchiha Fugaku, the former leader of the Uchiha clan, was having a bad time to such an extent that not once, but several times the captains either cut him in two or cut off his limbs. Uchiha Fugaku knew that if he continued fighting like that with a duo of captains, they would end up sealing him. Fugaku. I see that you are powerful, but it doesn't matter, you two will die. Fugaku Uchiha. Kamamura. You're too arrogant, Uchiha scum. Head number 33 Samkatsui. Rain of blue fire. Fugaku opens his eyes in surprise, and to save himself from Kamamura's attack, he activates Manjukam Sharingan and says Susanoo. Both Kamamura and Toshiro open their eyes in surprise by the humanoid that formed around Fugaku, but then they frown, since they both knew what technique Fugaku was using, and they knew that it would be difficult to defeat him. Toshiro, so this is the Susanoo is a formidable but not impenetrable defense. Bankai Daiguren Heimermeru, Great Red Lotus of the Ice Ring, after Toshiro activated his Bankai 2 dragon wings, with 3 giant stars around him, grew giving him a very intimidating appearance. Kamamura. So quickly you activate your Bankai Captain Hitsugaya, well it's time for me to go seriously to Bankai. Kakijim Tenjin Mim, Divine Punishment, Black Strings of Ruin. After Kamamura activated his Bankai, a gigantic and imposing samurai man came out of nowhere. Both Bankai look surprisingly intimidating to the point that the ninjas around them backed away in fear of the battle that would ensue next. Fugaku, that's surprising, but they still won't win. I'm an elite Uchiha. He said this with great arrogance, something that Kamamura and Toshiro noticed, so they both attacked and Fugaku fully activated his Susanoo. While in another part of the village Hisashi Hyuga stared at the person who debuted him. Hisashi Hyuga. Hisashi, who are you? Sui FNG. I am Captain Sui FNG, and I will be the one to defeat you and give you eternal peace. Hato number 31 Shakum, Crimson Artillery, so Sui FNG. After saying this, Sui FNG sends a large ball of red energy towards Hisashi, who uses the rotation to defend himself, which surprised Sui FNG, but made her smile, since this fight will not be as boring as she thought. Sui FNG. I see that you are not weak, but unfortunately I have to defeat you. Sting all enemies to death. Suzumabachi, Jinteki Shakusetsu. After saying that in a burst of speed she cuts Hisashi's arm, surprising him. Hisashi with his other arm tried to hit Sui Fang. She is surprised, so she activates her Shunkman and escapes in a burst of speed, appearing behind Hisashi, kicking him, sending him flying, destroying part of his head, but Sui FNG sees something that makes her frown. She sees Hisashi rebuilding himself little by little. Sui FNG. I'm fed up with your damn regeneration. If I have to destroy you completely, I'll do it. Bankai Jakam Rakenben, Thunder Wasp Whip. Thus his stinger turning into a large missile with an immense display of spiritual power. After activating his Bankai, he launches the missile towards Hisashi, which surprised him, and at the moment the missile collided, it completely disintegrated Hisashi, as well as destroying a large amount of the village. Meanwhile near the Hokage Tower Tsunade was battling against Mikoto, having a very even fight. Mikoto. Tsunade. Sama, seal me as quickly as possible please, I don't want to be a puppet just to kill you. Tsunade. Don't worry Mikoto, I'll finish this. After saying that, Tsunade throws a chakra-enhanced punch at Mikoto, but the Manjukam Sharingan is active and says Susanoo, even if it defends against Tsunade's great strength, the slug Sanin is very surprised, so she steps back to dodge Mikoto's Susanoo sword. Tsunade. So that's the Susanoo. It's a very powerful defense, but I'll tell you something, Mikoto, I'm not alone. Mikoto opens her eyes in surprise at what Tsunade said, and suddenly out of nowhere two punches from two humanoids hit Mikoto, making her step back. Itachi. Hello mother. Shisui. Hola Mikoto. Sama. Mikoto. Hello Itachi.kun Shisui.kun It's good to see you again, it's a shame we are forced to fight, so guys call me as soon as possible. Both nod sad to fighting, so both make hand seals and say fire release fire dragon. Mikoto defends herself with her Susanoo, but then Tsunade appears and throws a strong kick to the Uchiha matriarch Susanoo, breaking it. Shisui takes advantage of that opportunity and throws a punch at Mikoto with his Susanoo, sending her flying. Itachi sees this and runs through Mikoto with the sword of Totsuka, thus sealing her. Tsunade, I think that was too easy. Itachi, yes, but that was thanks to my mother. She apparently momentarily resisted the Edo Tensei so that we could take advantage of the seconds she had of control to seal her easily. Tsunade. I see, no wonder he didn't defend himself from our attacks. Shisui, well that's good, I guess. I wonder how Naru is doing. Itachi, it would be better to go support him, he is facing the third Hokage and Kushina-sama. Minutes before in the battle of Naruto versus Hiruzen and Kushina. Kushina, Sashi, I'm sorry but I can't control my body, you'll have to defeat me. Naruto sheds a tear and says today you will die Hiruzen. Naruto. I know Ka.san don't worry, I'll seal you as quickly as possible, and in your case Hiruzen you will die today you old monkey for desecrating my mother's grave. After saying that, Naruto activated his Rinnegan, which alarmed Hiruzen and impressed Kushina. Hiruzen, how do you have those eyes? Only the sage of the six paths had it, and it was supposed to be a myth. He said this very alarmed because if it was true that Naruto had those eyes, the battle with him would be really complicated. Naruto, what happened, old monkey? They got your tongue. Hiruzen. Don't get so carried away, brat. You may have the Rinnegan, but you're too young to understand its power. Besides, I have more experience than you, brat. Meanwhile near the Uchiha complex, Fugaku was having a very bad time fighting with Captain Sajin Kamamura and Mshurm Hitsugaya, since despite the fact that the leader of the Uchiha clan activated the Susanoo, Kamamura's Bankai knocked him down, since it doubled him in size and brute force, while his Uchiha fire jutsus were countered by Toshiro's ice. The battle was so bad that Fugaku had already been crushed frozen several times. If it weren't for the fact that he was an Edo Tensei, then he would have lost the battle a long time ago. Kamamura, Uchiha, give up, you can't beat me when I'm alone, even less so when I fight alongside Captain Toshiro. Fugaku, and Uchiha never gives up, fifth-rate dog. Kamamura, dog you tell me well it's time I teach you a lesson. Come back at M63 Sajum Sabaku mandatory chain that rolls. After Kamamura said that, several energy chains wrapped around Fugaku, leaving him immobilized. Kamamura. Now Captain Hitsugaya finish him off. Toshiro nods and says Hayat in Hayakaso, celestial funeral of 100 icy flowers, after saying that he manipulates the weather and darkens the skies, and a large amount of snow falls from the sky towards Fugaku. Each flake that fell on the former leader of the Uchiha clan transforms into an icy flower, so little by little all the flakes that transformed into ice flowers envelop the Uchiha, freezing him completely. Kamamura. Well, it's time to completely finish off that arrogant Hirakikizakushin Tenrim, flying dragon strike, heaven-shaking lightning cannon. After saying that, a gigantic amount of energy came out of Kamamura towards the frozen Fugaku, impacting him, thus completely disintegrating the former leader of the Uchiha clan. Toshiro, I wonder how the others are doing, especially Naruto. Sama, I felt a powerful energy, but at the same time similar to Naruto's, that you think Kamamura is experiencing. Kamamura, I find it strange, most likely the old monkey will summon a close relative to him to fight. They both frown at that. Meanwhile Kushina near the Hokage Tower. Kushina was having a very even Kenjutsu battle with Naruto. Kushina, Sashi, I see you've become powerful. Naruto. Yes, mother, I see that you are also powerful and that you well deserve the title of Bloody Havanen. Hiruzen, well, it will be time for me to also enter the fire element battle, Great Fireball. Naruto. Old monkey water element water dragon. Both attacks collide, but Naruto's wins and the dragon was going to hit Hiruzen, but he makes hand positions and says earth release rock barrier, thus protecting himself from Naruto's attack, but he did not stay still and was about to make hand positions, but Kushina attacked him and he was barely able to dodge, so he drew his swords of life and death while cautiously looking at Hiruzen, and his mother Naruto knew that fighting Hiruzen would not be so complicated. What would be complicated would be dealing with his mother. She was a powerful kunoichi, easily a ninja of the level of the Yondaime Hokage or the Sandaime Reikage. Kushina. Sashi, I'm sorry. Hiruzen. Well Naruto, it's time for the real battle to begin. Naruto, that's what I say, it's time for you to die for your sins, old fossil. End of chapter. Chapter 21. End of the war. After the battle between Toshiro and Kamamura against Fugaku Uchiha ended, they were talking somewhat worried since they felt an energy very similar to that of their leader. Toshiro. I wonder how the others are doing, especially Naruto. Sama, I felt a powerful energy, but at the same time similar to Naruto's. What do you think is happening, Captain Kamamura? Kamamura. I find it strange that the old monkey bastard most likely summoned a close relative of Naruto-sama to fight Captain Toshiro. They both frown at this, and at the same time they were worried about how their leader is doing with the Hokage. Meanwhile, Naruto's battle against the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi and Kushina Uzumaki, the Havana-blooded, was very even. Naruto knew that he had to seal his mother, if not, he would lose, since she had infinite chakra. Kushina. Sashi, I'm sorry for this, please stop me as quickly as possible, I don't want to hurt you. After saying that, Kushina makes hand positions and says fire release fire dragon. After saying that a large fire dragon went towards Naruto, this one to neutralize Kushina's attack, he says water release serpent of the sea god, so a gigantic water serpent 3 times bigger than Kushina's fire dragon collides with her fire dragon, easily beating it, so the serpent continued on its way until it reached both Sarutobi and Kushina, but the third one made hand positions and said earth release mud wall and from his mouth he took out a large amount of mud that turned into a gigantic rock wall that defended them from Naruto's serpent. Naruto makes hand positions and says burn element burning bombardment after saying that a large amount of fire projectiles go towards Hiruzen's rock wall, destroying it and injuring it. Then Kushina makes hand positions and activates her Kei's no Yoroi armor. Seeing like this, she is going towards Naruto at great speed, but Naruto dodges with some difficulty and says absolute zero ice element, even though he is sending a large amount of ice towards Kushina, freezing half of this. Naruto was going to seal with his sword, but from one moment to the next, a mud dragon rushes towards him, courtesy of Hiruzen Sarutobi, so he frowns, since if he wanted to seal his mother, he would first have to deal with a corrupted monkey. Naruto. Well, this will be a little complicated, I see why they called you the Kami no Shinobi, although you have fallen low by using the Edo Tensei stupid monkey. It does not matter, it is time for the element of total darkness to die. After Naruto said that, everything around Kushina and Hiruzen turned dark. Naruto. Well, it's time for my mother to be free and kill you, you bastard monkey, you will pay for harming and using mom like that, bastard. After saying that, Naruto activated the Sword of Death and Darkness and said activation Death of the Damned, and in a burst of speed, Naruto pierced Hiruzen in the heart. Naruto. Well, old monkey, today you will be dead, but that will not be your worst punishment, since my Death of the Damned attack will torment your soul for all eternity. That is your punishment for all the atrocities you have done and for using my mother against me. Hiruzen. Damn you, Naruto, damn you for doing this to me, I should have killed you. After Naruto defeated Hiruzen and sealed him for all eternity, he set his sights on Kushina. Kushina. Sachi, it's time for you to seal me, Hiruzen is already dead, he can no longer control me, my son. Naruto. I love you too, mother, even though I haven't lived with you, but I'm glad to see you, at least in this situation. It's time to seal you, mother. Kushina. I know, and I want you to do it, son, you look so much like your father that you make me smile. After Kushina says that, Naruto in a burst of speed placed a seal on her body, sealing her. Kushina smiles, since her son finally defeated her and she will be able to rest peacefully. Naruto. Well, finally mother defeated the old monkey and sealed you so you can rest in peace, I hope you can see your family, I hope you are happy in heaven. The battle between the Shinobis of Yuzu and Wave Country against the Shinobis of Konoha was, to say the least, less destructive and very bloody. Most of the Shinobis of Konoha were crushed as well as many civilians, some were captured, and the treasury of Konoha was looted, while in the case of Uchiha Sasuke, he was annihilated by his brother Uchiha Itachi. Danzo was destroyed by Nagato and Konan, and in the case of the Sannin of the Toads Jiraiya, he got the worst part. Since he was practically disintegrated by Kurama the Nine-Tailed Fox, and Kakashi Haddock was killed in the worst way by Uchiha Shisui, while in the case of the Edo Tensei, among which were Uchiha Mikoto, Fugaku Uchiha, Tsukumo Haddock and Hisashi Hyuga, these were defeated either by the captains of Yuzu or by the S and SS rank Shinobis of the country of the waves. While the case of Hiruzen Sarutobi, he died in a very painful way, sealing his soul for all eternity at the hands of Naruto for desecrating Kushina's grave and forcing her to fight against him. After Konoha, the former strongest village, fell, the entire country of fire fell before Naruto and his generals. See to Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the current daimyo of the country of water, the country of fire, the country of waves, the country of rice and the country of the whirlpool, thus having a large part of the elemental continent under his command, as well as being allied with several countries throughout the elemental continent. After the destruction of Konoha and the conquest of the Country of Fire, the other villages were on alert and scared by what happened in the Country of Fire, especially Iwa and the entire Country of Earth and Suna and the entire Country of Wind, since their military power was barely, and in the case of Iwa, a little more than half of what they had before attacking Konoha, and in the case of Suna, they barely had a little more than 30% of their troops before the invasion of Konoha. Currently in Iwagakure, a very important meeting was taking place where the clan leaders Sandame Tsuchika Janoki and several Jounin were present. Anoki. Well, clan leaders and Jounins, we were in a big fix. You all know that Konoha and the entire Fire Country was conquered by the Wave Country and the Whirlpool Country and their allies. All the Jounin nodded somewhat darkly because of what happened to Konoha and the entire Land of Fire. Kuretsuchi. An old man, what are we going to do with what happened in the Land of Fire and Konoha? The Uzumaki heir and Namikaze practically have several of the countries of the elemental continent under their power. All the Jounin nodded in fear of what might happen to Iwa and the entire Country of Earth. Inoki. Lose Kuretsuchi, the heir Uzumaki Namikaze is very dangerous not only for us, but also for all the elemental countries currently he has under his command Atogakure, and all the country of rice he has Kurigakure, and all the country of water he has the country of waves, and he has Uzushi Agakure and all the country of the whirlpool, and who knows how many more countries he has, as well as from what we know he is allied with Kumagakure, and all the country of lightning, as well as the country of Spring. Now do you understand, if Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto attacks us, the Country of Earth and Iwa will not be able to tickle him, and I know that you all know it. Councilman 1. Inoki. Sama, but how is it possible that the heir of Namikaze is so powerful that a brat can have so much political and military power to take over 2 of the 5 great nations? Inoki. No lose, and even though I'm happy that the Namikaze destroyed Konoha and conquered the entire Fire Country, I'm worried that he'll focus his batteries on us, so I want all of you to strengthen Iwa. I want you to please none of you do anything against the Namikaze. I know that he will attack the daimyo, but that doesn't mean that he will attack us. What does Inoki mean? Sama said, Mugen, leader of a minor clan from Iwa, specialized in Genjutsu. Everyone also wanted to know why their Kage thought the Namikaze heir wouldn't attack them. Inoki. Well, there are 2 possibilities. One is that he destroys us and the entire Country of Earth, since you all know how Han and Rashi were treated by our village, or the second possibility is that he only focuses on the daimyo of Earth, since he is one of the most corrupt daimyos. If I am not mistaken, they traded slaves, whether children, women or men, with the deceased Gedo. Everyone opened their eyes in surprise at that, since their daimyo was doing business with Mafioso Gedo, one of the most corrupt men in the world. But Inoki-sama, that means that the Earth Daimyo will most likely be attacked at any moment, said Akari, leader of a clan that specializes in Dotonjutsu and in some cases also possess a secondary element called Imton Lava Release. Inoki. I know, but I'll tell you this. If the Daimyo asks us for help, we won't be able to move a single finger. 1. Because he has done more harm than good in the world, and 2. Because if we get involved, we'll be destroyed. Let's just hope that the Namikaze doesn't focus his energies on us. All the Jounin and clan leaders nodded, as they knew what would happen if they got in the Namikaze's way. Meanwhile, in Wave Country, a meeting of utmost urgency was being held with the leaders of the other countries allied to Wave Country. Among them was Najenda, current leader of the Country of Sound, Mei Terumi, leader of Kurigakure, Koyuki Kazuhana, leader of the Country of Spring, Nagato of Omegakure, Arthur, leader of Atlantis, Yamamoto, leader of the New Whirlpool, Shizuka, leader of the village Nadeshiko, the 4th Reikage, leader of Kumagakure, Shion, the leader of the Country of Demons, and Hakuto, the leader of the Country of Stars. Naruto. Well, my friends, I gathered to tell you that finally the war ended with the Country of Fire Konoha and its allies. We can all finally rest momentarily from this chaos caused by the Hokage and his followers, but we all know that the daimyo of the Country of Earth and the Country of Wind will not remain calm with what happened, and most likely at some point they will attack us. You are absolutely right about that, Naruto.kun. We all here know the atrocious acts of the daimyo of the Land of Earth, and I know very well that he will not remain calm with what happened to the Land of Fire, said the daimyo of the Land of Spring, Koyuki Kazuhana. Everyone else nodded, as they all heard rumors of how the daimyo of the Land of Earth traded slaves with the old businessman Gedo. Yes, but what will happen when you conquer both the Country of Earth and the Country of Wind? What do you think people will say when that happens? Naruto.kun, said Mei Terumi, the current Mizukage. Naruto. Simple, Mei-chan, people won't say anything, you know why? Well, because I won't be a tyrant, nor will I commit acts as atrocious as these daimyos. I will support them in everything I can. There will never be any more injustices. All the leaders of the other villages nod happily at what Naruto said, since they too wanted to end discrimination and inequality in the shinobi world and would follow Naruto until he fulfilled his goal for the honor of their village and each of them. After a month of the conquest of Konoha and the entire land of fire, Naruto, the daimyo of the land of earth, as well as the country of wind, sent assassins to end Naruto's life since they saw him as a great threat, but that mission ended in failure thanks to Hakuyuki, who killed several of the hitmen who came after Naruto, but not before some of those ninjas hired by both daimyos seriously injured the ice princess of the waves, and thanks to these ninjas who harmed her, unleashed Naruto's anger. Flashback. Haku was fighting against more than 20 elite Jounin level shinobi. She knew it would be a tough fight, since even though she was an S-rank ninja in the bingo books, facing high-level Jounin level ninjas was not an easy thing for anyone, not even for a Kage. Ninja 1. We'll kill you, bitch, and then we'll go after the brat you call leader, so the daimyos of the country of earth and wind will pay us millions. Kuku. Haku opened her eyes in surprise as she realized that the pompous daimyos of earth and wind wanted her Naruto.kun dead, the man who saved her from loneliness along with her father's abuser. No, she would not allow it, even if he had to sacrifice himself to kill all these ninjas. So Haku made hand positions and said ice release sub-zero destruction. After Haku said that, a large amount of ice came out against the ninjas around her, freezing most of them, but in a moment of carelessness. One of the Jounin cut her chest a little. She stepped back as soon as she felt the cut. Meanwhile with Naruto, he felt a sudden increase of his Haku-chan's chakra, so he turned on his chakra, and both Karen and Kimimaro appeared. Kimimaro, Karen, let's go, Haku-chan needs our help, said Naruto. Both nodded and grabbed Naruto, and in a flash they appeared near Haku. When Naruto saw Haku hurt something that alarmed him and made him angry, but when he looked around he saw several ninjas around him. He saw those who hurt Haku, he saw those who tried to kill one of his precious people. Naruto. Karen. Chan, heal Haku-chan, please. Kimimaro, protect them while Karen heals her. I will take care of this scum who tried to hurt my ice princess. Both Karen and Kimimaro nodded, somewhat stunned and gloomy, since when they saw Naruto they saw behind him a giant silhouette of a demon, so they swallowed and concentrated on protecting and healing Haku. Haku. Naruto.kun cough, you came for me, thanks. Naruto. I would always come for you, my ice princess. After saying that, Naruto stared at the opponents who dared to invade his country and, even worse, to hurt Haku. He would kill them with the worst kind of wood. Ninja 1. So you are the daimyo of this country. I don't see anything special in you, I just see a brat. Ninja 2. So a brat better call mommy, boy. Naruto didn't say anything, but in his eyes there was still a fury about to explode, so he quickly made hand positions creating 4 clones. Each clone was placed in each dodge, and the 4 shouted, Shisekinjin, formation of the 4 red yangs, after saying that a large purple barrier rose preventing anyone from escaping, enclosing Naruto and his opponents. Naruto. Well, it's time for them to die for hurting Haku-chan. Element burn 1,000 burning suns. After saying that, several heat balls were thrown at the enemy ninjas, some were charred, while others defended themselves with walls of water or walls of earth. Naruto. I see some of you survived. Ninja 1. Monster. Ninja 2. If you are a monster. Ninja 3. Let's try to get out of this place. The others nod, but Naruto wouldn't allow that, so he activated his Manjukum Sharingan and launched his Amaterasu at them, completely burning all the ninja hired by the daimyos, leaving them practically charred. After killing them, he removed the barrier. Naruto. Kimimaro, Karen, como esta Haku-chan. Karen, well, she's stable, she's just fainted. She'll most likely wake up in a couple of hours or so. Naruto nods, happy that Haku is okay. Naruto. Okay Karen, thank you very much. Kimimaro, please take Haku. The daimyo of the land of earth and the daimyo of the land of wind will pay with their lives. End of chapter. Chapter 22. Epilogue. After the leaders of the country of wind and the country of earth sent assassins to kill Naruto Uzumaki, he retaliated in the form of conquest. In the case of the country of wind, Naruto sent several high-level assassins to kill the daimyo of the wind and several of the high command in the country of wind. Among the assassins he sent were Uchiha Shisui the dragon, Azrael the angel of death, Kimimaro Kagaya of the dead pulse, Akame the red-eyed assassin, Pakura of the burn element, and Yoruichi the goddess of speed. All these ninjas rank S/SS. They massacred all the followers of the daimyo of the wind and the daimyo himself, as well as all the samurai who followed him, which was very few, since most of the samurai had no loyalty to him. And in the case of the country of earth, Naruto sent Rashi the former Jinchuriki of the 4 tails, Han the former Jinchuriki of the 5 tails, as well as 2 of the 9 Bijuas released, which were Son Goku the 4-tailed monkey and Kakuo the 5-tailed horse. Karen Uzumaki the Crimson Princess and Ichigo of the Black Seal, all of them shinobis of rank S/SS, just as the group of Azrael did. The group of Ichigo also massacred all the corrupt of the country of the earth, taking over in less than a week of all the power both political and military of this, and as happened in the country of the wind, the samurai of the country of the earth also swore loyalty to Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. Flashback. After finishing off all the followers of the Wind Daimyo, Azrael, as Naruto's representative, spoke to all the samurai. Azrael. Samurai, I know that for all of you this is sudden, I know that you are confused by this change, but if you swear loyalty to our leader Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, leader of the country of waves, swirling water, rice and fire, we promise that everything will be better for you, no more inequality, and no more exploitation, you will receive your fair pay, as well as improve the quality of life for each one of you. Leader of the samurai. Azrael swears it on his honor. Sama. Azrael. I swear on my honor and on Naruto's, he always keeps his word, you have nothing to worry about. After Azrael took over the country of wind he went to Suna and silently killed all the counselors who were involved in the sale of Pakura. After 2 days all of Suna became scared that several of their counselors were brutally murdered, so a meeting was held with the council elders and the few counselors that remained, in addition to that they were worried that someone overthrew the wind daimyo, and now they had a new daimyo heading to Suna to speak to the entire Suna council. Councilman Makiro. What are we going to do? Suna is barely surviving on the income we have, our army barely has enough to defend itself from another village currently between Yuzu, Kumo, Kiri, Iwa and us. Yuzu is the most powerful since it is associated with the waves practically making them one, then follows Kurigakure being almost at the height of Yuzu, in third place is Kumo in fourth place, and far below is Iwagakure, and in the end we are just a little below Iwa. If we receive an attack from Kumagakure, Kurigakure or Yuzushiagakure, we would be destroyed and decimated. We do not have Jinchuriki yet, there is no one with the power to represent us as Kazukiage, and to make matters worse we barely have Jounin, and ambushes our military power is the lowest of the 5, even a small village would do a lot of damage if it attacks us. Geo. I told them that invading Konoha was a wrong idea. We lost several of our shinobi, as well as our Kazukiage and Gaara, who despite being a child filled with bloodlust was powerful, and from what I learned, as far as I understand, he has changed, he is no longer the sadistic child he was. Counselor Yatudo. And how do you know that Chio? Sama. Chio. Simple as because I know exactly who the new daimyo of the country of wind is, I know because I told him who the ones who sold Pakura are, and that's why those idiots appeared dead. Everyone opened their eyes in surprise at that revelation. The counselors were in shock until a couple of individuals appeared that everyone recognized, since they were very powerful people by right. The first was Pakura, a former S-rank Kunoichi from Sunagakure alias the Scorching Queen. This was named so thanks to her Kekkei Genkai that with a single touch evaporated everything. The second individual was Sabaku no Gaara, the Jinchuriki of the Ichibi, and an S-rank ninja from the country of waves alias Suna no Kami, the sand god. This nickname was earned thanks to his great handling of sand, so much so that it was said that his handling far exceeds the fourth and third Kazukiage. The third individual was Uchiha Shisui alias Genzum no Dorigen no Kami, the dragon god of illusions, an S-rank ninja, SS/. This nickname was earned thanks to his Sharingan and the great handling of illusions that he had, as well as his great affinity towards fire. The fourth individual was Uruchi Shimen, the goddess of speed or lightning goddess ninja rank S. This is thanks to her Shunkm, an armor made of spiritual energy that is put around her that gives her a gigantic speed and strength. The fifth individual was Sabaku no Kanguro ninja rank A alias the Prince of Poison, thanks to the powerful poisons that his puppets have. The sixth individual was Sabaku no Tamari, a Kunoichi rank A alias the Princess of the Wind. This is thanks to the great handling that she possesses with that element. And the last individual did terrify all the counselors of Sino, as well as the Ambus that were around. This individual was Azrael, Shai no Tenshi, the Angel of Death. All the Anbus counselors were terrified, all the shinobi in front of him were easily cage-level ninjas, or even some of them like Azrael and Shisui were on a higher scale. Geo. Azrael. It's a pleasure to see him again, just like you, Pakura. San. Pakura. Same as you, Honorable Geo. Councilman Yatudo. What's going on, Geo? Sama, I don't understand what's going on. Azrael. Simple. I can answer your question, Geo. San was Naruto.ni Sama's informant since she saw that Suna lost power, especially to the stupid council that sold out Pakura, Chio. San also knew that the Wind Daimyo was an arrogant bastard who deserved to be eliminated, so she provided us with all the information to finish him off. Everyone opened their eyes in surprise at that revelation, since Chio was Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto's spy, that was something they would never have expected. Pakura. Since all the corrupt counselors were eliminated in Naruto, Sama is now the new daimyo of the Land of Wind, as well as we cleanse the entire Land of Wind of corrupt politicians. Counselor Akiko. By cleanse you mean kill them. I guess I understand that some of the council were pompous corrupt people, just like the Wind daimyo. Pakura. Indeed, Counselor Akiko, I know that you are a recent member of the council, and I know that you had nothing to do with my assassination attempt. Besides that, since Naruto-sama cannot be everywhere, he left me and you as the substitute daimyo of the country of wind, and as daimyo of the country of wind, I Pakura appoint Sabaku no Gara as Godin Kazukiage. All the remaining members of the council were in a state of shock, but at the same time happy, since they now had a powerful Kazukiage and at the same time a daimyo who practically owned most of the countries of the elemental continent, who left as a representative a high-level S-rank Kunoichi. While in the case of the country of the earth, both Rashi the former Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, Han the former Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, as well as 2 of the 9 released Bijuas which were Son Goku the Four-Tailed Monkey and Kakuo the Five-Tailed Horse, Karen Uzumaki, the Crimson Princess and Ichigo of the Black Seal, all of them shinobis of rank S/SS, went and wiped out all the followers of the daimyo of the country of the earth and earned the loyalty of all the samurai. Since as in the country of wind the country of the earth was also a corrupt daimyo, for which he was publicly executed by Ichigo, which was praised. Azrael. Samurai and people of the country of earth, I know that for all of you this is sudden, I know that you are confused by this change, but if you swear loyalty to our leader Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, leader of the country of waves, swirling water, rice and fire, we promise that everything will be better for you, no more inequality, and no more exploitation, you will receive your fair pay, as well as improve the quality of life for each one of you. Leader of the samurai. Ichigo-sama swears it on his honor. Ichigo. I swear on my honor and on that of young Naruto, he always keeps his word, you have nothing to worry about, this time you won't have a corrupt daimyo, but one who will keep you safe. After the conquest of the country of wind and the country of earth, Naruto appointed Rashi the former Jinchuriki of the Four Tails as the alternate daimyo of the country of earth, since he could not be in all countries while as a bodyguard, he had Han the former Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, as well as 2 of the 9 Bijuas of which were Son Goku, the Four-Tailed Monkey, and Kakuo the Five-Tailed Horse. A couple of days later they met in Iwagakure with the Council of the Rock and Inoki. Rashi knew that if the council remained in power, they would make a mistake causing problems in the other villages, so they appointed a new council, as well as a new Tsuchikage which was Kuretsuchi, who despite being young was powerful, in addition to being the only option. Much of Iwa was grateful that they did not destroy their village. 10 years after the conquest of Iwagakure, Kumagakure and Konohagakure, a very happy Naruto was seen lying with his wife Hakuyuki, remembering everything he had to go through to build his empire, the new Whirlpool Empire. Flashback. After the conquest of the country of earth, country of wind and the country of fire, Naruto seeing that there were no longer threats to him and his countries married Hakuyuki, the ice princess, having 3 children in the first 2 years of marriage. In the first year of marriage he had 2 twins, one of the children was born a woman and the other a man. The man was called Minato, and the woman Kushina in honor of Naruto's parents. In the second year after the conquest of the country of earth, country of wind and the country of fire, Naruto and Haku had their 3rd child who was a woman they named Mito, in honor of the wife of the first Hokage Mito Uzumaki. End of flashback. Naruto stopped remembering and smiled, since having had a shitty life at the beginning, now he has the best life he could have dreamed of, he has a beautiful wife, 3 beautiful children, and there is peace on the elemental continent. Meanwhile in the world of the gods both Kami and Shinigami were smiling at what they saw, since their champion achieved what he promised, he achieved peace, completely uniting the entire elemental continent under one flag. End of chapter. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching, if you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day, bye.